The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The players were rested and recharged following the rest day at the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. With only a few rounds remaining, players battled to move up in the standings in hopes of gaining crucial Grand Chess Tour points. Champions win with black, and so does Aronian, winning his second game of the event with the black pieces and tying for the lead with fellow American Wesley So. Day 7 of spectacular chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 7 of the Superbet Chess Classic, the first stop of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. We start the day in front of the obelisk, a monument dedicated to the fallen soldiers of the 1989 revolution. Well, we have a lot of soldiers battling out on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start the day with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Beautiful footage of the Romanian capital as we welcome you to our coverage of Round 7 of the Superbet Chess Classic, the first stop of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Hi, I'm Peter Svidler, and happy to be here with Yasser Seirawan as per usual.
As am I, Peter, as always. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage as we get ready to begin Round 7. There's been some serious jockeying for position at the top, Peter, so take us through our standings.
Mainly people are jockeying for position to catch up to Wesley So, and it finally happened. Aronian won a game yesterday and is now tied for first with Wesley.
But and look at that chasing pack of wolves.
That
only one point.
Yeah, a remarkable tie from 3rd to 7th there on 50%, and 3 people in the minus, including 2 of our candidates, and Shahriar in dead last, not really having a very good tournament so far.
No, not really. And our format, Peter.
This is a 10-player round robin with the standard FIDE time control, so it is so-called 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with the increment of half a minute starting from move 1, no draw offers at all, and a standard scoring system in place with 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw.
With 6 rounds under our belt, what is our remaining schedule?
Yeah, we've only got 3 rounds left, 1 today, 1 tomorrow, on Friday the 13th, by the way.
Yes.
And there is also a last round, of course, and possibly the playoffs on Saturday if required.
And Alejandro, you're in studio to tell us how the players got here and their road ahead. Nice to see you, my friend.
Good morning, St. Louis. A pleasure to be with both of you. And of course, you mentioned that 2 players have separated themselves from the pack. It's only a point, but it is a significant lead. Let's see how they got there, starting with Aronian. And he's had a real roller coaster of a tournament. He started with a weird but very interesting game against Richard Rapport. Then he drew a better position against Deac. He was completely lost against Firouzja, but somehow managed to save that game and then played a great game against Dominguez the next day to win with the black pieces, drew a nothing game against Wesley So, and then took advantage of MVL's opening mistakes to win again with black, and now he finds himself in a tie for first place with Wesley. Let's take a look at his coming up matches. He'll be white against Fabiano Caruana today, he'll be black against Nepomniachtchi tomorrow, and he'll finish against a luckless Mamedyarov in the 9th round. Certainly a lot of points to be made for Levon if he wants to press with white. Meanwhile, Wesley has had a completely different tournament. Even though they both have the same amount of points, it looks completely from a different world. It's been a very solid affair, taking advantage of the mistakes that his opponents have made. He was able to put his opponents under pressure and let them crack. That's how he won against Shak, and that's how he won against Nepo. Meanwhile, the other games, he had some pressure against Caruana in round 3, but was unable to do anything with the extra pawn, and that game ended in a draw. Let's take a look at his road ahead. He will be playing with the black pieces against the local hero Bogdan Deac today. He'll be having a great fight tomorrow as he's white against Alireza Firouzja, and he will be finishing with the black pieces against his countryman Lanier Dominguez. Certainly still a tough road ahead for both of the leaders, and as you mentioned, only 1 point separating them from a hungry pack of wolves. Well, let's take a look at our key matchups today with our friends in Bucharest, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to day 7 of the 2022 Superbet Chess Classic. From location here in Bucharest, Romania, to call all the action and give you guys live updates. I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, alongside my brilliant co-host, world Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich. Anastasiya, welcome back to the studio. Yesterday we had a fun but very long day. The games ended after 5.5 hours. What are you looking forward to today? Also, what have you been doing today before the round started?
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello Cristian. Always nice to be here with you in the studio. And also it's great weather in Bucharest. We have another sunny day, and I've been walking around and actually met Levon Aronian just now. He was in the elevator. He also had good time walking around, listening to music. And now here we are back to the playing hall and expecting really interesting fights today, right?
Speaking about the fights, what games do you have your eyes set on for today's round?
Yeah, it's really difficult to choose one, but I decided to keep my eyes on the game between Richie Rapport and MVL, because I remember the big fight which happened during the Grand Prix event, this dramatic match which ended up with victory of Richie Rapport, and MVL literally is looking forward for revenge, I guess, in this game. It's really interesting that Richie managed to defeat MVL with white pieces and credited his wife who found really great idea in Grunfeld, which doesn't happen that often, right, against MVL. So I'm looking forward to see what will family prepared today.
Absolutely, that's going to be definitely a barn burner of a matchup. But one game that I'm definitely having my eyes on since the beginning of the tournament, actually, Anastasia, is the big All-American clash between Levon Aronian with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Well, these players know each other very well. They've played so many times, but we see a bit of a discrepancy in wins versus losses. Levon Aronian with 9 wins, but 13 losses, and actually, one of those losses came a couple of weeks ago in the American Cup, the last time these two players faced each other in a mini match. While Levon actually had to win 2 mini matches to win the American Cup, he was unable to win even the first mini match. Put a lot of pressure, in fact, with the black pieces in their first game, but after that, he succumbed under the tremendous pressure of Fabiano Caruana. Well, today I have a feeling he is out for blood, he is out for revenge, and we're going to have an amazing game. Guys, what fights do you have your eyes on?
Well, thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Anastasiya. Family business. I like that very, very much. Let's take a look at all the pairings. Peter, lay the table for us, please.
Certainly. Jan is playing the white pieces today against Mamedyarov, a game where I think, considering how poor of a tournament Shahriar is having, Jan would be very interested in perhaps getting a bite out of the opening and pressing on. Aronian Caruana is just a fantastic matchup.
Absolutely.
And I was shocked at how high the decisive percentage.
22 to 25, almost a 50% decisive.
Close to 50%,
wow.
Considering how strong they are and how well they're equipped in the openings. This is a staggering percentage. Rapport versus MVL is a very interesting one picked by Anastasiya, and the interesting stat there is it's 1-3 in MVL's favor.
Right.
But that victory coming in perhaps the most important game played between them so far. So Richie is sort of in the ascendancy there, winning that game in the semis of the the Grand Prix. Bogdan Deac finally lost a game yesterday, so his tournament lost some of its luster, but still having a very, very solid event, white against Wesley, and Alireza Firouzja on the white side of a game against Yasser Dominguez. He really wants to win a game. It's clear that he is really, I mean, he's been pretty much going all in with black by this point. He
Exactly.
dislikes being on -1 intensely, as you can see, but so far unable to break through.
Everybody's fighting hard, and what are they fighting for, Peter?
The prize fund in this tournament is there's a very rich purse.
Generous.
Here, as you can see, there's 100 grand up top for first, and the GCT points in the right column, they will count towards the tour standings, and if you win the tournament outright without tiebreaks, you get 13 points, and a win on tiebreak gets you 12, and very nice prize money all the way down to 10.5 for 10th.
350,000 in total prize fund as we get ready for our ceremonial opening first move, and I understand something different for today is planned, Peter.
We're not entirely sure how this will happen, but we have a bunch of people making first moves. Hopefully not on the same board, and some very illustrious people will be doing it. But we'll wait until things start happening to update you on this.
All right. It seems like our first victim.
Yeah, and this is Adrian Mutu, who is now Romanian soccer manager, which I think is not doing him justice. He was a very prominent player in his time. Played for Chelsea, played for Italian clubs of.
Ooh, E2, E3, very defensive.
Yeah, kind of a cagey little move there, but.
Trying to trap
Played
Wesley.
for Juve, played for Fiorentina, a very illustrious playing career, but is now managing. And we also have a couple of other people potentially going on stage to make ceremonial moves, but we'll wait until that happens too.
3 victims in total are expected.
Yeah.
Though.
And yeah, we continue being very pleasantly impressed by the. Yeah, and this is the CEO of First Bank Romania, Henk Pardekoper.
That sounds very Dutch.
Yeah, that is
to me. I mean, the Bank of Romania,
yeah.
CEO.
The first part of that name means horse. I don't know about the second part.
Afsluit, knight f3.
Yeah, and true
the horse.
to form does choose the horse. For.
I see Aronian sneaking on stage as the ceremonial guest departs. That was pretty. Look at sporting, isn't it? This has a little
Levon going
melee.
And this is Andrei Diaconescu, CEO of One United Properties. Making a very aggressive first move as well. Yeah.
E4, much more aggressive than the previous E2, E3. Well, that was nice. I like that. And what you were about to say is that we are getting a very impressive number of celebrities and sports people from Romania to join the tournament. That's very nice.
And,
Our shout out to the organizers.
Absolutely. And you know, for me, the filter there, so to speak, is like I really have stopped following sports ball of any kind apart from cricket at some point. But even I know who Adrian Mutu is.
Very good. And for you, have you ever been, I mean, you've had a lot of ceremonial first moves being made on your boards. Who really was some of the outstanding?
The standout?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I'm not entirely sure. It's difficult to, you get sports people, you get culture people, you get all kinds of very interesting first movers.
First movers, there you go.
But recency bias, like I have to go with Adrian Mutu has to be very much up there. He's a very prominent.
Alejandro, jump right in. Who first movers kind of knocked you backwards?
I think I surprised Anish actually, because I was a first mover in a tournament in China. And I had no business being in China. I was just there. I was on a vacation. Right. He was very surprised to see me. The organizers told me, "Do you want to make the first move?" I did. Anish was shocked.
I remember at an Olympiad in Manila, the president of the country, Corazino Aquino, came and made the first move on Garry Kasparov's table. And Gary was black, and he shook her hand and said, "Very nice." She said, "Play." So Gary made D5. She played C4. She said, "Play." Oh, Gary was like, "What?" E6. She played knight C3. And Gary said, would you like a draw? And then her spokesman said, very reluctantly, the president of the country accepts a draw from the world champion, Gary Kasparov.
Come to think of it, I think we've had like Woody Harrelson make the first move once.
Yes, for the championship match in 2018, I think. Right?
Yeah, so there has been some very prominent names roped into it.
Right. The Bishop's opening. No Petrov for you today.
I don't know the last time we had a classical chess tournament with 2 bishops opening in the same event.
It's because the Petrov has been causing.
I think it could have been maybe it could have snuck in slightly because it does transpose into Italians quite a bit, and then you kind of forget it started as a bishop opening.
C7, C6, though. I mean, the way of meeting the bishops. You're right. The transpositions.
But like, if you go knight c6 here, f4, I'm not sure it's such a great move. So I think generally, I mean, people do play knight c3, but knight f3 just immediately takes it back into classical Italians, and then you remember it as an Italian. But yeah, pure bishop openings, maybe not very often. Maybe not very often at all.
Just
never.
By accident. Looks like an equipment malfunction. What do we got going on there? Lanier was deducted 10 minutes just because, like the arbiters say, look, I know you're not going to use these minutes anyway, so let's just take it away from you.
You don't need them yet.
You don't need
Stop pretending. You don't need them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And away you go. I just accidentally happened to have the game between Jan and Shaq open on my board, and it almost looks like a bishop's opening. It's not a bishop's opening. It is a Joko piano.
We wouldn't. Like we would need to go back to move 2 and check which move order they chose,
just to make sure that it wasn't a bishop's opening. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
The Joko piano, and this early D5. There we go.
This is somewhat worrying for me, but recently I think this line has become a lot more combative, and it's at some point I felt that all of these lines where black tries to play d7, d5 in one tempo as early as possible, normally by move 6 if nothing is stopping it. They have been at some point, at least to my eyes, analyzed almost to a draw.
It's remarkable. It really is.
Because of how concrete this is and how strategically justified this is, that white needs to do something very forcing in reply to try and force the issue before black completely finishes development. And those lines seem to me like they were analyzed almost into dust. But there have been some developments recently which I think lead to positions which are still very concrete, but are geared more towards just a kind of a sharp, unclear fight, in which, yes, black I still think is completely fine, but it's less of a forced draw and more of a kind of a fighting equality. Which is something I would like to see today, because we obviously don't particularly want these players to just blitz out 25 moves of known theory.
Exactly. For me, the move d7, d5 is really the absolute challenge. Yeah. If you don't get anything against d7, d5, then this line is perfectly playable for black, and that's it. I mean, no advantage from the opening.
It is definitely the way to, at least attempt solving all of your problems in the Joko piano without having to deal with like 25 different little move orders when you play something slower, like if you go for d6, a6.
Exactly.
As we were taught to do when we were like, I'm not sure what your attitude was when you were
no. I mean, it was even perfunctory. D6 was on the board. I mean,
D6, A6, and then the feeling was you have already equalized and there will be no problems whatsoever. Like the entire opening was felt to be a cop-out.
Right.
I played the Spanish exclusively as a youngster, and when people played the Italian against me, I felt like I've already sort of won the opening battle, because they're declining to discuss the serious openings, the actual openings, and these days it's very, very different. And this is one of the most topical positions of the entire line. You can take on d3, white takes on e5. Black plays queen f5. The endgame after bishop d1, knight d3 is not supposed to be entirely equal, even though it is symmetrical and shouldn't be all that bad, but people kind of avoid it because it's not really, the engine doesn't give you full equality there.
And Alejandro, I have the impression we saw this maybe at the American Cup. It was very recent.
I think we saw, I'm trying to recall which game, but in this game, let me pull it up. Nepo. Here. Yeah, we saw the move A5, I want to say, in the American Cup. Before they took on D3, I believe it was, I want to say it was Dominguez Shankland, but maybe it was Shankland Dominguez, because they both play this variation. I think it was A5, A4, and then they took on D3.
Right.
And we went down a long variation. It's not appearing on my board, so I must have something mixed up.
I think if you want to include A5 and A4, it's probably not right here.
It's not with the pawn on H3, maybe?
Because here,
Yeah, A5, you go G4, right?
G4 and also even knight E4, knight G3 seems to me to be very promising. Although they play bishop D6 these days, yeah, and they don't really.
I know that in the
mind
American
much.
Cup we saw A5, A4. In the
Right.
Singfield Cup here we saw King H8 between Maxim Vacher-Lagrave and Dariusz Schwirtz. Maxim
Yeah,
won a-
that is the line I meant. Yeah,
yeah, that's a great game. Queen takes D3 is still the main line in this position, and I don't think we have a move yet. So Shaq's still
No.
deciding which one of the three.
Yeah. And a very interesting kind of a quirky little accident here in terms of occurrence of same openings. We have two QGAs today.
Oh, really? I've got one on.
Yeah,
my-
the face Alejandro is making, I very much relate to. But at least in one of them, White hasn't played B3, so maybe we will get one of
Some
them to a fighting
Yay.
position.
Daniel Bogdan has just played the move B2, B3, a move that I really ascribe to Rubinstein, the Cuba Rubinstein. His idea was very straightforward. He wanted to play bishop B2, put his knight on D2, and this knight comes to E5. This bishop often drops back to F3. And it was a very simple line of just trying to use your extra development, extra tempo here or there. Takes on D4. Everybody should be taking with the knight, yes,
Yeah.
and that came very quickly. But one of the problems is Wesley, when he's playing the Queen's Gambit accepted, it just feels like him and Magnuson most especially, somehow the white players just leave the opening with nothing, like
Yeah, and
nothing.
And also specifically playing B3 against Wesley.
It's not putting the pressure
it's,
on him.
It's his own pet line. He played it in this tournament against MVL on the white side. So you're not going to be surprising him very much with the ideas and the motifs of this line if you play B3. But as I said, Bogdan had a bit of a setback in the previous round.
Yesterday,
and,
yes.
If he wants to play safer, it is very understandable. And actually, in his earlier foray into this opening, he played this line against Levon early in the tournament. They had a very sharp position by move 20 where, I mean, it ended up being a kind of a dry endgame, which Levon came close to winning.
Right.
But in the middle game, they had a very sharp position, which could have exploded into sacrificial lines and would have been very, very interesting. So the
Alejandro, what was the other Queen's Gambit accepted that we're seeing
Well-
today? More excitement than this one?
It's sad news for Grunfeld players. It's sad news for Grunfeld players because this is the second time MVL said, I don't want to play anti-Grunfelds. I don't want to go into that. Let's go instead into this positions with D takes C4. Queen's Gambit accepted on both boards. Who is this? It's MVL. But in this position, we have an early bishop B3 without castling. I don't really know what the point of this is after C5. I assume that you have to castle in this
I
position.
think the point
at
is
some
you
point.
win 3 minutes on the clock.
3 minutes on the clock is
You win.
great. But I have to
Nice.
say, as a chess fan, as a chess commentator, I'm about as excited
No.
that the Queen's Gambit accepted is making a resurgence as I am for somebody telling me that the Berlin is back in action, baby. No, I mean, the Queen G8, it's a great opening. It's very solid for black, but it does lead to a lot of dry positions. There will be some exciting ones, and there will be some lines like the ones we see today between Deac and So that, yes, one side may be pushing for a little bit, but it's going to be, a slow, not super exciting fight.
Boy, I feel really sad for your chessable sales. I mean, if MVL is not going to play the Grunfeld, who's going to buy the course? Come on, they're giving up on the Grunfeld. Isn't that just a little bit harsh,
This is,
Peter?
This is, obviously the tragedy of our times.
Exactly. Armageddon, I feel. Okay, so we were seeing two Queen's Gambit accepted, and by the way,
And an interesting,
yes, please. King H8.
Yeah, King H8 has been played in 94, 97. This is, I think, still following that game between MVL and Dariush, right? And there have been, I think, more games in that line since. There was a reasonably, at least one high-profile game which followed the same line. The game between MVL and Dariush, MVL ended up winning, but it was very, very decent for Black at one point, at least.
Again, if you want to play queen takes d3, that is the main line. The king h8, as Alejandro explained, is a definite alternative.
Yeah, this is still following a game between Nepomniachtchi and Aronian as well. So
that was our stem game when we were preparing for the MVL game.
Knight e4 with the tempo against the bishop. Surprise, the bishop does not move. It just gets defended with the move knight d7. And I think we've caught up to the player thus far. Again, theory developing swiftly in this line, Alejandro?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a variation that everybody's looked at, I believe, in the past year and a half. I've looked at it for 3 different students. This variation is involving both king h8 and queen takes d3. Whether it's the Singfield Cup, the World Cup, something or another, I've ended up looking at this line quite heavily. And it seems to never end. It's one of those variations that just keeps on going, keeps on going. There's always ideas. And even the variations, they never reach some kind of forced conclusion, like some perpetual or some like dead drawn endgame. It just kind of keeps going, and it keeps the game interesting. So it's still relatively unexplored, only 4 games from this position. Okay. But people have been looking at it quite heavily. Now, White's won all the games so far in this position.
All of the games?
All of the games. But, you know, with only 4 games, not exactly.
Well, still, I mean, it kind of speaks for itself, right? 4 out of 4. What's Black been doing wrong?
I believe that the positions that you get at the end sometimes require some precision, and sometimes it's just luck of the draw, right?
Okay. May I be the first to ask, can I take the pawn? G2, G4. I chased the bishop. I took us.
But d3 will be hanging. What pawn?
Well, just a second. Just a second. I've got an idea. I want you to take on d3 with the knight.
Even that might be playable, but probably not. Yeah.
I was intending to.
Yeah, I understand. I'm trying to find a way maybe to sacrifice something here, but it won't work. No, but I can take.
You want to take on b3
and d3? Yeah, that shouldn't be very much. Yeah.
And we signed the score sheets.
I'm actually slightly worse here. I would like to look for something better, because here takes rook e7. It might be a bit annoying.
Yeah, I was about to say
bishop e4. Or
yes,
might be a little bit annoying.
Slightly better. I mean, Wesley would work hard to bring home the full point.
Yeah, I want to take on d3 with the bishop immediately. I think is a much cleaner solution, with keeping the queens on for the time being. Maybe.
Aha. That looks.
Yeah, because you did play g2, g4, so I think I'm incentivized to remind you of that by keeping the queens on. And
good point. Very good point. I agree.
I don't expect too many. Even here, I'm probably preferring white after queen f3. I think queen f3 is a clever move there, creating a threat of rook d5, hitting b7. I'm probably still picking white, but I'm not expecting very much. If I have this position in a game, I'm not expecting very much.
How did White win 4 games then, Alejandro? If it wasn't connected to g2,
Bishop
g4?
d5. Bishop d5 is the main move here.
That's the main move.
Yeah,
Bishop
and
to d5.
there was a really weird game in the Grand Swiss where I believe Sasha Kiran here against Firouzja played f5, knight eg5, h6, and White just took that exchange and won very convincingly, which I
f5, knight eg5, h6.
I believe this
took that exchange.
Yeah. He just went knight e6, knight takes f8 and won.
Shockingly, he won.
Yeah, I was there for the Grand Swiss, and I was watching that live and thinking something not quite understandable to me is happening here.
The Russian school of chess.
Yeah, optically it looks like White has more rooks, and you know, I may be wrong, but it does appear to me that White has an abundance of rooks.
And rooks being more valuable than minor pieces.
Yeah,
and you were a little confused.
I was a little bit confused, yeah.
Exactly. So bishop d5, f5 looks like an overreach, but great, you've played bishop d5. Yeah. What's the idea?
Bishop b6, I think, is what they play here. And if knight g3, as often is the case in these types of positions, the idea actually is to take on f3 and meet queen takes f3 with f5.
Okay.
This is why you play king h8, basically, to have access to the move f7, f5 in all of these types of positions.
Things are heating up.
Yeah, and this is actually following the very stem game here is the Nepomniachtchi Aronian game, in which I think Jan played d3, d4.
D3, D4.
Yeah,
Oh
D3,
my
D4, trying to
goodness.
break open the pair in the center. And I think Levon replied with F4, knight E4, and E takes D4. And that didn't quite work out. But I remember I looked at this, I think, after the game. I think Queen H4 in this position is pretty decent, if I remember correctly. White is pretty much never wars, but black is fine if they know what they're doing.
Wow. Okay. And the lifetime between these two, we have 3 wins, 2 losses, 5 draws.
Also,
Very
kind of a
close.
shockingly low number of games.
Yeah.
Like, I don't quite understand how they only
Only
played
10. How's
only
that
10
possible?
games. Yeah. And actually,
Jan just took some
50%
years off, right? Jan just took some years off.
That is true.
He didn't play that many tournaments. He played, but he didn't play like Favi that plays pretty much every super tournament that's out there. I think there was a period of, what, 2-3 years where Nepo was interested in other ventures in life.
Right.
Yeah, and I before we go too deep down theoretical rabbit holes
yeah.
in Italians, I want to point out that there is something very exciting to my eyes, at least, happening in the game we haven't even put on the board yet. The game between Alireza and Lanier. And
Alejandro, you have it on your board. Tell us what attracted you to it.
A little bit of chess fashion here coming into play because these variations of the Nimzo Indian are making a strong showing. Here at this point, I think for many years, it didn't really matter if you played c5 or d5. White was going to develop his knight, usually to f3, and then you put the other pawn in the center. Right. c5, knight f3, d5, d5, knight f3, c5. It didn't really matter. But lately, it does matter. It feels like you get into completely different scenarios, whether you play one pawn or the other. And the thing is, after d5, White has been snapping that pawn as quickly as possible, something that you cannot do on c5. And the difference is this move a3, bishop d6 and queen c2, and they try to develop with this knight g on e2, trying to play this more or less like they play a queen's gambit decline orthodox variation, but with the knight on e2 instead of f3. And you say the bishop is not out. Right. That's true, but in the variations of f3, e4, sometimes the bishop can make its way to f2 anyway, and with the same amount of tempi, sometimes the bishop is fine on c1. With the knight on f3, you could argue that the bishop on c1, yeah, it doesn't have as much use, but with the knight on e2, perhaps there will be a use for it later. And we do see this kind of plans play out here. c6, knight g2, rook e8, bishop d2. Already not a lot of games in this position, despite the fact that both sides have played what amounts to be pretty logical moves. There's only 2 games in my database, and that's kind of remarkable considering it's a Nimzo Indian on move 10, which neither side has really changed very much. But everybody's looking at pawn takes d5, tons of games being played, theories developing quickly, but it's not developed yet. b6, and the players actually played very quickly. Here, c5 met with g4 by Alireza, but it did not phase Dominguez. It's not the typical surprise in the opening, Dominguez goes into a 30-minute tank. No, he knew what he was doing because he replied very quickly with the move c4, almost instantly actually, challenging this bishop on d3. It doesn't have many squares, it has to go to f5, takes, g6, kicks out the queen before anything else. Queen g5 played quickly also by Alireza, not exactly a move that you play without preparation, who sticks the queen on g5 instead of c2 without any thought. And also without any thought, knight c6 played on the board. So despite the fact that on move 10, we had only 2 games to prepare from, we've reached move 15, and we are still in the preparation of at least Dominguez, probably also Firouzja, who has finally started to think. Crazy position. The engine probably says, oops, didn't mean to do that one. All right, thank you. The engine, of course, says zeros as usual in this position, but the plans are clear. White wants to checkmate black, and black is saying, go ahead, what are you going to do with your king? I'm going to hunt it wherever it goes. The engine actually is suggesting to castle short, but I don't think that's going to be seen in the game. Fascinating struggle, the pawn on g4. I'm not sure it's going to be a weakness or an asset. Tons of different things to talk about in this position. Of course, the weakness on d5 being targeted by the queen. It's tethering this knight, but there's counter checks on g3 you have to watch out for. So knight takes d5 doesn't work at the moment. I love this game. Right. This is the kind of game I love to see. A lot of different strategical concepts. Black has space on the queen side. White has space pretty much everywhere else. This is a slugfest. I think the players are going to be happy with what they got.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of going to give Wesley So some credit on this one. It seems to me like he's been kind of the trailblazer with the e3, bishop d3, queen c2.
Yeah, we had this game between Wesley and Shah in this tournament, which started similar and then went in a very, very different direction.
And here I think we had
American Cup,
Wesley
wasn't
So
it?
against Sevian.
Yes, exactly. That was a great slugfest.
That
too.
was a great slugfest.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Alejandro. We're definitely keeping our eyes on that one. How about our leader, Wesley?
Levon?
No.
Or Levon, yeah.
Or Levon.
Wesley's having,
sorry, that's true.
Yeah, Wesley's having a kind of a quietish day.
Queen's Gambit.
It is very, very reminiscent of that game he had on the white side of the same line against MVL. I thought that was actually exactly the same position, but maybe not just
and white
some small details might be different.
Yeah, I remember there was a Rook A7.
Rook A7 somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, that
Rook
came.
A7 somewhere.
White is very close to achieving his ideal, more or less the maximum that he could ever get as white in this position. Essentially, because you've managed to trade the A pawn for the B5 pawn, I get the C4 square. So knight D2, knight C4 is definitely what white will be aspiring to. If he can get the knight to C4, well, maybe pressure on the queen side, but usually it's considered too dry.
I mean, B3 is sort of slightly more protected than the A6 pawn, which is why it is supposedly a bit of a pull. But Wesley did not get very far against MVL. He was actually a bit better in the final position, but I think he only was a little bit better in the final position due to some slight inaccuracies by MVL.
And it's the exact same position.
It is the exact same position.
The exact same position.
Yeah, the Lichess database wasn't really giving me the very latest games there. I think it gets updated after the tournament is finished, I guess. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the Levon versus Fabi game. This, of course, is the bishop's opening with D3. And knight c6, as you mentioned, Peter, transposing into the Joko piano. The drawback of the bishop's opening, it's got to be c7, c6, as black gets to play d5 right away.
Yeah, and early in the tournament, we had a5 in this position.
Exactly.
In the game between player R and player A and player B.
Yeah, there is a Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, exactly.
And now you get
pretty strong players A and B there. Yeah.
So the
bishop b4 check without a5 is by far the second main move, or maybe even the first main move in this position.
So the whole point from White's perspective is White likes to castle. He loves to play knight c3, put pressure on the d5 pawn, try to provoke d4, and the bishop comes to life. Now you can't take this pawn because
knight g5 is painful.
Yeah, that's awkward for the second player to meet. So even though it looks strange to play the move bishop b5 check, the whole idea
you're
is
trying to provoke c3 to deny the knight on b1 the square.
Precisely.
On c3.
Yeah.
Bishop d2 is by far the mainer move here.
The mainer, I like that. The main line.
Yeah, and
there you go.
I played a number of games with queen takes d2 on the white side of this with the white pieces. And I had some decent positions, but my most recent foray into this line ended with me being like much worse by move 11 and like lost by move 15 with white, which is an achievement. I think it's not that easy to achieve in this line.
Exactly.
And Levon instead takes with the knight, which is a slightly quieter line, I would suspect, because you have given up hopes on getting it to c3, which is a major idea. But you do sometimes get very sharp structures anyway, because here after castles, if black, let's say castles,
looks natural.
Yeah, I'm expecting. I mean, white's only real ambitious plan in these types of positions is to take on d5, allow c takes d5, seemingly giving up control of the center, and then pretty much immediately go d4, e4, and then something, either knight e5 in some cases, or perhaps you go something like knight e1, c2, e3, and try to push f3 later. There are issues with knight e1. It's a bit passive. Knight c2 in this particular position you'll have to prepare it because a5, a4 is an issue. But knight e5 is definitely something you can try.
I always thought that the idea had been that you did take on d5, but you end up wanting to put the pressure on the center, and you're kind of happy that you've induced knight d7.
Absolutely, yeah.
Knight c6.
But the pawn on e5 is reasonably well protected, like rook e8, rook e1, rook e8.
And
black has queen c7.
And you just
cement. Here I think knight e3 is awkward, but b6, bishop b7 is just such a comfortable way to continue supporting
b7, b6, yeah.
And the issue with the plan that you're describing, let's say we go knight e3, bishop b7 here.
Yes.
If we don't achieve anything kind of quickly here with white, it starts looking as if we haven't really equalized, right? If black goes queen c7, rook a d8, knight c5, you definitely start preferring black somewhere.
Oh yeah, at some moment with the knight already ensconced on e3, I'm going to try a theme that you suggested, where okay, I'm
now we're much happier. We're much happier about going knight d4, perhaps even knight h4.
Yeah, I was thinking
it might get stuck after g6.
Quite possibly.
It might get stuck.
Yeah. But in any case, it does allow for a fight. Whether
Absolutely.
or not you've got an advantage, well, we can debate.
These are very interesting, very imbalanced positions. And sartorial advice from Levon Aronian.
As we... And this is not available at Q Boutique. It's the Blue Hearts.
Yet.
The Bleeding Hearts shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the Shark, and now the Bleeding Hearts. I don't know. I mean, but tucked outside.
Where does he find them?
It's a Goodwill bin. I'm sure Levon's going to love me for that one. Oof. Wow. Everybody went quiet.
Wow.
The set just went down a few notches there. Yes, well, I'm sure Annie is going to be all fired up as she's doubtlessly looking at the fashion shops. And I blundered. But I admit to my mistakes when correct. And we do have, after knight d7, by the way, going into the direction in that game between Jan and Shaq.
But without the inclusion of bishop d5, bishop b6, which I'm not sure, it's very difficult to judge which things are in whose favor in these types of positions. It's
exactly.
Very complicated, very
subtle,
position.
Right?
But I want to say that it's very, very easy, somewhat surprisingly, I think, for white to actually just straight up get mated here. If you make some kind of a way, like I think e5, e4 is, in this position, like a crushing threat if you do nothing. If you play, a2, a4 here.
No, bishop d2.
I think this actually makes my threat stronger.
Yeah, exactly. So
let's go a4. Let's not give me additional points.
Okay.
a4, we go e4, d4, knight d5.
And
I don't even want fe4. fe4 wins, but like my point was more strategically. Like I go knight d5, and I followed up with f4 and f3. And I think, this already looks like white just gets swept off the board here. Like pieces have no squares, and the attack on the king side will probably be decisive. And that's not even touching the point that f takes e4 was winning on the spot there.
I was more afraid of that, which unmasks the attack of the rook and the bishop.
You have to be very cognizant of getting completely
avoiding checkmating. But by the way, just the importance of the game between these two players. Again, they're all bunched up at the top, and for Ian, a victory would hit the trampoline, and he'd be looking at a podium finish.
Plus one is currently completely unoccupied, so
exactly.
He would do good things to his tournament standings.
Conversely, our defending champion, Shakhriyar, is looking for his first victory in the tournament. Quite a contrast between last year and this year. And a win will get him to 50%. But
not really. He's on -2.
Oh.
Yeah, he's had a tough event.
Oh,
yeah, he's on -2.
Yeah, ooh, that's tough. But yeah, what can I say? And Ian's going to the candidates, so he needs some enthusiasm as he prepares for Madrid. Knight G3, I've actually been told, is a novelty.
It's a novelty.
It's a novelty that everybody's considered, right? This is like, if you get to this position and you think bishop d5 is the main line, that's true. But what happens on knight g3, right? I think everybody looks at this.
Exactly. You want to break the pin.
Right.
And
I'm also a bit curious why bishop g6 is so horrible, but bishop f3 is just basically why you play this line. So maybe you don't even need a particular reason not to play bishop g6.
But the inclusion of king h8, bishop g6, I mean, even if I went d4, maybe I
it's possible d4
something.
is actually... I mean, take bishop b6, it's unclear.
Yeah.
h4, h5 might not be that stupid here, actually. Somewhat
Right. I mean, this is the continuation that Black showed is certainly in the spirit of the King H8 thing, and as you said yourself, very, very happily so. If you let Black go E5, E4,
it needs to be sidestepped.
You're out of here.
And I'm wondering how exactly
sidestep.
I'm wondering how, because you're kind of short on comfortable moves here. You can try knight h5, but it just looks so artificial. Where the, like, first of all, I don't know what the answer to g6 is. Yeah, queen h5 is a bit.
I'm afraid that my queen is actually just wholly misplaced on the f file.
But where does it go after knight f6? Is my first question.
Okay, I'm just.
I mean, Yasser's eyes just went like a saucer. He was like, F5 pawn, can I take that?
No,
is it possible?
No, maybe not. But I can hang. I can hang.
Yeah, and now I'm very tempted by
And after bishop f2, we cry, yeah?
Yeah, bishop f2 first of all, yeah, once again, yeah, Alejandro.
Bishop f2,
Alejandro's very on point.
And I'll play knight e4, hoping you take rook takes e4, f takes e4, check, and I win more material.
That's cruel. I'm so pleased that I defended my king. No, you didn't. Discover check, my friend. Ouch.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't. My queen can't hang out on the king's
well,
side.
You can go all the way back to e2, but then why aren't we starting with queen
e2?
But queen e2, it's queen h4 makes perfect sense there to me. And after queen e2, honestly, I would still at least be looking at e5, e4. I don't know if it's any good, but I'd be interested to at least check it out. D4.
I also like your queen h4, by the way.
Yeah, queen h4. I thought you can play like king h2, and it doesn't do very much. But maybe it's a good inclusion simply for black, and then we do whatever we want. Maybe we do the same, but with the inclusion of those two moves.
Well, also what's
strange.
What's also kind of confusing for me is like, I'm so happy I've got this great e4 square for my knight, but that's about it. This bishop on d2, this bishop on c1 is kind of suffering, and I don't know.
This is something that they do in this line quite a bit. Yeah, just play a 5 f4, which seems like it breaks every single rule in the book, but
maybe not.
Yeah, it's a kind of a reverse Lasker Capablanca from.
Yes, exactly.
Sort of. The entire
St.
point of the move.
Yeah.
The entire point of the move is just to restrict the bishop on c1 to such an extent that it trumps all other considerations. And I don't know if it's the best move against queen e2, but it definitely is heavily considered in pretty much every single position here, just to make it difficult for white to include those pieces in the game.
Does it make sense to do?
Yeah,
I mean,
in every
taser me,
position,
but a pawn sacrifice.
In every single position, this makes sense. Yeah, and maybe bishop f4 or something.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was just what I was thinking. Like, go ahead, take my pawn on c3.
I think the biggest issue, you have to have an answer to g5. I think
precisely.
I wouldn't take on c3 even.
Exactly, and this
I
is
don't
where
like opening files for your pieces.
Yeah, this is where you start to see the blossoming of the two bishops. But you made a very, very good point.
Just immediate g5. Try to chase it away and go knight d5 next.
Exactly.
Get some squares for my things.
Help me out here.
He has played d4, by the way.
I'm floundering, Alejandro.
Nah, let Nepo think. He's remember his lines. Look, you can see how he's postured. He's not really thinking over the board as much as he's trying to remember his variations, trying to remember what his files say. Obviously, knight g3, something that he must have thought about before. He's played bishop d5 himself against Levon, so he's familiar with the variation.
And
he's just remembering. And he did play the move d4, which is one of the things we considered with Dariush when we prepared this variation, because it is topical to sacrifice the pawn and hope for the best.
I got an idea. How about this, Peter? How about knight h5?
I think
I mean, you inspired me to win an exchange some time ago.
Did you need that inspiration?
What every Russian schoolboy knows, rooks are better than knights.
Yeah, I can see that being interesting, even though it feels like it's kind of not fast enough, but maybe. I wanted to go knight e5, knight g6, but then you can maybe go knight f4 anyway.
Ooh, but also I got a tempo.
Yeah, bishop g5, queen d6, and maybe then knight f4, yeah.
It starts getting kind of annoying, no?
Yeah, I'm good.
Rook e6 is a kind of a threat.
I feel that I've got good play for the pawn,
absolutely.
and I think that black will
and that
not...
brings me to I think potentially a salient point here. E takes d4 is not forced. I think bishop b6 is definitely something you could give some thought to. I don't think the pawn is going away. I don't think g takes e5 is a move white ever plays.
No, I'm not interested in... I mean, again, the spirit of d4 is not to get your pieces on outstanding
and
squares.
Kind of a larger point of bishop b6 is that I would like to start by playing a 5 f4, and only after the knight goes somewhere I want to maybe consider e takes d4 then.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
So I'm trying to remember, there was a very spectacular game between, I think, Maxim Matlakov and Levon, which there was definitely a game in adjacent positions where black played f4 and white played knight h5, and later that knight on h5 got sacrificed. After g6 it was just left there basically, and white played like d takes e5 and d6. But I can't recall exactly how the game went, because right now none of this works, because d takes e5 will not be met by g takes h5 in this position. Of course, black will take on e5 first, and it's completely winning. I have these kind of hazy memories of actually, you know, Google is my friend.
Yeah, you're not exactly at a tournament competition.
Yeah.
You're allowed to look at your database here. Okay, well, we're going to let Nepo and Shaq share their homework together. What are you going to share with us, Alejandro?
Commentators can cheat. We have the engine and we have the databases, and it's good life. But somebody that doesn't have a database is Maxime Vacherlegraph, and he's trying to figure out how to navigate the Queen's Gambit accepted. It's not his main opening. Perhaps he switched into it. But of course, we know that the years and years and years of building up that experience in the Groomfield allowed him to really manipulate the opening however he wanted. And these grandmasters have played some of their openings so many times that it doesn't matter which variation you surprise them with, they still know all of the plans, they know all of the ideas, they know the transpositions into the different variations very, very well. But when you're just starting out, when you're just a QGA player starting out, perhaps you're not familiar with all of them. And Richie's played an incredibly clever move order. Check this out. Bishop takes a4, a6. Automatic here is to castle. Everybody plays castles, and then they think on the next move. However, a4 has been seen transposing into some positions lately, and Richie played as a very cagey move, bishop b3, which at the beginning doesn't seem to pose any real problems, because after c5, what else can you do? You castle, right? This is the natural. But Richie had no interest in that. He played the move knight c3, actually keeping his king in the center for a little bit longer, so that on b5, he didn't castle, he played the move e4. So now it's a real challenge on Maxime on how do you follow up? You could play b4 and try to get that pawn. You could take on d4, but white gets a huge center, or you could develop normally. Now, there's a lot of possibilities here for black. It's a relatively unexplored territory. Only 4 games in this position, kind of crazy, including a Grischuk versus Kramnik game, which I do not remember this game at all, but Sasha beat Big Vlad in 2018 here. So bishop b7 was played by Maxime, and Richie didn't think very long and actually played the move d5, which he must have had as a preparation against some other game, because this particular position does not exist. However, in a rare occurrence, we're going to have 2 novelties in this game of chess, because this is a novelty, but it transposes back to something we have already played. c4, bishop c2, knight bd7 chosen by Maxime. Actually, if you see my right side of the screen, it pops up again. There have been players that have gotten into this position via a different move order. And maybe that's why, after knight bd7, instantly, Richard played castles, transposing into one of the lines of the Queen's Gambit accepted that I'm not sure if Maxime plays, because he's thinking in this position. However, if you check out the database,
this is just a clear. I mean, this is a Maran, right? This is
a Maran. Yes,
yeah.
This is a Maran. This is a very weird transposition into
one
a Maran.
of the absolute like classical main lines of the Maran, which I think, like in my mind, it's associated mainly with the name of Alexei Dreyev. But
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to say the Boris Gelfand Andreev game. Yeah,
it is Maxime Vacherlegraph a Maran player?
Exactly.
He is now.
He is now.
Soon we will all be Maran players.
Yeah, and also Karpov had some very instructive games in this line on the white side of it. But yeah, Dreyev has written books on the topic and played like dozens of games starting from somewhere around here. Even I like have some vague ideas of how this goes and floating in my head.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I saw that you had gotten that database of Maxime. What was the move order?
The Matlakov Aronian game is from 2019 World Cup. It's basically from this line, but it didn't go exactly like this, because Matlakov played a line with bishop b7 instead of knight d7.
I see.
That is obviously very. I mean, it's similar in spirit. But yeah, if you go bishop b7 here, they included a4, a5 somewhere. So let's say here, it doesn't really matter when. Knight g3, bishop f3, takes, f5, and it went. Let me tell you exactly how it went. Yeah. So here, Maxime played d4. Lev responded with f4, knight h5, g6, d5, gh. And this is a very, very unclear position, which Maxim kind of misplayed almost immediately and was in a lot of trouble and ended up losing the game. But this is a very sharp position, which, yeah, you can definitely get a lot of play here if you play precisely, even though black, I think, holds. Bishop f4, I think the problem is bishop f4, bishop g5 specifically. Maxim did take on h5 and was met with a very strong move, queen d3, which is potentially what he missed originally. But yeah, it was a very sharp game, which I remember they had sort of great fun playing it, and then half the tournament ended up discussing it outside because it was a very, very exciting game.
A different approach, not the bishop e7, but it's nice that you had that in your mind as something that you were weighing, and how a knight got stranded on h5.
Yeah, it wasn't an unusual enough occurrence of why just going knight h5, knowing it's not going to come back, that it stuck in my head. But yeah, the game today continued as we sort of expected. Yeah, bishop f4.
And you just planted a very salient question to me.
But I think we go bishop
why?
d2, knight d5, queen h5, and then these kingside pawns start hanging a little bit.
So from a moment ago, you were killing me with these beautiful ideas of f5, f4, f3. And now that you put your pawn on g5, you've got some regrets about going ballistic.
Yes, but specifically, like the reason I was so excited about black's prospects was all of my ideas were very much with the e-file closed.
Yes.
And like if you remember that line I started bringing up where d4, f4 was winning on the spot, and I was very specifically playing knight g5 and then f4, a kind of a King's Indian-ish idea of sacrificing a pawn to create a blockading square in front of it. Right. And with the center reasonably well closed, you are a lot happier going for these attacks on the king side.
This is the type of situation you're saying, closed e-file.
Yeah, I mean, no, in particular f4, g4, and then f4 was the idea. Sorry, e4, g4. Yeah. But the position we have, let's look at this. This is the game. Let's look at this. What we have on the screen here is a much more kind of a loose position for black, because the center is still very much open. Both bishops are now very much in play.
Working.
Yeah, rook d1 coming next. I'm guessing if you just give white a move here, the move comes kind of automatically. You go rook d1. Although some consideration has to be given to rook e6. I quite like e6.
I know, that looks
e6
like
for the rook, and then double on the e-file also looks very attractive.
In basketball, it would be like posting up on the e6 square. It looks attractive, but on the other hand, it's a pawn.
It is a pawn, yeah.
And can black find a way to utilize the e5 square?
I'm looking at bishop d6 right now.
Exactly, that was the first move that kind of went into my mind.
It's a bit of a sad move, because it feels like maybe we're trying to equalize and we're our pawn up. But the more I look at this position, the more I feel that maybe trying to equalize is where the game is at right now.
And again, you like looking at the best position, the best pieces for white, trading them off. Not a bad idea. Alejandro, jump right in.
Learning from previous mistakes, it's something chess players always need to do. I have analyzed this position in particular after the move, got it right here, amateur Lagraph game, d4 in this position with the inclusion of bishop d5 and bishop e6. So this is not the game that we have on the board here. It's slightly different, but the same style of structure. And after the moves f4, this is the game between MVL and Dariush that we kept referencing. Knight e4, queen h4. This was all prep up to this point, and MVL went to do a huge thing.
Came up with an amazing move.
Came up with the move knight d2, which is super cool.
Wow.
The best piece for white needs to move so it can capture this bishop on b6, but it was actually a genius idea.
It really was.
Pawn takes d4 was correct, knight c4, and here Dariush also went into the tank thinking about what he needed to do. He didn't really come up with the proper idea. The problem is that after the move rook d8, bishop c6, pawn takes c6, bishop d2, this configuration turned out to be very difficult for black to deal with, because you never want to take on c3. Bishop takes c3 just comes too powerful. The bishop becomes too good. It basically kills the idea of f4, which is to kill the bishop on d2. So it was difficult to take on c3, bishop takes c3 and activate the bishop. There was no good way to solve the tension in the center despite the extra pawn, and MVL went on to win a great game. If we go back to the position that we have currently, without the move bishop d5 here. So we have f5, am I missing something? Knight g3, bishop takes, queen takes, f5. He's played d4, pawn takes, bishop f4, right? Yep. So in this position, we have a very similar scenario. Every time that you scare my bishop away, with a move like g5 and put my bishop on d2, I can no longer take on c3 and resolve this central tension. The engines are saying, take on c3 because it forces white to define how you want to do this. Do you want to take with the queen, which is a little awkward, or do you want to take with the pawn? But now bishop d2, c3 is not a threat. After pawn takes c3, now I can play the move g5, utilize this tempo, and if the bishop comes to d2, knight d5, thank you for the tempo on the bishop on d2, and if otherwise you have to go all the way to c1. Yes, it looks a little scary to open up your king like this, bishop c1, bishop b2, c4, but if you calculate it out, it's not really that much of a problem because the bishop doesn't have that many great squares down the diagonal. I'll be able to chase it away in many of them. Even in scenarios where you open up the diagonal, I could play bishop d4 and exchange those guys. So it comes down to the specifics of the position, that bishop c1 is underdeveloping your position. Fascinating position here between these two players. D takes c3, the engines are saying mandatory.
Been played.
Already played.
It's already played.
Excellent.
Already played.
Yeah.
I remember my scholastics days where you're doing the Danish gambit. You
Yes.
know, d4, the guy takes. You go c3, the guy takes. You develop your pieces, the guy takes, and you're all very happy. I hear Alejandro loud and clear.
You're
that,
all very happy?
Yeah,
You're 2
well,
pawns
you're
down,
2 pawns
yes.
down. I know. I matured. Took me a while, but I got there. Whether you take it with the pawn on c3 or whether you take it with the queen on c3, you may be not happy. Maybe are you going whole
Yeah,
hog
but I
here?
mean, I will continue Danish gambiting here. I think,
Right.
Like, I would like to go c takes b2 if I can.
C takes b2.
And I think I can, because bishop e6, bishop d6 actually solves my immediate problems along the d file.
Not to mention maybe
Knight
knight
d4 also
d4.
exists, but bishop
It does
d6
exist.
is good, yeah.
Yeah, I can't exploit this. Wow.
I'm not sure, but I would like to be as many pawns up as possible here, because
point.
I feel like I will very soon have to start returning them.
Yes.
But at the worst case scenario, you're going to return b2, right? I mean,
Yes.
worst case scenario,
No.
promote up queen and
Yeah.
And that's a tempo draws the rook away
yeah.
from
Yeah.
and it is a few pawns, no question about it. Okay, d takes c3, and as you said, computer recommended. So we've got to assume that it's definitely on Ian's files
you
as
would
well.
think so, right? You don't
Right.
you don't sacrifice this pawn without knowing the proper variation the engine wants to play.
And if I do capture with the queen, I know you said it was
bishop
awkward.
b4 is a thing, right?
Bishop b4 is the thing. Of course it is.
It's a thing, right?
That's a thing.
I mean, those rooks are less higher valued than.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
White does have very, very nice looking bishops, but it's a full exchange for
Yes.
very much. So.
I think so too.
it's a-
Oh dear, bishop b4 is
So
the thing.
I think you might actually kind of
Good
have
point,
to
St.
start
Louis.
looking at those positions Alejandro was describing earlier. G5, I go bishop c1, I think unhappily. Knight d5, queen h5, and I hope that this somehow works out. If not in my favor, then at least, sort of playable for white. Bishop f2, knight d3, immediate knight d3 is also a move.
Starts to look a little bit unpleasant, doesn't it?
Maybe because of that, the queen h5 move, the engine wanted to put the c knight on e5.
Interesting. Queen h5 and then
Knight
f4 and knight f6 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, f4, knight f6 maybe, yeah.
f4 and knight f6 possibly. Although queen takes
Wow.
g5. Yeah. I want to show you a particular diagram here, just
Please.
on the Good Morning St. Louis
Style.
topic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Queen h5.
No. If we bring up it's going to take 1 second.
Please.
The Firouzja Dominguez game.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just on the topic of how this morning is going for me. It's the one up, yeah, from there, yeah. So Linear played h7, h6 on the previous move. The
And
game
we did
continued
have
castles,
court-
castles, bishop f8, queen h4, h6.
Yeah.
And I saw h6 and I thought, okay, bishop takes h6, knight takes g4, queen takes d8, rook takes d8.
Right.
And I got to some weird position where black is an exchange down, but there is some positional compensation. And then I thought, there might be something wrong with this calculation.
And knight takes e3.
Specifically, that bishop takes h6 is not a legal move.
Right.
This reminds me of Grischuk's.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Grischuk's bishop h6 against Favi, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that was horrifying. A one-move loss of the bishop.
Yeah, for those that are not familiar, there was a queen on c1, there was a bishop on e3, and Grischuk was gearing to kill the dragon bishop with bishop h6. Unfortunately, there was also a knight on d2.
There was also a knight on d2, yeah. Yeah, you had to see his face when bishop takes h6 was replied to by bishop takes h6.
No, but you know what was most surprising to me about that video was never Grischuk's reaction. I thought it was very natural. You know, oh my God, I left a piece on pre. It was that Favi captured on h6. Like he expected the bishop h6 to come. It's like, oh, now normal move, but he has to reply. What? He was not at least a little shocked.
Right? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Just as my blueprint had it going there.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, h6. I just wanted to finish our thought of where
absolutely.
we do stand on this. No, that's not the game. That's not the game.
That is the game, yeah.
This is the game. Where do we stand right here in terms of this position? Let's say if I do take.
I'm very unsure about how this shakes out. I think
Because
we would need
G5
we would need to
is-
continue calculating.
It's a very committal move.
Oh, and the good old informants, we have a sign for this, the infinity sign. Unclear.
Unclear.
Move on.
Unclear. By the way, that was really the bane of. I hated that sign in particular because it was sort of like I'm looking for an answer, not you
It's
solve
a
it yourself.
Yeah. It's a cop-out.
Yeah.
But it was a very useful cop-out because otherwise
Sometimes you just didn't know.
Yeah. So basically, like there are two extremes there, right? You give a three-ply variation with an infinity sign at the end, or alternatively, you could be Dr. Robert Hübner.
Yes, and just
and
20 sub-variations.
And your game, lasts for 5 pages of an informant, and that's no war. Like for those of you who have not grown up with informants, that features 0 wars. It's only the moves.
Right.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of playing for the same team with Dr. Hübner, and he really, really liked looking for truth.
Right.
And that very much shone through in the way he annotated games. And
So just to help people out, so the idea was it was a languageless annotation. So the idea was like I don't speak Mandarin Chinese, but if I use this code of symbols, I can explain what I was thinking. A better move was this, interesting, dubious, I blundered here, and so forth.
Most of those
and so on.
variations actually survived and are now incorporated
Yeah.
into let's say ChessBase, which is
Right, exactly.
the universal language of chess now. But,
Exactly.
But yeah, the informant were the first one to pioneer the idea of a chess periodical which would be accessible to everyone who took the time to understand the legend of those signs.
Yeah, and it was a fair amount of signs. Yeah, 2630, something like that.
Yeah. A lot of them. And there was one particular annotator, Dr. Robert Hübner, who, like you said, in this quest for truth, would have pages and pages. And I think there was one guy who said, okay, I'm going to challenge Dr. Robert Hübner. It was Gary Kasparov. Did a game that went like 20 pages.
Occasionally, yeah. But like,
it was just like what? Like these two guys arguing it out at the summit of their...
I think Dr. Hübner at some point had a book of favorite games published, and it was like a full length, like a reasonably thick book, and it probably featured like 10 games.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm not, and
you're not exaggerating.
I don't think I'm much exaggerating very much, and it's a very I don't own it. But that's just mainly because at some point I kind of started slacking off on buying chess books. But I'm pretty sure it's worth it because the way he thought about chess and the way he thought, I mean, he's just a very, very interesting and unique character. And
yes,
I got to have a few train rides together with him to and from Bundesliga and talk to him on various subjects. And those are very fond memories. He's a very, very interesting person.
An extraordinarily well-read person as well. Do we have more moves in this game? No, I think we're up to date. Over to you, Alejandro. What's happening in our newly minted MVL, Queen's Gambit accepted?
This is a pure Maran.
It's just a Maran.
Let's stop calling it that.
Yeah, this is a... Actually, I wonder if Leach has updated. Queen's Gambit accepted. No, didn't. Take 26, take 26, knight g5 has been seen hundreds of times. You get some really top-level games here. You got Kamsky, Shirov, Karpov, Kramnik, Shirov. All kinds of players have been using this setup for a while. It's not the Maran line of the day. I would say that so many other Maran variations are being played nowadays more than this one, but it still retains an extreme amount of sharpness. You don't remember your opening lines here, you could just die. Knight c5 is forced. I think everybody has played this. We did see the move queen c6 here in St. Louis.
Blunder.
In one of the Cairns Cups. I remember that Karpov played queen c6 against Koneru and lost. Am I correct? Yes. Karpov against Koneru and lost, and that's the other game. Koneru played it with white against Gunina. And Gunina went queen c6 and got obliterated because queen c6 is a very bad move. Right. Knight c5 is the move that you're supposed to play, and hundreds of games have been played from there. But it's funny that the move queen c6 had been played a couple of times, including one here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Absolutely. Just checking in also as we prepare for a break between Levon and Fabi. Again, this was the Bishop's
dry. This is quite dry.
And just feels like Black is actually
Black is one move away from completely equalizing, you would assume. And yeah, if you get bishop b6 in, you no longer have a single issue.
Exactly. But Levon has been blitzing, as we can see. There's a pretty big time difference between the two players. I mean, he may be blitzing out his moves, Peter, but does he have anything to show
I don't really
play?
think so, and yeah, as you correctly pointed out there, bishop b6 is a major idea, including bishop g4 might not be stupid either.
Exactly.
I actually thought maybe we go knight e4, but it just came from there. It's
an awkward move to take back, if you will.
And Black will not be too unhappy about taking and having a symmetrical posture.
By the way, I'm still laughing about the comment that Alejandro made in the game of Shaq when Shaq went knight a6. He said, you know, if you gave me this position for the first time, what would you do as Black? I would play knight back to c7.
Please bring it back,
back to civilization. And Alejandro, this is the drier Queen's Gambit accepted.
The other one's not a Queen's Gambit accepted. Let's stop calling
it. Okay.
It's somewhere on. All right, this one is very dry. We know that Deac came in with the same idea that Wesley had previous in the tournament with the move b3. Let's see where the deviation comes. Around here, bishop f3. Instead of the move queen d7 defending the bishop, here Wesley decided it's okay to take on f3, and play rook a7. The idea is that after rook c1, this knight on b8 is not developed quite yet and might not be developed immediately because remember there is some pressure on the a6 pawn by this rook on a4. The moment you move the knight, it will increase. Also, this knight is eyeing c6. So what is a developed piece in chess? It's a piece that's doing something useful. The knight on b8, well, it wants to come back into the game fully, but it is doing something useful on b8. It is defending c6 and it is defending a6. It's developed. That could be an argument. The problem with the rook is that it's not going towards the rest of the pieces unless you have the move rook c7, which is played immediately. So this solves the problem of the rook. The knight is going to stay on b8. You're not really playing for a huge advantage as Black, but it's very solid. It's very close to equality as well. Rook c7 is currently on the board. Deac has been thinking for a while, as he usually does. It doesn't seem like Wesley has any real problems. The engine thinks you should take, knight d2, but it doesn't create that many real threats. The rook could come to d8. You can even play bishop f8 at some point. You have some issues with the a6 pawn, but it's such a small target, very difficult to get to it, and it's so easily defended by a knight that's already on the rim. Is it fully equal? I don't know, but is it within a heavy drawing range for these two players? Very heavy.
For me, I didn't understand the move rook c1. I thought that kind of helped Black actually to get rid of his problem rook. How about knight a3? Let's just put the knight on c4 first. Maybe I'll keep the rook on f1 going to either d1 or a1 on a good day.
Yeah, perhaps it would have been more precise. I do agree that the move rook c1 seems to simplify Black's task. The engines are not impressed with anything in this position. For them, everything is like plus 0.1, plus 0.2.
I see.
It wants to play queen d5, but anything. You can play h6, you can play rook c7, you can play a lot of moves here.
So getting my knight to c4, which I really wanted to do, isn't that great as shakes?
It doesn't really change the character of the position that much. It's a nice knight, you keep some pressure, but the knight itself doesn't have a clear plan where to go to, right? You could go to e5, it gets kicked out, go to a5, you have problems with the fact that you're blocking your own rook. So yeah, it's nice. It's not, no, I think everybody takes white in this position compared to black, but if you were to guarantee that white's going to win from these positions, you almost never do that.
No, fair enough. Thank you for that, Alejandro. And can we just pop in to Ali Reza's game against Lanier, because that actually, with the pawn on g4 most especially,
position,
yeah, it does. And queen h4, h3. I like the move. Bishop h6. I like the way you're thinking. Grab that pawn, Peter. Rook d1. Yeah. Okay. I mean, he is prepping.
Is there some indication that he wants to play e4 quickly, or just?
Oh, I think it's very much so. I do believe that's his intent.
I don't think it works just yet, but it definitely is something on his mind. Yeah, I think currently e4, d4 doesn't.
So, for example, let's just make a poor choice.
Yeah, d4. I think I take on h6, take on f3, take on g4. I think it works out fine for.
No major issues here.
Queen takes f4 exists, but I'm not that unhappy about having to play f5 here, to be honest. I am a pawn up, and you've also destroyed your own king side, and currently there is not very much in the way of threats. d5, knight c5 only improves my position.
Right.
I mean, it's an unclear position, but I wouldn't feel that I'm getting mated necessarily.
That's scared. Okay. Let's just jump into our colleagues in Bucharest with Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Actually, Anastasiya, you were mentioning Ioana Ricci's wife at the beginning of the broadcast, and the active role that she's playing as a second for Ricci, who is such a strong player. But also, I want to highlight the seconds because they're so important and they're very often overlooked for these players. And I saw a couple of new fresh faces, quite interesting. Lanier Dominguez, in particular, he showed up with a second that I haven't seen before. That is Emilio Cordova from Peru. I know these two players know each other from St. Louis, and Emilio used to be a student at Webster University close to St. Louis, so they definitely created a partnership there. And another new name is actually Hairulin Ildar from Russia, who is the second of Jan Nepomniachtchi. That's another face that I haven't seen since my childhood. I was actually playing in the same tournaments, youth tournaments, European and World Championships with Ildar, and it's great to see him finally make that jump and second such a strong player as Jan. Anastasia, how about yourself? You were mentioning something about Ioana. Tell us a bit about that.
And I also wanted to say that normally we're used to see Jan Nepomniachtchi with Vladimir Potkin, right? But now we saw some photos from Russia that he was playing in the club championship, so maybe he was just busy. And actually, yeah, I mentioned Ioana today, and I think it's really great that we spoke about family business. It's really great that she's helping her husband, and imagine finding the novelties which kind of killed Grunfeld of Maxim. I don't see him playing Grunfeld so often after that game. And I don't know, it feels like maybe I don't know that yet, but maybe they managed to surprise Maxim today as well, because he spends quite a lot of time during the game, and we see already 20 minutes gap between them. And I wonder if the preparation also worked today. And it's really nice that Ricci always speaks about her and always speaks about her support. I always try to find out if he has any other seconds, but he never says about anyone else. And I'm sure that Peter and Yasser, who have so much experience and played in the candidates, they know how important to have a good team of supporters, especially before such an important event, but we don't hear anything about it. So I was wondering if you have any other information.
Absolutely, and as you were mentioning, Ricci is quite secretive about his seconds and the players that he's working with. And I do believe that MVL, probably the Grunfeld that you were mentioning, was one of his last losses in the Grunfeld. And we saw him in this tournament trying to shy away in the game against Wesley. So as well as in this one, he starts off with D5. Quite a new approach for MVL. Definitely some tendencies to avoid
the Grunfeld. Interesting approach. And as you were mentioning, I do want to ask Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro, what do they think the role of a second should be? Should they be only analyzing? Should they be emotional support? What's the balance? What has to be the balance there? Guys, tell me.
I think you said it well. There is a balance, and it is emotional support. It's just that spiritual go-get-'em tiger that you want to hear, as well as, yeah, I checked the line, and it's perfectly good. You can play it.
Yeah, I think ideally there, ideally there needs to be a balance of that in the same person. Like for me, people I've worked with over the course of my career, people who hired me perhaps have a different opinion. But when I talk about people who were helping me to prepare for candidates, I always thought that an emotional connection and a kind of a level of friendship is a pre-requirement, because otherwise, you're going to spend a lot of time with this person,
right?
Looking at chess, and if there is absolutely no connection on a human level, it's not going to be a particularly enjoyable experience. And I was very, very happy and very fortunate to have people like that help me along the way. Yeah. And on the topic of seconds being there, yeah, shout out to Baton. Jan Nepomniachtchi actually sent me a picture of him and Ildar flying into Bucharest, and I failed to recognize Ildar. Talking about my facial, he did grow a reasonably, cushy beard, but still, like, we've played for the same club for like 5 years straight. It's inexcusable.
You should have seen through the beard.
Yeah, I apologize. But he's been helping Jan for quite some time. It's just perhaps been slightly under the surface. But they've been friends for forever and ever, and working together.
Let's get Alejandro. You've definitely been both second as well as having people help you. I remember you playing so well in a U.S. championship. Tell me, Cristian's idea. What's the balance?
It's a tough one, right? Because as Peter said, you spent so much time together. It's like for when Favi, Cristian, Dominguez, and Rustem and I were preparing for the World Championship as a team, it was months. I mean, it was months you spent on the same house with these people. You never really got breaks, right? You would go to like the supermarket, you go to the restaurants, but besides that, you probably spend like every waking minute with them. So you kind of have to like them. If you don't like them, it's a pretty miserable experience. But I felt that it was a tough balance because you are doing a ton of work, but you're also there to support your player. Things don't always go according to plan. Sometimes everybody has to do things that they're not particularly part of the contract. As my boss here at the St. Louis Chess Club likes to say, other duties as assigned. And you find yourself doing a lot of that, right? Not specifically chess. So of course there's a big deal on chess and analysis and openings and stuff like that. But getting your player to a point where they're comfortable in their skin, playing chess the best possible way, that's the main job of a second. And how that comes together, I think, is very individual to every player.
Well said. By the way, as we prepare for our break, in the game of Richard and MVL, it did seem to take Maxine a while to recognize that Queen C6, as played by Karpov and others, is actually just a bad move, as Queen F3
because of Queen F3, H3,
and Queen H3, and you're tickling this big weakness on E6, whereas Knight C5, vastly superior move.
This is the old theory. This is all those Karpov share of games and Kramnik share of games. It goes E5. I've been wondering why E5 is not met with Queen C6, but I'm sure there is a reason.
I beg your pardon.
E5 is the main move after Knight C5. And the games kind of automatically continue. Queen takes E5, Rook E1, Queen D6. Yeah.
Over 800
Those
games?
are probably computer games mainly, but yeah, like Queen takes D6, or Bishop takes D6, Bishop E3, castles. Yeah, all of these, like, this is the absolute classics, and some of them were won by white, but I think by this point it's supposed to be kind of a forced draw after Bishop C5, Knight E6, Rook FC8. I think it's been equalized by machines, basically, by this point.
I'll take your word for it that the line goes very, very deeply. As we prepare for break, we've got some thing from Q Boutique. What's our special today? Friends and family discount of 5% still, Peter?
Possibly.
Possibly. What do we
Possibly. Yeah. Today we're showing you traditional Staunton. Oh no, that's not. That's for the future. Apologies.
Got you on the Thursday.
Yes. Celebrate the Grand Chess Tour. It says with a limited edition 2022 T-shirt, and there you see very prominently the baggage
Zags
tags.
in St. Louis.
The baggage tags,
tag.
Features all of the stops along the tour on the back of the shirt and the
Nice.
St. Louis Chess Club logo on the right sleeve. As with most other things we're showing you on this program, it is available at cuboutiquestl.com, your one-stop shop for chess-related shopping.
Wonderful. We'll see you on the other side of our break.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of two unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second-best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah!
There's my boy. Look at that kid. You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
And as you can see on your screen, one game has already finished. The one we were sort of overselling perhaps a little bit before the start of the round, because the percentage of decisive games prior to today between Levon and Fabi is staggering for two players
Absolutely.
who have been habitually over 2,800 at some point of their careers. But today it's been a very quiet affair.
22 decisive games,
And now
25 draws.
27, I think it was 26, but it's still like a 45% decisive games.
This was the Bishop's opening game with Bishop to D2, and the play, well, let's face it, was rather quiet throughout. Nothing really happened. It just seemed like more pieces kept coming off. And the moment we saw this, directly during our break, saw that, we say, okay, Levon, he's in first place, or at least tied for first.
I don't know if that was his.
Down.
I don't know if that was his intention prior to the game, but it definitely became his intention somewhere around here when he realized he has nothing, and he might as well, not, shuffle the pieces around. And updated standings with this game being finished. Levon is in the lead, but that is with, against Wesley having game in hand. So Wesley, if he doesn't lose today, will at least catch up.
Exactly.
His position is very dry, so you don't really expect him to win from that QGA that he has on the board. So very likely we will have still a tie for first.
My pick to win the tournament, Fabiano, the American Cup champion, is only at 50%.
Only on 50%, which is the vast majority of the tournament is currently on 50%.
And after 94, they traded, and after more trades and more trades.
Yeah, the one move that is perhaps slightly noteworthy for our viewers here is this move after xe6, which seems counterintuitive. Why spoil a structure like this? But control over the open file is just way more important here than spoiling the kingside structure, and it immediately forces a draw because white cannot really tolerate leaving the rook on d2 unchallenged.
Absolutely.
And this is a mechanism you see very, very often of
repeating the
position. It's a very logical repetition here because if you give white a couple of moves, with only two rooks on the board, you don't really worry about the e65 weaknesses that much, but generally speaking, allowing king f2 and king e2, king f1 and king e2 would be a strange thing to do here with black.
Exactly. Once king e2, you cover all the business squares, and maybe these double pawns do get to be tickled. Anyway, a well-played draw. What can I say, Alejandro? Draw, draw, draw.
Yeah, I mean, it was a solid game between these two.
Yep.
Not much to speak about it. We can move on from that game.
Let's do it.
All right, we have this game between Firouzja and Lanier. Fascinating struggle here. White has played the move rook d1, hinting at the fact that e4 could be playable because bishop takes h6. Perhaps I could even take back. We've analyzed a lot of these lines. In preparation, Lanier, as usual, took a long think and played the move b5. Now he's preparing himself to go b4, maybe even a5, b4 in certain positions. If you take on b5, of course here I'm going to have rook b8. Because I haven't thrown in the move a5 just yet, I do always have a6 to push the knight back if I need to, and then take on b2. No reason to allow the rook on the second rank. b5 knight will not be met by knight takes b5. The question is, what do you do against the principled e4? And this is where it could get really, really sharp. D takes d4 seems more or less forced. You don't want to allow the move e5. You're also hanging the pawn on h6. D takes e4, bishop takes h6 would be a logical continuation. And here things get crazy. The agents are giving some inhuman lines in certain variations. For example, pawn takes f3. You could take on f3. I don't think that I would consider pawn takes f3 very seriously as a human, because I see, first of all, rook f3, rook h3 as helping white. And because once you spot bishop g5, bishop takes f6, you're starting to wonder if you're just straight up lost. Interestingly, the agents think that after takes, and this brilliant but beautiful move, bishop g7. I'll let you guys go through the variations there. Bishop g7 equalizes the game, and we're going to go down these lines because it's a bit of a rabbit hole. But first, we're going to go with Cristian, who has Levon Aronian with him.
Thank you, Alejandro. Levon, welcome back to the studio. At the beginning of the broadcast, I did mention your game as a highlight, at least for me, because you said that you're looking for revenge after the American Cup. Did the strategy change at any point, or when in the game, during the game, did that strategy change, if at any point?
Yeah, I think somehow it didn't really go the way I expected in the opening. I was thinking to get something more playable.
Without revealing too much, you started off with the bishop's opening. Did you want to avoid the Petrov, or what was the main idea?
I wanted to have a surprise.
Just have a surprise, get a game.
Yeah. And then I think, somehow I really forgot what I was intending to do in this bishop b4 stuff. Because, well, there's so many other moves. I mean, a5 is very popular. And there was a game played here already.
In this event?
Yes, with Nepomniachtchi playing with black. Yeah. So I remembered that I thought that maybe this is playable, but then I forgot that I actually played a game like this against Fabio already.
You did?
In a blitz game.
You did?
Yeah.
And he actually, it seems like he played quite a couple of times against Magnus himself, and one of the main proponents. And it seems like you also played a game with the black pieces against Nepo. Did you remember that game?
Actually, not. Yeah. No, I just, well, honestly, I didn't think that Fabiano is going to go for this. I thought he would play something else. And then, I thought, okay, the principle is to take ED, but I couldn't really see what's great with my position. And here, okay, knight g3 is kind of a little try, because rook e1, bishop f5 is finished. It's totally drawn. But queen d6, I think, just leads to a draw. And it's not like I was, so keen to play something risky or something. I just thought that I should give a little try, and if things don't work, I'm in a good situation. And, well, I'm playing white, which is the new black.
We discussed that yesterday, of course.
And the black is the new white, so I have to play solid.
Speaking of that, you're actually going to have a very difficult game tomorrow against Nepo, himself the challenger for the World Crown last year. Are you in any way, shape, or form fearful of, let's say, his preparation at all? Or?
I'm fearful of everybody.
Okay.
And that's the way you're supposed to be.
And when you're fearful, you feel like you're playing better chess?
When I'm
more conservative, or?
Well, the thing is, I'm so self-confident that from time to time I have to force myself to be fearful. And I think this is a lesson I learned from Mike Tyson, because he said, because he had the same approach, he was very self-confident, said I had to remind myself that I can get knocked out every second. And that was keeping me from, flying in the sky and thinking he's unbeatable. So you have to remember that your opponents are very good, and that if you're a very confident guy like me or Mike Tyson, and then things will work.
Perfect. Levon, well, you're most likely going to go into the last couple of rounds as the co-leader, unless Wesley pulls off a miracle today. Stay away from the knockout, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Levon.
Levon.
Always interesting interviews with Levon.
Quoting that sage of our days, Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. And along with the Grandmaster preparation there, that very high level 2800, I forgot. Yeah, just
no. This I can very much. I instantly remembered a story in my own personal practice. There was this story I played when the Monaco tournaments were still going.
The Melody Amber events.
Yeah,
yes.
I played some kind of an arty martial against Peter Leko, and without going into details, since we're not going to be bringing it up on the board, I played a line which was reasonably rare at the time, and we both were playing. Like Peter Leko was a huge specialist in all of those positions, but so I thought was I, and I played some kind of a strange little plan, and he blitzed out like the first 20 moves, showing a very unorthodox idea. Like he developed the bishop to e6 and then voluntarily played bishop e6, c8 to put it on b7 later. Instantly comfortably equalized, perhaps even more. I didn't react in any kind of a proper fashion and lost in 25 moves with white. And after the game I said, how come you weren't entirely surprised by what I did. And he looked at me very strangely, and I said, "Why are you looking at me like this?" He said, "You played this against me in the Blitz 3 months ago or something." And I thought, yeah, that actually makes some sense now. Yeah, that did happen.
That did happen.
Yeah, that did happen. And yeah, so those kinds of senior moments, I wasn't even that senior at the time, I was preparing for future senior moments by getting the training in. So I could relate to Levon, saying, "No, I don't remember any of those games you're quoting to me."
Well, because we had a discussion, and you're welcome to join our discussion by sending us your tweet, but because we had the discussion about being a second and weighing that friendship versus opening preparation, prior to his World Championship match in Murano in 1981 with Victor Korchnoi, we're in Lausanne. And Victor's getting this homeopathic vitamin therapy, and we discover something very, very, very nice in a Queen's Gambit decline variation that Anatoly Karpov plays. And I wrote everything down, and I showed it to Michael Steen, and Michael was glowing in his approval, and it appeared on the board. It was like magic. It was absolutely fantastic. I mean, there it is on the board, and Michael and I were so enthusiastic. Like, we've got Karpov, we've got the Soviet team, we're going to win this game. Victor thought for like an hour and 15 minutes and played something completely different from what we had. And I said, well, Victor, and it was a draw. So, Victor, why didn't you play our analysis? And he goes, "Oh, I forgot." Think Acapulco, cliff diving. I mean, it was just like, you forgot the one great idea we had for the World Championship match. You're not permitted to forget. You can't forget, Victor. I mean, it was terrible. It was. As that happened, Alejandro, you prepare your charge so well, and you've got and it happens, and then they forgot the analysis. They misplayed it. A finger failure.
I mean, this happens all the time.
All the time.
I wish I could say it doesn't, but after coaching at all different kinds of levels, it happens at every level. Like every level. Yeah, people forget things consistently.
How about Jan today? Has he forgotten his prep? How's he doing?
I think Jan is just remembering some stuff and adding some spice. This is an interesting game so far. The engines, of course, say it's a pawn.
Right.
But there is compensation, and it's not easy to play. You can see the bishop is coming back to c2 and attacking f5. For the moment, this king is also a little bit exposed. It's not super happy this diagonal is open. Nothing going on for the moment, but you can imagine in later positions, this king is not going to be super safe. So black needs to solve these problems. He has good knights, he has a good queen, he has a couple of rooks that's going to be fine. The rook is coming to e8, no problem. But what do you do about this pawn? You can't let white just take it for free. Right. You're not going to have a good position after that because this bishop is kind of running free. So you could play the move f4. It attacks this knight on g3. You don't want to throw in pawn takes f4 because it just opens the g file for the queen. So you want to throw in the move bishop c2. This is probably what the players are calculating at the moment. Bishop c2, queen somewhere, probably on g8. f3 also possible, by the way. And now either knight e4 or knight f5. And I think in both scenarios, the rook will come to e8, and we're going to have a mess on our hands. This structure is unstable. The king is a little bit weak. White's king, not so much, but it does have some tactical issues. Sometimes these knights are nice, but what do you do with both of them? Only the knight on e5 is playing. The knight on c6 would like a better square now that it's controlled by the c3 pawn on d4 and b4. It cannot access e5 itself because of the other knight. Fascinating little struggle. And speaking of remembering, the guys that are probably trying to remember their theory is the idea between Richard Rapport and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who are probably very well aware that this was topical like 20 years ago, and neither of them are Maran players, and they're just kind of winging it, remembering a little bit of this, a little bit of that, because hundreds of games have been played in this position, including some classics, and they still each have spent about 40-45 minutes to get to this position. So
yeah, it's a very funny spectacle of two extremely strong players kind of inventing the bicycle here. Right. And they will get there, but
frame and all.
Yeah, Yeah, but it's a very, very well-known tabia where there have been some very famous games between very strong players. But also, I think
tabia is another one that we should add to the list of chess terms. You can explain that one.
Yeah, tabia from the Arabic was a starting position when chess was first played. It was a much, much slower game than it is today. The pawns couldn't move 2 squares. The queen couldn't rage all over the board. And the idea was that in the ancient game, they played very slowly, and they had these setups that they liked, and they became known as tabias, opening setups.
I would actually like some guidance on this. I'm not sure if... Actually, are we? Because I've always said I've always pronounced it tabia, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's actually tabia.
I think you're right too.
But I can't force myself to relearn it somehow.
Right. I mean, you've got it in your mind.
It is so
tabia,
stuck. Yes,
yeah.
so stuck in my mind as
Exactly.
tabia that I keep on mispronouncing it. But I'm pretty sure it is tabia actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, Peter, when we're talking about the tabia of the game between Richard and MVL, I think you just said Bishop c5, Bishop c5.
You include Rook a1. Yeah, I basically.
And I think
in my hurry to show off my knowledge,
you forgot to include the move Rook a d1.
Yeah, Rook a d1, of course, is a very important inclusion here.
Because you are tickling the bishop.
Yeah.
And
You're just winning a full tempo here because
right.
Bishop b7 is fairly forced.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to drop a knight in the way. First of all, you're hanging this pawn with a check and other issues. So Bishop e7, and only now...
And now you take, you go knight e6. Yeah.
And,
but still, after Rook fc8, I believe the current understanding is that black holds here.
And usually
you're
you
not forced to take
the...
on c5. I think the famous Kramnik-Shirov game featured some kind of a pawn march on the king side. I think he went for some sort of h3 followed by g4 plans.
Not Bishop c5.
I don't think you can play
F5.
g4 straight away. I think you can play h3 though. I think this is this is the Kramnik-Shirov game.
Wow.
And maybe even an earlier game by Karpov, I have a feeling. Maybe Karpov won his game against somebody and then Shirov held against Kramnik, which is how it went. It's a very sharp endgame. It's a very imbalanced sharp endgame where black obviously has a very, very nice structure on the queen side.
Exactly.
And I think if you just look at the pawn structure here, you pick black because black made more progress towards creating a passer on the queen side.
Sure.
But white has by far the more active pieces, and I think in general black is the side fighting for equality here, but equality should be available if you play precisely.
Yeah, but you kind of, like what you say, it's 3 versus 2, the majority is on both sides. But you got the 2 bishops. I agree, the rooks are very, very handsome, but yeah, well, that's why it became such a very topical line. It's fun stuff. This is a game that people like to see. It could be an entertaining position. Alejandro, back over to you, and what has caught your eye?
No, I'm just following this game, actually.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay, well, that's good.
We can go around the horn a little bit. Let's see if there's anything new. Nope, still thinking about after Queen e2.
Bishop c2.
And
Queen f2
played by Alireza. A little curiosity, it was actually the engine's top move tied with the move e4. There were a lot of lines to calculate after e4. Queen f2 a little bit more passive. Prepares the advance.
It prepares e4 again, right?
Because it prepares e4 because of
hanging.
takes, and at the end, this battery is attacking f7, which is probably why the engine wants to go queen d7. You can see that arrow, defending the pawn on f7. It also might prepare h4 and g5, which is a favorable change of the structure as well for white. Maybe even h4, knight g3 on g5, and then ask this knight where it wants to go. h4, knight f4, g5 with a similar idea, also targeting the pawn on d5. So a more multi-purposed move than the direct e4. It's hard to say which one is stronger. There's different ways of handling the position. I like this one. It keeps up 2 ideas at the same time. Challenges Linear to find a move. Notice that his last move was the move b5. If you want to follow up with a5, as I mentioned earlier, when the pawn is on a5, I can't take this pawn because rook b8 runs into a4, and you can't actually move the knight from b5. It doesn't mean that this is losing or anything like that. You lose a pawn, you sacrifice it, and you have some compensation, but I don't know if it's enough. Queen f2 played a little bit more of a cagey move. Also like it because it makes Linear think. Right. And this is always a good thing to do in your games.
Thank you for that, Alejandro. And once again, a reminder, Peter, of our upcoming schedule.
Yeah, the schedule is straightforward, but then the next bit of info is potentially very interesting. We have 3 rounds left, one today, one tomorrow, and then on Saturday we will conclude proceedings with round 9. But that small print at the bottom there, this is the playoff scenario.
Okay.
If 2 players are tied for first, they shall contest a rapid round robin. Well, that's not a round robin really, that's a match.
Right.
You start with game 15 plus 10 rapid game. If 3 or more players, they will actually play a rapid round robin.
Right.
But because of time concerns, they will play 10 plus 5. It's either a very fast rapid or very slow blitz. I think it's probably still a very fast rapid. And if it's still a tie after all that, there will be a single Armageddon game, no blitz portion whatsoever. You just go straight to Armageddon, 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black obviously gets draw odds. I'm assuming if the graphic doesn't mention increment from move 61,
don't assume anything.
Yeah, but
do not assume
we would like some clarification if you could check this for us, because I think in case of Armageddon, this is still very far away. But these days, it's a very kind of an important question in terms of what this Armageddon looks like, because 5 against 4 with no increment whatsoever is a very different game to 5 against 4.
Big difference, yeah.
With let's say a 1 second increment from move 61.
I love the playoffs to determine the champions. I think that's great. I hate the mathematical formula. I was very, very happy, I'd like to get your thoughts, that FIDE made the candidates tournament also a playoff. Previously, it only had these tie breaks, and they were a little bit arcane, and some people were unhappy. Maybe Vladimir Kramnik was unhappy in 2013 when he lost the tiebreaker mathematically.
I think, like from any kind of a viewpoint, if we want to develop chess as a spectator sport, if we want to attract more viewership, if we want to promote chess properly, I think the idea that two players finish on the same score and then we consult some kind of a Sonnenberg burger and then have to explain to the viewing audience
what is a Sonnenberg
burger is.
Explain to the audience, explaining it to me.
Never mind.
It's not great.
It's not great.
And generally you want, in particular when it's something important at stake, you want that to be decided over the board.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I understand that classical time control purists perhaps feel that if the entire cycle is classical and then a very important part of the cycle is decided in shorter time controls, I've heard those objections and I sort of understand where they're coming from, but I still feel it's infinitely preferable to just taking out your Excel spreadsheets and like your draw in round 3 against somebody who is having a bad event is somehow making you not qualify for the title match. Doesn't feel right.
Yeah, and more and more different playoff scenarios as well. Where in Norway, for example, they have Armageddons to determine the point splitting in case of a draw. I love that.
A lot of thought has gone into solving this problem in recent years. And one thing I really like is the fact that all the ideas that were basically talking points, but nobody was brave enough to actually try and implement them and see how they work, are now getting a trial run. For instance, like the America's Cup that just concluded here, which featured double elim, I believe, for the first time at least for the first time in top tournament practice in chess. I was very, very happy about that because it felt to me that at the very least we need to see how it works for chess, and I would assume it works quite well because it works quite well for all kinds of other games, and I don't see why it wouldn't work for chess. So I thought, and I think we have to credit Alejandro there, who is standing there pretending he doesn't listen to me say these things. But I think he was one of the people who was very seriously advocating for it.
And I remember Alexander Halichman back in the days of Las Vegas and the World Cup advocating for a double elimination, pardon me. And it worked really, really good for the
I think it's a very natural fit. It produces
audience.
It produces more action. It produces more things to discuss. There is more intrigue, and also, compared to a single knockout, two-game mini matches are extremely harsh.
They really are cool.
Yeah, and giving the field a second chance feels like it's a good idea in general. So yeah, I was very very excited to see that this finally gets a trial run.
Good.
And I'm hoping we will see more of that in the future.
Good. Turning our attention back to chess for a moment, Ali Reza just played this move, Queen F2, and the more I've just kind of gotten a chance to zen into it, I like it. I like it a lot, actually. White is prepping H3, E4. He's also, on a good day, Alejandro's been pointing out that knight takes B5 is a nibble. You don't want to lose the pawn on B2. Maybe the queen on F2 with the knight coming to G3 actually does something.
I've been watching Alejandro talk about this position, and I did notice that it was very curious to me that A5, knight B5, if we continue down that road, A5, knight takes B5, rook B8, A4, the temptation to just stop here and say we're a pawn up here, I think is quite strong. But I did notice that the engines were, I think, giving black a slight edge after knight B4.
Yep.
I don't know if black is actually better, but the fact that the engines just don't hate it at all,
is remarkable.
This much is clear, that at the very least you can state that the engine doesn't dislike this. Is quite curious, because the knight on b5 will be very difficult to challenge in general.
And
so
I think
we're just playing around it. We're just saying, please keep it there. It's not supporting e3, e4 anymore. You probably have to abandon the ideas of at least an immediate attack in the center. You have to deal with the threat of knight d3. You might have to make an incredibly ugly move, knight c1. I don't know if it's forced, but it definitely is one of the candidates here, because allowing knight d3 looks ugly.
Right.
But knight c1 also doesn't look like
it's not terrible.
Yeah, and black, I guess, just plays, I don't know, queen d7 and continues quietly.
But that's the type of thing where I think as a human player, certainly as a grandmaster, you go, oops, a3, a4, end of story. I'm not analyzing any further. And the fact that the computer has nothing else to do with its teraflops, but to go, no, it's okay, night before. That is remarkable.
And also the reason I bring this up is that a5 is probably the most forceful way to preempt the white advances in the center, because we do have to deal with at least the idea of
eventually, is it something like if we go queen d7?
Yeah,
okay, protecting the pawn on f7. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, now it shouldn't work.
Right. It's still not the end of story, though. I can imagine crazy ideas like g5 or something. No, I don't know.
Not buying into
but queen d7, and you don't have to play a5 and b4. You can do it slowly.
Maybe.
Knight g3. Okay, I'm assuming I'm playing more like a human player now. b8.
Yeah. Can I
h4 or?
H4 is one idea that Alejandro also mentioned. I keep on trying to push e3, e4 without any further ado, but I think the issue is you will take on e4.
Yep.
And if I go like knight takes, I think knight c4, knight d5 I just hate. I think knight d5 just stabilizes so well.
Oh,
here
I see.
That
that's why you want to take
I think
with
I have to take
knight.
with the other one to at least try to prevent you from getting the knight d5 move in.
Okay.
But you take on e4, I guess, and then bishop g7. And I did blunder bishop takes h6, though, if you play bishop g7. So, I mean,
we saw that Daniel Deac against. I mean, when he played the move bishop takes a3. Remember when Daniel played that move? It was a little bit of a shock.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
It was like I wasn't looking at knight d5 to c3, and here bishop takes h6 is a bit of a shock.
But I feel like I'm trying to force some things here. Like I'm demanding more of white's position than there's there.
Exactly.
Yeah. And queen d7, by the way, played by Linier, so we will see what Alireza feels about all of these things.
Something to be said for h4, g5 right away, Peter?
Yes, but like without knight g3, black will just.
Okay,
let's try.
Let me
H4.
put an idea on the board. So I'm going to play h4. So the idea is let's just put another move. You could play rook b8 as well, something like this. And here it's very self-evident what I'm playing for. I want to play g5 and gift me the pawn.
Yeah, which is why black needs to be much faster. Obviously, bishop g7 is a kind of a non-move. Yeah, you need to be doing something much more proactive.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what, though.
I mean, rook b8.
Yeah, let's go rook b8.
Rook b8.
Let's go rook b8.
Let's drop in and see how fast is the move b5, b4. You were here. It's time for b4. or you don't.
Yeah,
like
I kind of hate it without a5, but maybe you have to. Yeah, before knight takes.
Exactly. The problem I'm having with a5 is this is g5 is coming super fast, and again, I'm hating on losing a pawn. Maybe the computer says it's not so bad. Keep playing, takes, knight h7, but b4, a, b, knight b4. Knee-jerk thoughts here, Peter? Are you?
I think I go
happy?
bishop c1. It's much easier for me to make a move here than to assess what's happening. I think bishop c1 is a very clever move here because I think we need to be more prepared for knight d3, and we absolutely need to keep the pawn on b2 covered so that we don't blunder it in the future.
One of the drawbacks.
But I have no idea how to assess this position. It's
one of the drawbacks for me of the move bishop is that now with the knight on b4, bishop d6 is offending.
Yeah, sure. But if we play g4, g5, which is sort of continuing along the same path, we
exactly.
takes, knight h7, the pawn might just drop. You know, queen f5 might be coming very quickly here.
It's still not the end of the story for
Absolutely
me, though,
not,
because
yeah,
I do have a trick. I do have a trickies. Knight takes, e4, and I'm
even
dreaming.
like game continues even here, right? I go knight
Yes.
f4, knight g2, rook takes b2. Who knows what that is?
It's a mess everywhere we look. And again, at the end of the day, the rook will actually be doing something on b2. Okay, that's fun. We'll definitely keep an eye on this one. And
definitely of the sharpest position we have so far, despite the fact that, for instance, the Nepomniachtchi Mamedyarov game features a very disbalanced position with a black upper pawn.
And by the way, bishop c2. Shaq
he
played
played
a6,
which I saw on Alejandro's screen.
What?
It's a very like the point is he will play knight e7 now after bishop c2, and white will not have queen b5.
Wow.
That's a concept.
I mean, okay, you know what we do? It oftentimes happens that we're on set and we have a position like this, and Alejandro says something like, well, you know, there's a serious threat in the position, and I go, what is that? And Alejandro says, my serious threat is I'm going to play the move bishop c2, and the pawn on f5 is just falling, and your game's terrible. So I well, let me show the audience. I'm going to make a passing move, a bad move. And then he plays a7, a6, bishop c2, knight e7, and you immediately spotted the positive
stopping queen b5 here is actually quite important.
Useful,
because it would attack quite a lot of things along the fifth rank, and also the b7 pawn too.
Exactly.
Which may be less important, but still.
A queen hitting the e5. Yeah.
But I sort of came prepared because I did see that that was the second suggestion after 4 bishop c2 queen g8 on Alejandro's screen.
If I sensing a weakness, I'm going to double up.
I guess I can also double up, right? I can go rook f7, rook af8. And we kind of reach parity on the attacks and defense on the f5 square. And eventually, maybe I will play queen f. No, I don't
you just get your queen off of the.
I don't have a good square though. Like I wanted to say I will play queen e6, and then I realized this will blunder and exchange to bishop b3.
I mean, I don't know about the parity because I can definitely put more pressure on the pawn on f5 than maybe you can.
Yeah, maybe I can play g5, g4 in one of these positions.
Ah, okay. Major blink.
Yes, but.
G5, G4. Okay, definitely. That's. And by the way, rook f2 on the board.
Don't blink being.
Don't blink.
One of the all-time. Yeah, a3 is still a move that has been played, but one of the rare ones here after rook fc8.
A2, A3.
And I think showing to a degree the fact that maybe Ricci himself is not as familiar with this position as you would have expected, this being, still a very, very heavily trodden, theoretical ground. Because I don't think b5, b4, at least until black played rook a b8, b5, b4 isn't as much of a threat, because after knight a4, you have to go to squares you perhaps don't particularly want to occupy due to the knight b6 ideas.
Because you've been mentioning that there's been so many games from this specific position, I gotta ask the question, do you know what would happen after rook e5? There's something I find attractive about rook e5. If I think I think I just go bishop f8. Yeah, that was my point, was that I was thinking that I could try to sneak my rook over to g5 when all your pieces might be huddled on the queen side.
But bishop f2, we keep on blundering the pawn is...
How can my pawn not be on h3? How dare that be the case? bishop f2, king f2, knight g4 check. Don't play rook e5. That was the point I wanted to tell
Possibly
you.
one of the ideas of h2, h3, which is actually the major move in this position. It's the most often played move in this position is actually h2, h3.
Prepping.
But I think
e5.
mainly with the idea of g4. Because
mainly with that. Okay.
I think if we delve slightly deeper into this position, the knight on f6 is the reason black's position doesn't fall apart, because rook d7 never happens, right?
Right.
So you want to play h3, g4, g5, and get the d7 square for your d1 rook. And if that happens,
makes sense.
You make tremendous amounts of progress. So h3
Drive
is
the knight away.
Yeah, h3 is played, I think, very specifically with the idea of following it up as g4.
Okay.
And yeah, black needs to be precise, and I will not claim I know exactly how to equalize after it.
Brings me to the question of a2, a3, because that has nothing to do with h2, h3 and driving the knight away, a2, a3.
It's a prophylactical move against black's potential counterplay on the queen side. And you very often, with your knight on c3 these days in all kinds of structures, you see players spend a tempo on a2, a3, just to secure the knight on c3 so that it cannot easily be chased away. But in this particular position, it feels like probably it is slightly a waste of a tempo, giving black...
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Giving black time to consolidate and do something proactive. I'm not even sure, like, even if you give black a tempo here, I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Engines really like playing rook a b8, but what threat does that create, I still don't know. Perhaps it just simply, improves your position. Yeah, h3, you go bishop b6, now bishop a7, and then bishop c6. If g4, you play bishop c6, and you once again reacquire control over the d7 square. You can imagine some positions in which black could start thinking maybe
I've got the two bishops. I've got some action going on in my favor. A fascinating position. We'll definitely keep an eye on this. Alejandro, I'm going to turn it over to you. Wesley, Daniel, either player making any player making contact?
Don't head over to me, head over to the players. We might have a handshake coming up pretty soon, because the vacuum has come to the board, taking off all the rooks off. I don't imagine that black has absolutely anything. White definitely does have nothing in this position.
Oh boy.
I mean, the knight is attacking the queen. The queen could go to b6. I
think queen b6 is by far the most natural move, and it also very much invites knight c4.
I mean, it invites knight c4. And I don't think anybody is thinking about a win in this position. So queen b6 is my expectation. Knight c4.
Yeah, I wonder why knight d6 wasn't played instead. I mean, that's the one attempt I would have, instead of knight a5. Is knight d6 not a move at all?
After queen b7, the question Peter is asking is knight d6. Obviously, if you put the queen on the c-file, then you've got some tricky ideas.
Yeah,
like
that was my
Peter?
idea, but queen takes h3 is completely fine. This is what I forgot with the pawn is on h3.
Yeah, with the pawn on h2, you can go h2 takes g3 after knight e7 check.
Knight e7, king f8, and you have to spoil your structure with f takes g. White is still not really wars, I suspect, with the bishop against knight, kind of an endgame. But you're not
it wasn't what you wanted.
Yeah, you are unhappy with black.
You lose this once in a while.
I don't like spoiling the double pawns there, but that probably is just it. You spotted it right away, that knight d6 is met by queen to c7, and again...
No, I thought knight f5 was clever, and then I realized, specifically because we have already played h3, the entire line makes no particular sense. So that's how you eventually lose a position which you never ever should lose. So.
Exactly. Okay, so that game may very well be heading towards a handshake, and queen d7 in the Ali Reza position. And here there's two very different approaches. I think that's intriguing, that one approach is h4, g5, another approach is h3, knight g3, e4, slow, slow, slow.
I was going to say Lanier has more time than Ali Reza. That is...
What?
Yes. Ali Reza's been tanking since he got out of the opening. He's played every move very slowly.
What is that? What? Yeah. Lanier has more time? Holy smokes.
Well, it has to do with the 11-minute thing that Ali Reza has been on in this particular moment, considering his options.
Stop the press. Wow. Okay, but what I wanted to say is two very different approaches. A slow approach, h3, knight g3, bishop f1, e4. You get to do everything, and you do it on your own timeline. Knight g3, bishop Oops, that bishop.
That seems
was
way too slow, though.
It does.
In the face of rook b8, a5 before, this looks way too slow.
Like a5 b4 might be coming far too fast. And then contrarily, there's a completely different approach, which is to go h4, g5, drop your knight in on f4, and target the pawn on d5. Two very different approaches. Peter, jump in.
Well, straight into the repetition, Wesley So and Bogdan Deac, perhaps now we can really show those players, as Bogdan is really deciding if he wants to go knight a5 and force the draw, but I think the time to look for an advantage is long gone.
Yeah, earlier.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really likes kind of admitting that the entire game has been exercise in futility. But by this point, you're not really pushing edges too much.
Yeah, well, especially with 4 rooks off the board, the idea is to make the pawn on a7, a6 a potential weakness, and it's not weak anymore. The rooks are not lined up against it. It's gone. No advantage. Again, Peter, you're ducking the question.
Not really.
I'm kind of holding. I got you in a hold.
Not really. I've already sort of nailed my colors to the mast here. I don't think slow play gets there for white. I think you are very much on the clock, because if black lands this counterplay with b4, in particular if black has time enough to play a5 and b4 comfortably, you're just going to dislike your position immensely with white.
Instantly.
Yeah,
and instantly. The knight on c3 is so important to bolster the e3, e4 advance. So we are on h4, and let's say we do
something h4 related seems to be called for, yeah.
And we've tried rook b8 in the past.
I liked your knight f4 idea. I think of the things we've seen so far, I liked your knight f4 idea quite a bit.
More or less, we're kind of repeating what we previously did. I went for b5, b4 because I feared the move
giving
g5.
up the central pawn is
disaster.
Seems very risky. I mean, there is an argument for. Let me try something.
Please.
a5.
a5, g5. Yes.
Yeah, and I want to play b4 here.
Okay.
Without even taking on g5, I think I want as many pawns alive as possible on the king's side. I suspect this will not work out, but like gf b takes c3, I don't know if you want to include ab, probably not, I don't know, bishop takes c3, I assume.
There could be a reason.
I lack a good move here. My issue is I would like to chase away the knight from f4 and play queen f5 and pick up the pawn on f6.
Sounds
and
good.
then I think it would be tremendous for black. But the issue is bishop d6 is still unplayable because of simply knight takes d5. And after queen f5, I am still not threatening anything apart from bishop d6. But maybe this is not unplayable. Like bishop d6 is a serious threat, though.
Exactly.
So that was a curious idea I had, which.
Well, especially I'm beginning to have annoyances, let's put it that way, that my pawn on e3 is under duress. I could have back here, I could have played, pardon me, I will now take a look at
AB somewhere, yeah.
AB, I'll take this fellow.
Yeah, okay.
You'll take this fellow. I'll take this fellow.
Okay, I would probably still need to play queen f5, though. You want to play e3, e4 somewhere.
That's exactly it.
But even those positions are not that clear, actually. I will take twice. I'll take with the rook. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if black is busted, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it turned out to be playable.
I was playing for e3,
I even rook d1
e4. I'm kind of waiting for you to...
No. I need to play bishop d6 here. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. The pawn, you're right. Yeah.
I need to play bishop d6, and then once again, if it turns out this just doesn't work move by move, I will not be shocked in the slightest. But I don't see it just yet. I think this is an unclear position which could turn out to be playable for black. But it's difficult to kind of force yourself to play like this. And Alireza made a move that we haven't really considered, but which is also kind of logical, I think. He played the move queen f2 g2.
Wow.
Improving the position of the queen. And the rest of the game has actually...
By the way, we do have a repetition in the draw. We'll just show what they did through the magic of television. We get an instant replay.
What they did through the magic of television is they called an arbiter and told the arbiter, if I play queen b7 here, it's the third time.
I'm making a draw. Okay. Queen G2.
Queen G2, yeah, instead of H4 actually. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that one back then.
Instead of H4 straight away.
And
There you
for
have it.
Daniel, 50% at the round 7 mark. He would have signed up for that right away.
I think it's a bit of a letdown considering he was in the lead and he lost this very, very dramatic game to Linier yesterday.
Yes.
Which at a certain point he was doing quite well in general. Even Linier was very complimentary about his play in the first half of the game and said he felt getting outplayed, but then in severe time trouble, Linier's experience, and both of them are very experienced because they seem to be in severe time trouble in every game. But Linier is just older, so he's done this for longer.
Right.
So
the old hand of experience does count for something after all, right?
Yeah.
Queen G.
I think the point is he wants to go E4 straight away. I think currently, like if you play Rook A-B8, I think it's possible to go E4
because there's some tempo against the rook after E4.
No, simply FE. No, FE.
Simply FE.
Yeah, and the knight is hanging on F6, right?
Of course it is.
And knight takes G4, H3. I caught it. It has no squares, right? So this appears to be working out for white tactically.
Yes.
So Queen G2 is a very concrete move, actually, aimed at simply pushing our one big idea. Like strategically, 3-4 is one of the biggest ideas in all of these structures.
Totally.
We have recreated the threat of E4, E3, E4. There's a number of ways of dealing with it. Like one way would be to support the knight on F6 by something like Bishop G7, so that if you continue along the same path, I can take on D4, for instance, here, right? Because F6 is no longer hanging.
That's a check.
And it's, this looks horrible. So after Bishop G7, we probably go back to ideas of H4. But the inclusion of Queen G2 in Bishop G7, I would suspect, is maybe in white's favor, because maybe we get more pressure against the D5 pawn later.
Yeah, it also stops these ideas that you've been demonstrating with the bishop. Once I get my knight to F4, the move Bishop D6 can be very annoying, including, as you say, putting, tricking, luring, baiting the bishop to G7 so that it no longer could go to D6 and attack my knight. I like it. Queen G2 looks. The more you look at it, it becomes attractive.
Yeah, it's a logical move. It still is a very, very sharp position, which
requires precise play, as we've been trying ourselves to make these precision moves. Let's keep this on the back burner for just a moment, because I'm curious to how the game between Richie and MVL is unfolding. Much as you suggested after the move
Rook A8 played,
Rook A8, and guess what? H2, H3.
You kind of need this, yeah, because your plans on the king side very much hinge on being able to play G3, G4. Otherwise, you can't challenge knight on F6 without offering mass trades via, let's say, knight E4 or bishop E4. Yeah.
And then. Actually, I'm being told that
H3 was a novelty, but after Bishop B6, we're back in familiar territory via transposition. Yeah,
and that's happened maybe once or twice already earlier, that they transposed from a Queen's Gambit, accepted into a Moran.
Actually, the interesting thing about this game is going to have 3 novelties in one. It's actually very unusual, right? But
three novelties in one game?
Yeah, H3 has never been played before in this specific position after Rook B8. First time H3 has ever been played. I believe back here we had a novelty somewhere around here. C5, knight C3, B5, E4, Bishop B7. Yeah, Bishop B7 had never been played before specifically in this position. And they will at some point have to deviate from the 5 games that we have in the database. So 3 novelties in one single game. That's actually almost never happens. Let's go to Bucharest, as Cristian has with him Wesley So, the leader of the tournament.
Thank you, Alejandro. Wesley, quite an uneventful draw today. How did you approach this match against Bogdan Daniel Deac with the black pieces?
Oh, well, first I want to say many good things about my opponent. I think he's a very strong player. He's very young, he's only 20. I think he's still got a lot of potential to improve. So he's clearly the #1 player in Romania right now. Yesterday he was also better, and if he won that game with black, he would have co-lead the tournament with us. So I think he's doing something special in this tournament, also last year, but especially this. And
for me, he played long game yesterday, so I thought he won't have as much energy today. And he's hyper-focused. I think my mom likes him a lot as a player. So he's very focused. He knows his lines. He knows his openings. But I noticed he doesn't have a very good reply against the Queen's Gambit accepted, which is what Maxim Vacherlagrov has been doing this tournament. So I thought I'd give it a try, also to avoid any specific preparation by Deac.
So let's get straight into it. You played the Queen's Gambit accepted. How did you come up to this conclusion that you should probably go for this line?
Well, first of all, Maxim played this against me with black a few days ago, so I thought I'd try it on the other side. And there are other openings, like Firouzja played King's Indian the other day against Deac, but it didn't really go well. I mean, I could play my normal stuff, but for sure he would have something prepared there. So I thought I'd give it a try. Also, Lanier has been playing this Queen's Gambit accepted against me non-stop, so I thought, why not use it for the other caller? And he's played B3.
Also, without revealing too much, you did mention that you analyzed his games and you tried to understand his style. What would you say are the positions that he doesn't feel comfortable in your opinion, of course?
Well, I only look at briefly some of his games, so I don't really know him well. But as I said, I think he's still got a lot of potential to improve. But it seems like in some positions, some new interesting positions, which he hasn't seen, like which he hasn't prepared, he sometimes feels very uncomfortable. And also in maneuvering positions, he usually loses his way. Also in this tournament, he's got very poor time management, which didn't allow him to score more. And he's a very solid, very stable player, but it's not as aggressive as others, always.
Let's get back into the game, and you did try to keep the game quite compact.
But it's fine. This was the exact line I played against Maxime with white, if you remember. Okay, so Bishop F3, Maxim played Queen D7, which is slightly worse after Rook C4.
It did feel like you got some pressure, if I remember correctly, in that game with white. Even at the end, you had some options to get out of the repetition.
Yeah, because he made a mistake, but it was pretty equal because I didn't play accurately in the opening. But yeah, he also made some inaccuracies, Maxim.
But you came up with some improvements.
Yeah, I think Bishop F3. So Bishop takes F3 is correct because Rook A7 loses to Knight B5 all time. So I didn't mix up my preparation. So Rook. So Black's main problem here obviously is the Knight on B8, which cannot move. But other than that, it's pretty stable. So I think I played all the best moves so far. I don't recall analyzing more than this, but...
So at this point, you were still somehow within your knowledge and preparation?
Yeah, I think until like Queen D7 for some reason. But I mean, White has many other more critical lines in the Queen's Gambit accepted, so I wasn't exactly sure if Deac would go. But I think he wanted to play solidly today because also he lost.
Because of yesterday's loss?
Yeah, I think, Queen D... Yeah, so Rook C8. I mean, I thought about Rook D8 here, but I guess it's just much simpler to trade everything. And I thought he could take... Maybe this endgame is slightly worse for Black. Like King F1, G4, King F1, I guess, G4 or King E2. But I guess I might have some problems with the G7 pawn, but the computer doesn't see it. So, yeah, and I mean, once all the heavy pieces are traded, Black's defense is quite easy. And here Queen D7 was accurate, although, yeah, pretty. The funny part is that I was calculating here, Knight B6, Queen C7.
Take, Queen E7, King F8.
Unfortunately, Bishop A3 doesn't win. I have one square.
So you have only this square for the Queen, yeah? Queen to G5, very nice.
And after F4, I think I also only have, I have two squares.
Queen A5 and Queen H5, yeah, that's really pretty.
Yeah, so that's the only line I had to calculate to make sure everything works. But Queen B7 is good because if you go here, might run into some problems. Yeah, some problems here. Knight C6.
Wesley, you're going into the last stretch, the last couple of games as the co-leader of the event alongside Aronian. Tomorrow you're facing Ali Reza with the white pieces. What is your experience, if any, with Ali Reza?
Let's see. I think I only played him once in classical chess before, in Waikanse, 2.5 years ago. Then I played him I played a lot of rapid against him online also, the Grand Chess Tour in Paris. But that's about it. I mean, I don't really know him very well. He's very young. He's clearly very talented, very strong. I mean, he can't reach number 3 in the world
without talent, absolutely.
But at the same time, he's only a teenager, so we'll see what he wants to do with his life, if he wants to really focus on chess. But, I mean, considering the tournament, I feel I just want to play my best chess. Like, that's my goal before the tournament, and that should be what my goal now, and not think too much about the standing and the results. I mean, Levon won 2 games with black, but I also won a technically drawn endgame against Ian, so it is what it is. But I think, players are getting a bit tired here in the last stretch, but at the same time, we should just try to play some good chess, see what happens.
Thank you, Wesley. Go get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Wesley. And let's take a look at our current standings with 2 games in the history books, Peter.
Yeah, and this is the players who have already finished their games today. The top 4
2 draws apiece.
Made draws against each other, and the rest of the field is still playing. There will be a tie between the same 2 players at the top. Nobody can reach them yet, but some people could get to +1 with victories in their games.
One person who is definitely determined to try to get to +1 is Ian versus Shaq. What do you have for us, Alejandro?
That game precisely, as we have some updates. We left it off with the move 97, defending this pawn on f5, a very logical retreat. And you guys said, why don't I double up on the f-file? And you guys answered it well, because black can as well. So they did that. Rook f2, rook f7, rook f1, rook f8. And bishop b3 was played. This is a very nice move. The bishop came back to c2 after the rooks determined their position on the f-file. Why? Because the rook is actually uncomfortably placed. It has to go to f6. If it goes to g7, it's met also with knight h5, but on g7, it's actually caught. On f6, it can at least go on the 6th rank. The engines really preferred rook c6, very inhuman move. This is an open file. I like putting rooks on open files. Rook d6 was played, and the engines were screaming for the move c4. Wow. It shuts the bishop out temporarily, but c5 is the threat, and also queen b2 is a threat in many positions, taking advantage of this weakened diagonal we had talked about earlier. Yes, your knight on h5 is currently hanging because the queen is the only defender, but there are ways to fix this. g4 will work sometimes. Sometimes queen b2 is enough of a threat that you can let the knight on h5 go because of the remaining pins down the line. The engines eventually thought white was better in this position after changing their mind a few times, specifically with the move rook d3, which I find very inhuman because it just invites bishop c2. It doesn't find another way of defending, though. Instead, after the move rook f6, knight h5, rook d6, Ian immediately put the pawn on g4, which I also think is a testing move. It immediately puts pressure on this pawn on f5, and it's asking later on c4, queen b2 will be an idea. How are you going to develop here with black pieces? And I think it's not such an easy problem to solve here for Shaq. The edges are giving a few options in which this can be good, but they're a little scary. For example, knight d3 can be played. Same idea, attack the rook. On rook g2, the engines are just very weirdly going back, saying, look, I've discoordinated your rooks. Now it's time to go back with the knight. But it's also possible to just play c4, sacrifice this exchange. Remember that queen b2 is going to be stronger when this knight is on h5, as it covers the g7 and f6 squares. Don't forget about c5, opening up that bishop later. So g4 is currently on the board, testing Shaq to find a way to defend his position. He's currently up a pawn, remember that, and his pieces don't look too bad.
And we have a rook sighting.
Where's the rook going?
That was the question. Where is a rook? Can't go to d3, can it, Peter?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that's.
He was reaching for the rook.
He definitely was reaching for the rook. Yeah, and I was briefly sort of startled by the.
And here he goes.
Yeah, rook to d3 by Shahryar.
And he was still uncertain. He was keeping his hand, tethered to the rook there. He didn't plant it with authority. That looks altogether wrong to my eyes. How bad, or is it bad?
It's not terrible according to the engine. You do have to kick out the rook. I mean,
sure.
That part makes sense. Bishop c2 attacks the rook. Not entirely sure where he wants to move it.
He's going to take the pawn.
Let's put it on d8.
I thought he was going to take the pawn on c3, maybe.
Oh,
I mean, you know, like, he put the rook. I didn't put the rook there. Peter, you back me up on this one. He put the rook,
that would be
take the pawn.
Come on, you know, you have to assume this is the idea, and the fact that the engine doesn't think it works doesn't make it the idea. I'm pretty sure this is still what he is intending.
I don't know. Rook takes c3. Bishop f5 self. The thing is, opening up this diagonal is so counterintuitive to
dangerous.
me. I understand what you're saying. The engine says queen d2, which is very strong in this position. I don't care about queen d2 as a human. Why is this not just good?
Well, do I have to take on f5?
No, that's maybe true. Bishop f5.
Queen b6 to hit e3.
Queen b6 to hit e3. Whoa, this is very cool. The bishop e4 is dangerous.
Clear.
But bishop e6 is winning.
You just got mated.
You just got mated
on f8.
Yeah, it takes and.
Damn.
Yep, that's pretty much mate. You just don't have enough defenders on this side of the board. You put a rook on c3 and the queen on b6, and the engine found a way to kill you. Now, I as a human would be afraid of bishop e. Maybe if I don't see bishop e6. From far away, I'd be worried about simply bishop e4 takes, something takes, and problems down on the f file. So I would be a little bit scared of that. I'm very surprised about the move for rook d3, I'm not going to lie. I would never look at this pawn on c3 and be like, yeah, this is the one I really want to munch.
I wouldn't want to invite bishop c2, bishop takes f5 myself. The move rook d3 really is eye-awakening. We have folks who want to join our discussion, Peter.
Let's do that, yeah.
Dennis Boros. Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis, yeah. Should there be more rapid and blitz events that helps practice all the upcoming tie breaks?
Any thoughts? Well, we have in the Grand Chess Tour itself, we do have a number of rapid and blitz only events. One's coming up in Warsaw, one's coming out here in St. Louis.
Yeah, I assume it's not a question about the composition of the tour, because
just
the composition of the tour is
more rapid and blitz in general.
I think, yeah. I mean, the simple answer would just be yes. I think
more events,
well-organized events with shorter time controls attract. You know, they're fun to play in. They attract viewership because they're fun to watch. There's always something going on. And yes, these days there's, as Dennis points out, there's an additional value in playing shorter time controls because you are expecting that at some point in your life your skills in rapid and blitz will actually decide some things.
A tiebreaker, a playoff.
In classical, yeah. So yeah, the simple answer is yes, but then you come to the kind of the boring question of logistics and finding sponsorship, and that's probably not the theme that needs to be discussed right now. But if we could, I'm all in favor of more chess in general and more rapid chess, definitely.
For me, absolutely, I'd love to see more blitz tournaments. I'm really pleased. I want to put it that way, that now we have an annual World Blitz Championship. For many decades, we would have maybe one great blitz event every 8 years or so. Now we have an annual, but I'd love to see, for example, a continental blitz championship, whether it be Europe, North America, around the world.
European Blitz Championship exists.
Yeah, European Rapid and Blitz exists.
Yeah,
we don't have one in America.
Yeah, I would love to see more blitz events as well. So answer is yes, and especially because now playoffs. It's becoming very topical.
I mean, it's very definitely self-sustainable. I mean, it doesn't have to train you for anything. It's just fun and interesting and very good for spectators, which is something that we need to.
A question for you: did you always? I mean, everybody has their own fancy of themselves as to like they think of themselves as a better classical player, a better rapid player, or a better blitz player. How did you feel about yourself in your career?
I mean, these days I definitely am a better shorter time control player than I am a classical player. I don't play enough classical, and like I would need to restart my work on openings to sort of become a competitive classical player. But I still am reasonably okay at shorter time controls because I can ad-lib much easier there.
Alejandro, jump right in. How do you fancy yourself? That you are a better rapid player, blitz player, classical player?
I mean, my blitz rating is like 130 points higher than my classical or rapid. So, I mean,
Answered.
I guess FIDE decided that blitz is where I'm good at.
Don't cubbyhole yourself here.
For me, the acceptance of rapid is not just about acceptance at the top. I would like to see rapid, especially rapid ratings, be more normalized among lower rated players, because I feel so many tournaments are becoming inaccessible for players. I remember having to travel for my norms, having to travel for so many events that when you think about it, amateurs just can't go to. So many players I've met specifically in America think, oh, I would love to play Capella Grand, I would love to play Aeroflot Open, I would love to play Gibraltar, Reykjavik, but then they see the schedule and they're like, I can't take 10 days off work. This is my one vacation a year. I'm not going to spend it playing chess the entirety of it. How about no? And well, it ends up alienating a lot of people that I think would be more willing to travel to tournaments, more willing to play in events if they were shorter.
Yep.
And the only way to do it in a shorter schedule is rapid and blitz.
Couldn't say better myself.
Yeah, all very fair points.
We're going to take a break. We're going to see you on the other side of our break.
See you then.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you, we are Ascension.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
Welcome back to our coverage of round 7 of Bucharest Superbet Chess Classic. And yeah, the playing hall is emptier than it was when the round started, but there are still 3 games running, and all 3 are
exciting.
Quite exciting, yeah, in their own special way.
We've had 2 draws of the players at the top.
Yeah, the players up top you see all drew against each other. Wesley drew against Bogdan Deac, and Caruana and Aronian played a somewhat uneventful Bishop's opening game, which was also drawn quite quickly. Actually, was the first one to be drawn. But the other 3 games are still very much in fighting shape, and we will be watching them.
Well, let's jump right in, and it's actually been a very fun game between Richie and MVL, because up to this moment, something very rare has happened. We've had 2 novelties.
Potentially 3, yeah.
And then we did get the 3rd novelty right here at King F1. Apparently this position has been reached before. King F1's a new idea, and we immediately see what Richie had in mind by moving his king to F1. Just play the move F4.
I think there was a specific, also tactical reason a bit earlier. If you play, instead of King F1, if you play G5 here,
which
I'm
was
not
the
entirely sure, but I have a feeling Bishop C8 maybe was intended.
Okay.
And if you play Rook D6 here,
not Knight G7, but Rook D6, yeah.
Knight G7, I think I'm okay. I thought maybe the idea is to play either Bishop C5 or Bishop C7, but I now realize Rook C6 still exists, so my entire spiel maybe is just incorrect. I thought the point was to protect the Rook on E1 so that a move like this would just be completely unplayable because Knight takes C5 would exist.
Exactly. So the Rook would protect your Rook by putting your king on F1.
Maybe I'm overthinking things. But unpinning the F2 pawn and protecting the Rook on E1 are both very valuable things for White. And F2, F4 here, clearly, he is preparing to meet rook b8 with a 4f5, supporting the knight on e6. Because if the knight actually gets chased away, black immediately stands really, really well.
There'll be a lot of trades of rooks, and these bishops actually make a very nice impression. But like you said, the move f4, f5 cements the knight on e6, and well, I mean, on a good day, I can follow it up maybe with rook.
I still feel that black is completely fine. In particular, I very much like the move h7, h6 here, just to stop g4, g5.
Shades of a2, a3.
And then maybe we go bishop c8 and we start trading it away. I feel like white probably needs to play knight e4 or bishop e4, start trying to trade away the pieces that might challenge our knight on e6. Because if once again, our entire game plan here is ensuring the knight sticks.
Exactly.
Which is why bishop c8 is such a big threat here, and which is why you need to be doing something about it.
Something like knight e4.
Knight e4 or bishop e4, because knight e4, yeah, bishop c8, knight d6, yeah.
Yeah, I've got both knight takes f6 check on tap and knight d6 ideas.
h6 may be a bit slow, and even rook b8. Rook b8 has actually been played. I was going to say even that is not forced, but rook b8 has been played. h6 definitely isn't a strict requirement.
Right.
But g5 annoys me. I don't particularly like the idea of allowing g4, g5. So
g5 and
then knight e5.
Knight e5. Another game that had our attention very much so on the break was the game between Shaq and Jan, and
we left it to around move 28.
We thought that this whole concept of Shaq, rook d3 most especially, was really walking into an uppercut, if you will. To quote Mike Tyson, rook takes c3.
But somewhat surprisingly, because he also has plenty of time, Jan missed a bit of a short tactic here, which is something he generally is incredibly, incredibly strong at. Including queen d2 here was much stronger than taking on f5 straight away, because...
and you felt this would have been winning, actually, Peter.
Well, Alejandro told us it would have been close to winning, which is why I'm so confident in this assessment. Because we get to cheat a little bit by asking our friend to inform us. But I think in general the idea of putting one more heavy piece on an open file before taking on f5 just strengthens the attack so much. And now you go bishop takes f5, let's say, after queen c6. And what Shah replied in the game, bishop takes f5, in the game was replied to by taking on f5 twice, as we will see now, is completely impossible here, just as Yasser showed, because queen d8 just gives mate on the back rank.
Exactly.
And in the game, all of these captures have already happened. And here I think the point is you can play rook c1 check. And
it still looks frightening, though, doesn't it?
It is, but you get counterplay against the white king after rook c1 check, because there's no easy square to choose from. If you play king h2 here, I have queen d6, potentially, right?
And you're defending against
queen b2. Why is queen b2
mate?
not winning there?
Yeah, queen b2, rook c5.
And just go rook c5 back.
It's not just rook c5. I mean, the fact that this continues is kind of crazy, but you can go rook c5, for example, h4, just to at some
h4?
Create h3 for the king, I think.
So you want h3 for the king, because the king going to g1 will always be met by something to d1 when repeating moves. And this is surprisingly still holding for... You don't take on h4. Like, everything loses, except I think it was h6. Or maybe it was rook b5 immediately. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, black also needs to unpin themselves, so I guess h6, king h7 is quite logical here, just to give yourself a square, because the knight on e5 needs to be unpinned. Yeah, this is a very, like, knight f6 check looks winning here, but somehow maybe king h7 is a mistake.
It definitely is, yeah. I'm going to go down the variations on my board,
please,
so we can see them. Queen d6, queen b2, double attack here on the knight and the rook. There's no other defense but the move rook c5. You remember that also have to take control over this square on f8 that is made. And h4 I thought was a really good idea. h6, king h3 loses. Rook b5 is the only move.
Okay.
Okay, queen a1 keeps the pin.
Right.
And now you play h6. Don't ask too many questions. King h3, I thought, why is this now winning? Queen f1 is coming and I'm going to mate you.
Right.
And the reason you play rook b5, force queen a1 first, is that you have this move, queen c5, which is kind of amazing. Now that h6 is here, queen takes, rook f8 is not mate.
Not mate.
It also wasn't mate because it was check. So in this particular position, it doesn't work. The queen on c5 is targeting e3, and that annoys the king on h3. And it just barely holds.
Right.
I don't know how, I don't know why, but the engine says, yeah, I'm fine here. I'm okay. I'm chilling. I'm terrified for Shaq.
Exactly.
I'm just terrified. This looks totally lost to me. And how he decided to go into this variation, I have no idea.
And this is actually an improvement compared to Queen D2, which is kind of remarkable. Yeah, I guess the reason Jan went for this instead of Queen D2, because I'm pretty sure he did not miss the idea of Queen D2. I think you definitely consider
it also
it,
looks crushing.
Yeah, I think it's probably because he thinks he's just completely winning here, and he felt, you know, why look for more when this is just winning?
Right.
But
and again,
yeah,
this would have been a much stronger move than Bishop F5. And even while these two extremely interesting games are being contested, there's a third as well. And as we were coming on show, I heard Lanier better.
Yeah, he's still doing completely fine, but it's become a complete mess. And
let's catch up with where we left it. We left it just after the move Bishop G7.
Alireza played H4.
We had seen Queen G2 and Knight E7. Okay, we always knew that the D5 pawn, Peter, was the sensitive one.
But Knight E7 also protects the B5 pawn, allowing us to play A5 and B4 kind of unmolested by not having even to worry about Knight takes B5 followed by
Clever.
A3, A4. Knight C2, Queen B7, G5, and here after takes, the engines at least at the kind of a slightly shallow depth preferred Knight H7 to Knight D7, and somehow felt that this was more precise.
Maybe just keeping white honest.
Yeah,
for a
and
moment.
actually completely ignoring, like E3, E4 is playable here, but the engine just says, I will play B5, B4, and I will continue, you know, furthering my own play on the queen side, and your play in the center is kind of empty. Knight D7 is also a very human move, and Alireza continues playing in a very direct fashion. Just goes King F2, B4, Rook H1, pretty much saying, yeah, I understand my queen side is going to get
Rook H3
destroyed, but yeah, create an Alekhine gun on the H file, Rook H3, Rook D8, Queen H2, and give mate on the H8 square.
Exactly.
A plan that is, you know, somewhat simplistic, but if it comes off, it ends the game.
Well, except for one small problem. By the time you've invested a lot of time and energy in playing the moves Rook H3, Rook H1, Queen H2, King G8 and Knight G8 just might sidestep the whole shebang.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, in the meantime, I've got to face some music over on the queen side. I don't know if that includes C3. Moves like C3 and B4 takes A3.
I think one thing that Alireza has going for him here is that the center now is reasonably stable. So let's say if you play C3, BC, BA, in particular BA,
okay,
perhaps it's possible for white to, you know, make a bit of a 180 here, go Rook A1 and say,
right,
you know, if I actually get to pick up the pawn on A3,
what's my problem?
I can no longer, you know, I can switch to, you know, being a pawn up in some kind of a middle game.
I definitely need to prep that whole queen side break. However it is, I'm going to prep it. In the meanwhile, what do you think about the king on H2, Peter? Just king on F2, pardon me. It feels like it should be vulnerable, but I just don't see how.
But it's not clear how. Yeah, you can play Knight F5 and quote-unquote pile up pressure on the E3 pawn, but it's protected enough. I can go Rook H3 and continue along
with your business.
Yeah, I don't see what that changes. It's a very beautiful square for the knight, but I don't see what it does necessarily. Because it's difficult to, like, in the time you will actually attack the E3 pawn properly, white will have all three pieces on the H file, and at that point it might become slightly irrelevant. That
right, that I won a pawn on E3 and got mated on H8. A double-edged super sharp position actually
Lanier
going
has a
on.
ton of time by his standards, by the way. This is move 27, and he has almost half an hour left.
Where's the Lanier?
Yeah, exactly.
Who
is
this? I mean, who
is this? And
imposter.
Yeah, what did he do to Lanier?
Yeah. Give us back
our producers showing us that the body double is. The body double is very, very convincing.
Impressive. So 3 exciting games, Alejandro. Jump right in. How do you like them?
I like this one in particular because it's this one that you're looking at between Alireza and Lanier, because it's so unbalanced, and even the engines are thinking that so many different plans are possible in this position. A lot of them look very scary. For example, going back on F8 with the knight, you're always worried you're just going to get mated.
Right.
And in some ways, the engine wants to bait you into putting everything on the H file and then going F6 and saying, I'm okay. Humans don't really think like that. Humans don't really bait your opponent to tripling on the H file and mating you and surviving by the skin of your teeth, but saying, hey, your rooks are now on the H file. You're very, very discoordinated. Fascinating position here. The engine's top move is knight f8.
Wow.
I'm sure a lot of things can be considered. Rook a6 is actually very interesting as well. In many positions, f6, rook takes f6 might be an idea.
Okay.
So I start to warm up to the ideas behind rook a6. It's also not clear what I'm doing in this side. As you guys mentioned, c3 really doesn't work. We do have the move knight f5 on the board, which was something that we considered. You guys were looking at the move rook h3.
Right.
I think rook h3 is cool.
Right.
This is an interesting move. That being said, what is one disadvantage of the move rook h3? This plans on the queen side no longer as strong. You put your rook on h3. Maybe it's time to do something like this. And b takes a3 the engine doesn't like, but it does like the move b3, b2. Remind white that there is a strong pawn on the b file, and if you throw all of your heavy pieces on this side of the board, well, who's going to catch that guy?
Right.
So a little bit of counter pressure here. The engine's thinking that you have full compensation for the pawn. Hard to play. The move knight f5 is technically not the best move according to the engine because of the move queen h3 and queen h7 and knight g3, but it's also not such an easy decision for someone to make. Why? Because the queen on h7, it gives the check. But then what? It's kind of stranded on that square. It's far away from the rest of the pieces. So queen h3 is the top engine move, and it says you have to play knight e7. Now, I don't think this is going to happen. Let's try to understand why after knight f3, queen h3, you can't just play, for example, let's put the move rook a6.
Yeah, very good, very good.
We're looking. And the problem is this. Check here, and because this knight is on f5,
yes,
and no one's defending it, you get this trick.
Aha.
Takes queen takes f5 is just lost.
You don't.
Things start collapsing.
And things start collapsing. Yeah, this knight's coming to f4. This knight is taking on g7 and hitting the knight with queen h8. Queen takes
Queen
g7.
h3 played, by the way.
Sorry?
Queen h3 on the board.
That guy's pretty good.
Yeah.
2800. He's pretty good at chess.
He spotted an opportunity there of queen h7 and knight f5. It's a little hidden.
It's very hidden.
It's a gem.
It's a gem, and if he spots a linear, might be in trouble because you don't play knight f5 with the idea of playing knight e7 in the next move, right?
Exactly.
So, and there's no good way to defend this knight on f5. It's very pretty. Very pretty knight on f5. But it's actually the tactical target. It's so difficult to realize that. Queen h3, amazing move by Alireza.
Right.
Foreseeing queen h7 and knight h5, Lanier needs to understand that he's very close to being in trouble.
Why wouldn't knight f8 just defending the h7 square now be...
it's the same trick.
Knight h5 anyway, yeah.
Oh, you don't even have to land on h7. Knight f5 anyway. Ooh, that's actually very painful, Peter.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Actually, playing knight f5 e7 here is a feat of superhuman strength.
To take your move back, some of the most difficult.
Yeah, you seem
decisions.
like you give up 2 tempi, you've allowed queen h7 check. The queen was on g2 a moment ago, and
now it's suddenly in your camp. Yeah.
I don't know how it's definitely not easy. How possible even it is to play knight f5 e7.
It just might be because you calculate a couple of moves and you realize knight h5 is coming and I'm dead.
Exactly. Your process of elimination forces you to make a move that you don't want.
Yeah. Second best, apparently, once again, the gift of eyesight is very important. Yeah. King f8, knight h5, king e7 is the second line of the machine here.
Yeah.
King f8.
And the machines are welcome to it.
Knight h5.
Things
King e7.
that will not happen.
Nicely defending. By the way, notice that the bishop on d2 does attack the pawn on b4. So your knight needed protection. You know, this old, what do they call it? Deflecting the defender type of business. Very exciting tactics. Oh my!
I think this will definitely not happen for 500.
Well, again, this game very, very sharp. What has happened in the Shakhriyar game? Looks like they've gone down.
Jan chose king f2 instead of king h2, which I think is maybe slightly less troubling for black because it's harder to hide this king now from checks. It will be harder for Jan to create significant threats because on f2 it is just so susceptible to all kinds of counterplay. Meaning that white can't really, let's say, leave the second rank. Yeah, the queen can't really join the attack that easily.
Because rook b5
but it's understandable, because in order to play king h2, you needed to specifically see that h3, h4 is strong, creating that square on h3 for the king.
And let me make sure that we are up to date with the players, by the way. I wanted to ask Well, I actually wanted to ask that question when my king was on h2. Couldn't I have just taken that
You
pawn?
can, but at the very least I can go, I think h6, king h7 maybe.
But this was the point when my king was somewhere.
Yeah, and also here I think rook b5. I don't know why you're playing king a1 here, because queen d2 takes e3 is a bit of a problem.
Exactly.
I think I have to play queen c3, but then I can probably repeat.
Exactly.
Like that would be at least an immediate way for black to secure that we're not worse. I'm wondering if I can maybe even kind of stick my neck out a little bit and play, instead of all that, play h6, king h7, unpin the knight on e5.
And that might be...
And ask if we're sure that the king on f2 is safer than king on h7. But the fact that the immediate draw seems to exist with rook b5, rook c5 is very relevant, of course.
One of the more unusual positions, I must say, that I've ever seen, this one. Let me just once again put this on.
With everything pinned down,
Yeah. It makes such a strange visual that this absolute pin that is absolutely crucial, and this, you know, your king's in this crushing double check killer discovery, and yet it's moves like h4 and h6 that are going to decide the outcome of the game. This is rather an extraordinary position.
To me, what's extraordinary is that you guys took on g5. You guys are such punk robbers. It's amazing.
No,
I was trying to refute that. I actually couldn't. Rook g5 is a draw, but it's a crazy draw because rook takes g5. I thought, why don't I just go h6 and queen d1 and actually try to win?
Yeah.
No, but
with the king on f2.
I was wondering with the king on h2.
Oh, on h2. I see. I see. Then it's more sane. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. No, not with the king. But that did not get played because, as you point out, the king actually came to f2 in the game. King f2, queen d6, and oops, excuse me. We are up to date with the players. Not rook takes g5.
So what are you supposed to play here with white?
Every move is 0-0. I mean, it includes king g2, it includes rook g5, a bunch of queen moves.
Wow.
King g3 is a draw.
King g3. My goodness, just walking to, that's insane.
I mean, a3 is a draw, a4 is a draw, everything's a draw. Every move, pretty much every move in this position doesn't
blunder material.
Yeah, is pretty much 0-0.
I could imagine that rook b5 you might find bothersome, and therefore you do play a move like a4.
He's played king g2.
King g2.
With threats, I think, maybe.
Now you probably have created some threats. Yeah, queen f2 at the very least looks a bit frightening.
Although I do have knight g6. Well, let's see what we have.
Oh my... What?
Oh dear.
We have a...
What?
Oh no.
Oh dear.
A blundered a rook.
No,
wait,
what?
I
think
they forget the 8 is covered?
No. I think he wanted to go rook d1 takes e5 there in the end.
What?
I think he thought the rook on e5 is protected by a rook on d1. So he wanted to go knight e7, rook e7, rook takes e5, I think, or something.
I think he wanted to go check.
Yeah.
Or possibly check.
I think he wanted to go check and made and realized, wait a second.
The d8 square.
Richie.
This is the second game that Richard has blundered in the entire game. I mean, remember against Deac, this move 40 just it was lost. It was an instant loss. Knight d7.
He just resigned.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he is a full piece now.
Well, he went knight d5. There goes the rook, and that was it.
Yeah, he was completely fine if he just made some kind of a normal move there. Rook e3, rook e1. Yeah, he wasn't in any trouble.
Oh,
that's some kind of a weird, you know, blind spot. This clearly is not a reflection of his understanding of chess or anything. It's just some kind of a glitch in in the matrix there.
Wow. Knight d5. What can we say? That's just a horrifying blunder as his intended rook d8 check, king f7, rook f8 would be brilliant, Peter, if it wasn't for the fact that the rook is actually hanging.
Those pesky bishops, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my word.
Oh, that's painful.
That hurt.
That one is rough.
And for MVL, thank you very much. That's a gift well received. Yeah. I mean, after blundering horribly yesterday, walking to mate, I mean, I can't describe. I mean, the suicide tendencies are high in this event, Peter.
Yeah, there's been some excellent play and also some howlers.
Yes.
I mean, you have to describe it like this because
exactly.
It's a full piece left on the table. You know, these are 2-move variations. You
certainly don't expect them to.
You don't miss a bullet. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's just some kind of a malfunction, and regrettable because Richie, in every tournament he plays in, he is definitely one of the more entertaining players to watch. And
exactly.
And he's given us lots of excitement in this tournament as well, but also 2 of the more horrific blunders you're likely to see this year. This and also the one against Bogdan, where it cost him an immediate half a point.
Right.
After a very, very well fought game.
Wow. Yeah.
Nothing else to say, right?
Open Joe. Let's go to Bucharest and talk with him as Cristian has him as a guest.
Thank you, Yasser. Enviel, first of all, welcome back to the studio. Congratulations. Tell us a bit about what happened. Out of the blue, just a complete accident in the last move.
Yeah, it just feels good, of course, to come back immediately after my non-game yesterday. And here, of course, Richard just simply forgot that he never had rook d8 because the bishop on a5 was covering.
So you started off, first of all, let's talk about the previous game between you 2 guys when he surprised you in the Grunfeld, and now you decided to change the pace and play something completely different. How did you come to that conclusion?
No, of course, like it's no secret that I've played the Queen's Gambit accepted already in the tournament, so I must have looked at it just a little bit. So, but Richard managed to surprise me. I don't think he was taken aback at all by my choice and played this interesting move order. After which we actually transposed to some semi-Slav.
And take us through the critical moment in the opening. When did you feel like he surprised you?
Yeah, like around here after bishop b3 and knight c3. So, I mean, I must have looked at it, but you know, it's difficult to remember every move order. I mean, this is a drawback of playing something for close to the first time that you know I'm not aware of everything else. So I decided finally to, after deep thought in every of my moves, to come back to this. Semi-Slav.
Not take on d5, not accept the pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I assumed...
Did that feel a bit too dangerous?
Yeah, I assumed he wanted king castle, and then... I mean, I assume I'm fine, but, you know...
You have to know.
Without my... because I think d4, e5, yeah. Or knight d4, but... Yeah, so if I have to take on e4, queen d8, knight g5, and... I mean, I was not ready for...
Take with the pawn, you mean, or with the knight?
Yeah, it doesn't really... It's not clear which is best.
You didn't want to see this endgame on the board?
Certainly not. So I thought... I mean, I have old memories of this position, but at least they existed. So this... but I must say that I probably... Like, I wasn't sure, so here we came to this position, and I wasn't sure whether knight d3 was the move or whether it was bishop e7, because I know that here there are some moves with g4, including g4, and
Did you feel like, you were trying obviously to remember what the theory said, did you feel like he was still within his theoretical knowledge? He was spending some time after all.
Yeah, I think he mostly spent time because when I thought for so long, he thought maybe I don't remember well these semi-Slav lines, which is true. So he was trying to figure out maybe if he had a better option, considering the positions are very sharp. But I have the intuition that this is what he had prepared in case I went to this.
So he was just
line.
trying to decide which line to pursue.
Yeah,
you feel like.
I think so. I'm not completely sure. I mean, we didn't talk much after the game, just to, you know, he just told me that, of course, he forgot the bishop on a5, but, yeah, I mean, understandably, he didn't want to talk much further.
That we're, of course, talking about this final couple of moves. He started off with rook to e5, and you followed it up quite quickly with knight to d7, of course, and at this point, this move, knight. What were your first emotions and thoughts when you saw this move appear on the board?
Well, I mean, I just made sure that my bishop on a5 was controlling d8, and I didn't take much time, I must say, to just take the rook. Because anyway, but I thought I was already sort of taking over, because after rook e3 I wanted knight f8, which I think is kind of unpleasant, and if he goes rook e1 back, I think knight f8 anyway. And these positions, I thought, I mean, I'm definitely safe, so this was all I was asking for from, you know, these adventures.
An important victory for
Definitely.
you. How are you going to approach now that you have a much more positive mindset after yesterday's loss in the last couple of rounds? You're playing Deac tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely a must-win situation. So, of course, I'm glad that my mess-up of yesterday was corrected, and, you know, by luck, of course. But, you know, blunders happen, and it always feels good to be on the receiving end.
Go get ready, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Christian.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, MVL. I like it very much. Trust but verify that the bishop controls the checkmating square. As this victory, suddenly it's like hitting the trampoline, Peter.
Yeah, and we are going to have probably one more player joining him on that trampoline there, because Shahryar just made a move that
horror.
Yeah, like I saw him play h7, h6 there, and I thought
that can't be.
Like, but what is your reply to queen f2? Because it seems like it's a bit strong. And I
Wait,
asked,
what?
Yeah, and I asked because I couldn't really figure it out, so I asked the engine, and the engine says +6.
And that was a good answer.
Yes, okay, yeah, fair enough.
What's going on today, guys?
What is going
this
on?
is dead loss, right?
Dead loss. Queen f2 is an absolute clinker.
Yeah, I think what you miss,
King
what you miss is that king g8, I guess knight f6 check wins, right? And then
knight e4, yeah.
And then knight e4.
I guess king h8, knight e4, and I guess king g7, knight e8.
Yeah.
King g7, knight e8 is the nicest.
No, I think I know what he missed. I think I know what he missed.
Please.
I think I can explain it.
Help
I think
us.
he missed knight e7, rook takes c5 simply because when your opponent is attacking, you don't like the trading moves don't feel to you like you're being crushed, right? But then you realize knight c5, queen b2 is mate in 3, which is also, I think, possible to miss because it's a long move. Like you're calculating queen f7, but then you probably have the perpetual, but queen b2 kind of is a problem. And queen takes c5, queen f7, you run out of checks kind of straight away.
Yep.
Queen c6 check, king f2, I force you to give a check from c2, I go to g3, there are no more checks, and the game is kind of over-ish.
Done.
Because, yeah, you lose everything here. Queen g7 is a strong threat.
And check and double check.
What?
And
No,
what?
no, 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 no,
No.
no,
What?
no, no,
Rook
no,
f6? No.
I'm done.
Okay,
Done for
so
today.
something has really gone
There's
wrong.
something in the water, right?
Yeah.
Check the water, check the playing hall. What is going on today, guys?
Blunders galore. That's all I can say. Blunders galore. As he played rook f6. He
And
did
we
not
are back
play-
to this being equal-ish.
What?
So you went from +6 to what?
0, 0, 0 in more than one way, apparently.
Oh my word. Rook f6. Wow. I mean, you stop and you
And
think
he
to
had
yourself,
20 minutes
Queen f2.
for 5 moves.
I mean, that's one of those moves that coordinates everything. You really understand what you're doing. You're going to go rook f8 check, queen f5 check, and instead you play rook f6 because...
But I think, like from Jan's side, and I'm making excuses here, but you don't expect in this position your opponent to just blunder from... I think by this point Jan kind of realized he's not better. And before h6 happened, I mean, I think he probably, once he plays king g2 here, he realizes there's all these shuffling maneuvers, like rook b5, rook b5, rook d5, all of those moves appear to be okay. And he probably kind of made peace with the idea that, you know, it looks pretty, but it doesn't actually win.
Right.
And your opponent makes a logical looking move, and you don't expect to suddenly be winning. But I still don't really understand how you don't calculate queen f2 for a bit longer. He played rook f6 a bit too fast, I think.
Well, I sit there and I must say that from my point of view, the way I look at chess, I sit there and say, you know, what are my threats? What can I do? Checkmate, you know. Well, and obviously I want to play rook to f8. So you have these fantasies that maybe, you know, for example, let me just play a5. Fantasy number 1. Oh, rook f8 mate. Yeah. Oh, I know what. All I really need to do is get my rook to f8 and I can mate. And then you go, okay, well, I do have a threat in the position, don't I? I could play queen f2 and rook f8 mate.
Yeah, this is very strange, honestly.
So those thoughts are paramount in my mind. They're the forefront of what I would be trying to do as white. And h7, h6, I would have thought that's a perfect opportunity to do what I want. What's this? Queen f2, rook f8. I get to play checkmate. Rook f6. Now, after the move rook f6, surprisingly enough,
yeah, you can play queen d1, you can play queen d3. Basically, the pawn on h6 is not nearly as important as creating mating threats, which are winning, and black now has
such
significant
mating threats.
Yeah.
Queen d1.
We will return to this, but I want to just once again.
Please.
We've had 2 big blunders, and in this game we had like a blunder replied to with a blunder.
Right.
So I want to kind of wash the taste a little bit away and show you the other game for a second there.
Jump back to Alejandro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at Linear. This is actually one of the hardest things in chess.
He's done it.
Yeah.
He's played.
This is legitimately one of the hardest things in chess.
Absolutely. He took back his previous move, knight f5, knight e7 f5, and now went knight f5 e7. That's professionalism.
Yeah, doesn't make knight f5 a good move, but he realized he's made a mistake, and he spent 2/3 of his remaining time, got to grips with the idea that knight h5 is a crushing threat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you swallow your pride, you put it back on e7, and you say, yeah, I made a bit of a boo-boo here, but it doesn't mean I have to, you know, commit to making boo-boos for the rest of the game and just resign. Yeah, like it's.
Yeah, my bad. I applaud the move very much, knight f5 e7. But you were about to explain the double blindness that we're experiencing between these two extraordinary tacticians. By the way,
there is a certain level of trust. Like when you play somebody like Shah, you don't expect Shah, even if in
bad form and
he clearly is having a poor tournament, but still, he spent some time and played h6. Which, you know, send the evaluation from 0s to 6.5. But you don't know that, and you know, you've played him before. You know, he generally doesn't blunder rooks in one move.
No, he does not.
But still, 20 minutes for 5 moves. Just think for a bit. He didn't blitz out rook f6, but he didn't really you know, sit down and evaluate queen f2 properly.
And for amateurs in the audience, those double blindness are very common.
It does happen more than you
World
think,
Championships, I remember very vividly Magnus Carlsen Vishy Anand. There was like the two trusting opponents.
We were doing that game live. I was commenting for the official stream, and we went on break as Magnus played King d2, and one of us needed to basically run to the producers because we didn't have an earpiece. We were kind of communicating by gestures.
Right.
So I started kind of waving and not shouting because I wasn't sure we're not being you know, live mics are a thing. But my waving didn't really register. So we were actually the only stream which did not show the 1 minute of Magnus sitting there at the board because he was clearly afraid to move. He realized the moment, as usual, the moment you release the piece onto the board.
Yeah, and the awareness is...
Yeah, you press the clock and you freeze in horror as you realize what you've just done, and the game is kind of gone. And he's just sitting there afraid to breathe.
Exactly.
And we're showing some commercials. And Vishy goes a5, a4 on the queen side,
rather quickly.
And Magnus just kind of immediately drags the king back from d2, so that the tactic no longer exists. And somewhere at that point we come back on air when everything is gone, like, and we have to describe it in words instead of showing you pictures. I think we were the only stream which did that.
Nice.
Yeah, it was kind of a remarkable piece of bad luck.
You just really captured the moment, Peter. I mean, well done, well done.
Me and Sopiko, we were not very happy about that.
Yeah, but okay, so we definitely had a case of double blind. blindness right here. And you're advocating for the move Queen D1, creating these dastardly threats. Now, why doesn't Queen D1 turn the tables even more?
And shockingly, you might have to play Rook F2 here, because I mean, allowing Rook C2 check is not that great. So Rook F6 is just empty. This is another point why do you play Rook F6? You in many cases you will not even be taking on H6. It's a very empty gesture. Yeah, it's just mystifying.
And
3 minutes for Shak? Who are these players?
Right, and Queen D1 isn't the only move.
Queen D3 also works.
Queen somewhere. Let's see where it goes. Just don't put it on D5. Queen D1 works. Very nice. Let go, Shak, come on, let go. It's good. It's good. You survived the worst. Let go. It's gonna be okay. He does it.
I must say that reminds me of a number of scholastics where they hold their kind of finger on top just to look around and, okay, I didn't blunder anything, and you let go.
Yeah.
How much time?
Yeah, it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Shak is for 11
It is move 36, though. It's not.
Oh, sorry.
Not panic station.
Okay.
But yeah, well, kind of a remarkable sequence considering.
Rook F6 attacks the queen. Queen D1 forces Rook F2.
I mean, I'm not sure about forces, but yeah,
provokes, if you will.
You're not really taking on. You're not really taking on H6. Yeah.
Well, especially in view of this massive threat, Rook C2 to your own king, and this would just be.
He just goes Rook F2 very calmly.
Very calm.
Everything within plans.
Yeah. Everything is under control. Yeah.
In the meantime, I feel rather tasered by this Rook F6, Rook F2. Wow.
I can't even. It's one of those I can't even moments.
Look moments. Again, for those of you who might be joining us late, this was really a shocking moment. Right here, a case of double blindness. Just about everything is even, but most especially
I think Rook B5. And I think we need to point out why Rook B5, let's say, doesn't lose to Queen F2 and H6 does. If you play Queen F2 here, we can play Knight G6, and Rook takes C5 doesn't knock the Queen away from the F6 square.
Exactly.
So Rook B5, A B5, you have no mate. Queen B2 is met by Queen E5, and Queen F6 is just a trade of queens. So you're actually, I think, maybe even worse in this position. Maybe Queen F7 makes a draw, maybe it doesn't. But with the Rook on C5, this would be completely unplayable. After H6, you can't play Knight G6 because Rook takes C5. Rook takes C5, and Queen F6 is just mate in 3.
Exactly.
I was trying to figure out another thing that I thought maybe explains the blunder is maybe Knight H4 check. I thought maybe he thought Knight H4 check here works.
Sorry, which moment, Peter?
After Knight G6.
Knight G6.
Rook C5.
Rook C5.
Knight H4 check is a bit tricky actually because. But King G1, Queen F1. No, it's not even really that tricky. Queen G1, Queen F1. It's completely fine.
Wins.
Yeah, it's just inexplicable why he thought it was fine and why Jan didn't check it for an additional 30 seconds, because the calculations really aren't that difficult after Queen F2.
And by the way, I'm just going to refresh my board. By the way, Queen D5 is basically saying, there's no reason why I have to make a repetition. I don't have to play Queen D6 or something. Queen D5 check. And
I think he wants to lure the king to a dark square and then go back to D6. I think that's his plan. And I think it's a solid plan as well. Just like
King H2.
Put the king on a square where the knight cannot be unpinned without grave harm coming to white, and put the queen back on D6.
Alejandro, as a chess coach, you've seen everything. You've seen blunders galore, double blindness. Your explanation for what we've just seen, because it's so rare at this exalted level, I want to say, that you just see these guys. Chess is hard.
Chess is hard. I mean, look at these guys, right? They're the best of the best. They're top of the line.
Right.
And even they miss relatively simple things, right? I think that a lot of our viewers in their classical games would be like, yeah, I can find that. I can find all of that.
I would see it if I had such an opportunity.
Yeah, so it does happen. It happens at the highest levels. It happens to every grandmaster. It's uncommon. It's very uncommon to see this kind of double blunders, and especially in a round where Richard Rapport also blundered a rook. So it's been a strange day. We had two very solid games. We have a fascinating struggle, Alvarez and Dominguez, and two very, very strange games. I mean, it's not just this double blunder that I have not been able to understand of this position. Rook d3, rook takes d3 left such a mystifying taste in my mouth. That he survived afterwards because the computer says he survived, great. But that you even got to this position.
Remarkable.
Yeah. Jan, if, as we assume, this is now holdable for black and maybe not even that difficult to hold, and yeah, Jan, I don't know who they invite to, I mean, there will be a press conference or an interview with Cristian, and I wonder who they ask to talk to them and like what their conversation will look like.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember the absolutely remarkable game between Shaq and Richie. And if there was ever a time to interview both players, that was the game. That would be it. And maybe this is a game where it would be nice to have both players explain themselves.
Or alternatively, just give them a pass, honestly.
Right, like just go away.
This is not going to be, I mean, it's not going to be fun for them explaining why you know, this swing happens. So, yeah, as somebody who, you know, in a previous life was in that chair, I mean, I understand it's, like, I'm not really advocating for it. It's, you know, these are the human interest stories we get, you know, when something out of the ordinary happens in a game. But as a player, you don't really enjoy having to explain why you had such a horrible moment of of blindness.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's just tough. Let's switch games for a moment as we go back to the game of Ali Reza for a moment, because things are kind of blowing up over here too. We left it basically after this move, knight e7. I can take my move back.
Yeah, knight g3, potentially knight g3 creates a threat of queen h7 followed by knight h5, g8. Knight takes h5, I think it looks very strong.
So let me just put and you were about to land me a vicious tactic?
Yeah, knight h5, g8, knight h5, and it looks like we're breaking through here because the bishop is hanging. And this is why Linier's move was required.
If the rook were here, I'd have the defensive
we
reaction.
go rook g6 here.
Which explains why he played rook a6.
Yeah, he played rook a6, and Alireza picked up this pawn on b4 using the overloading of the queen on b7 to do this. I think black is probably still okay. Yeah, I would play rook a8 here and ask white.
I mean, Yasser took that pawn in his mind before. Before he considered it.
I don't want to give white rook b1. I think the
so
pawn
after I drop my knight in the way,
because we still need to spend a tempo on protecting the rook on e8, and giving white additional tempo with rook b1. I kind of hate personally. I think it's maybe playable, but I would start by playing rook a8, and if you take on d5, which is possible, I think it's playable. But now we take on d5 first, then on b2, force knight e2.
Okay.
And then we play something like, there's a number of moves here which interest me. Queen b3 looks interesting. Rook a2 followed by something. c3 might, even the simple c3 might be very playable.
Even rook e3 is playable.
Yeah, rook e3 is
I'm not happy this
white
here. No,
this is very loose for white. I think knight takes d5 is just never going to get played. I think after rook a8, you make some kind of a consolidating move. I don't know which one.
Exactly. And
knight g2 maybe.
And the truth is, this knight on e7 is actually a very defensive knight. I'm very happy to allow that knight to just kind of live on its own. It's not bothering anybody. Is there anything to be said for like the H line? I mean,
I think there are no threats. I mean, I think the position is way too open for white to go back to trying to give mate.
Well, let me be persistent, at least. But as I try to be persistent, or stubborn, as the case may be, let's jump to Bucharest and Anastasiya and Cristian.
I have to say, guys, everybody here is in complete shock because something is in the water today here in Bucharest, but also in previous games, specifically for Richie Rapport. And I have to say, Richie is, well, he's generally self-critical. So I think he lost a lot of confidence when he lost in one move against Bogdan Daniel Deac. And right now, he's a completely different player than what we are used to seeing from him. And this game, yes, as you guys were mentioning, it was just mutual blindness. I don't think any of the players saw that because I went to the playing hall and Nepo was quite relaxed. He was just like walking around just like Mamedyarov. He didn't feel like he escaped any sort of dangerous moment. I think it was just a mutual blindness in that game. How about yourself, Anastasiya? What do you think happened there?
Yeah, it seems like we went to two different playing halls. I felt completely different. I felt so much pressure in the air, actually, for the last few moves. Actually, for me, both of them, they look so concentrated now and focused on the game. They feel maybe that something is happening, but I felt maybe that Nepo really doesn't like his position that much anymore. This was my thoughts. What I also noticed that actually all the games in the center of the hall are finished. So we have two games in different angles, and those spectators moved either to the right or to the left. You know, it looks a little bit funny, the playing hall at the moment. So I don't know, maybe all players are tired, maybe it's something about the air, what you said, Cristian, but something is happening right now, yes, and nobody understands what will be the outcome of this game, literally.
It's very interesting that you mentioned tension, because also the seconds, as well the assistant, I would say, of Dominguez and Firouzja, Firouzja's dad, as well as Dominguez's second, they were both at the same time in the playing hall watching intently the game. So there's definitely some pressure. Nevertheless, as you were mentioning, you thought Nepo and Mamedyarov were very tense. I thought they were quite relaxed. Let's see how this game plays out. Guys, back to you.
Thank you for the on the site, if you will. Nothing like being there in person to witness the tension. And I remember this was the Topolov game from Vaikanze, where Garry Kasparov, sacrifices the two rooks, and you just had these photos of the spectators. Game. It's just like it's so classic. It's so good. Very, very exciting duels going on there. Did you come to some conclusion about Ali Reza's position?
I started by feeling that I will be able to refute your rook h4 reasonably comfortably, but no, I think it's a very playable idea, and I still feel like black should be fine, but it's not easy to react to at all. You're sort of a very caveman-y idea of rook h4, rook dh1, queen h3, rook h8 mate.
Precisely.
It seems like black made so significant advances, such significant advances on the queen side.
Right.
But knight fe2 just covers kind of everything. Once you take on b2, I play knight fe2.
That's a good protection.
Yeah, keeping the other one to control the f5 square very importantly. You can't really allow knight f5 here. And then you just want to double and then treble on the h file, and then you
crash through.
Hopefully give mate. Yeah.
Right. That's the intent. Yeah. And like you say, caveman, but it does land with some effectiveness. Now, on the other hand, we're pawn up, but I see no reason to play anything that allowing queen d2 check is just no. That's egregious. Yeah, egregious. Now, you had also mentioned
knight fe2. I would consider
that. Yeah, that you would welcome the move queen takes b2 because you would think that rook
maybe
b1.
Rook b1 is something. Yeah, just kind of opening up additional.
Knight fe2.
Knight fe2, a move that warms your heart.
I was actually advocating for knight ge2, which the engines don't like at all. But I see knight fe2 is a
well, knight ge2. Knight
because
f5.
the other one controls the g5 square. So I thought I still don't have to worry about knight f5 all that much, and I wanted to keep the more active knight on f4. But yeah, I think the engines are not a fan. And knight fe2 is a decent move.
I must say, I always like dominating my opponent's active pieces. So keeping the knight on g3 just to keep this knight on e7 honest and saying, like I am never going to allow you to play the move knight f5. I like that, and knight e2 and the times, Peter, of the players.
2 against 3 in a very, very sharp position. And
who's got the 2? Who's got the 3?
Yeah, Ali Reza 226 and Dominguez 305 and counting.
I still say that's an imposter. Linear. I mean, the body double looks remarkable, but he. Oh my!
And we should be paying more attention, I think, to this board, because on the other, all kinds of repetitions are now very much in the air. Like the queen on b2 can be chased, and
not only that, but they're going to reach move 40 pretty quickly. While these guys, well, not quite there yet.
Yeah, by linear standards, this is not a very horrible time trouble. He's got like two and a half minutes for what is now 7 moves to make
look at
once
this.
he's gone rook a8. Rook a8 is like moving the rook away from an open file is maybe not very intuitive, but I think he just wants to pick up the pawn on b2 and play on, because he's not really getting mated on the h file very much with the current configuration of the white pieces. Yeah, queen g4 or queen h3 is all logical, but I think we can reasonably safely take on b2 and proceed from there.
Are you so sure, though? Because I mean, I kind of want to agree that my H file isn't
honestly,
that good.
you were making a very salient point on this topic earlier. Like, I can eventually, once you create your Alekhine gun on the H file, I can play king f8 and say,
I'll walk away.
Go on.
Yeah, and after rook b1,
queen a3.
Queen a3, let me drop in and say
kind of
hello.
hinting that the pawn on e3 is not as safe as as all that. I don't have a comfortable way of attacking it, but I mean, knight e6, queen f4, rook e7 or something. Yeah.
Knight f6, queen
Queen
f4,
f4,
rook e7, blocking my
rook hb1. I mean, I understand why. I mean, the game is still very, very much ongoing here. I don't know who I like better, but
that is a protected pass pawn on c3. Isn't
rook
it?
b1, rook d8 maybe, and I mean, it's a kind of a very strange sharp position where yes, we have a protected passer, but it will get controlled by the knight on c3 at some point. And d5, I mean, d5 is in these structures is quite weak. Like if we take on e7 here, and in particular if you play queen takes e7 and white goes knight c3, knight g2. He's got queen f4 straight away without even including rook b1.
Exactly.
It's a good square. I mean, you were also aiming for it immediately.
I did, yes, I did so.
And there are obviously like, this is not
Good
going to happen,
reasons.
but there is a very cute construction. Like if you can give white 3 tempi here somehow, let's go c3,
yes,
rook h3,
rook
c2, rook dh1.
Really?
Rook, I don't know, c8.
Okay.
Queen f6. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to show.
I remember it was a Magnus Carlsen game. He got mated.
What? Does this work?
Yes.
I take and go king f8.
Ah no, you have a knight on his side. Ah, damn.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
He's a party pooper.
Yeah,
he's got a reputation.
It's a cute construction. It also loses immediately.
Nobody sends him Christmas cards. They forget his birthday.
Yeah.
Nice. But maybe we did it. This might be mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Queen f4 does sort of invite queen b8 though. Like
But queen f4 is on. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to have to refresh. Sorry. Queen f4. Sorry.
Sort of invites queen b8. It's a kind of a bailout that, I mean, you're not interested. Goes knight c6. If black gets knight before knight d3 here, black is in command. I think you go rook b1 now, and we might actually get a transposition to the position we were just discussing.
Oh, there's a move here.
Rook h7 now?
Rook h7 now.
Rook h7 now, yeah.
Rook h7 is a huge move in this position.
Ooh, these are, and by the way, if it's a puzzle rush, you play rook h7
Immediately.
Yeah. Because you know it exists.
But if you don't know it exists, you might not think about it.
But
another blind spot here. Rook h7 on the board. Alireza doesn't miss these tactics. It's not dead lost, shockingly.
You can play rook e6.
Rook e6
you can play
holds
rook
on to
e6,
the f6 square.
Yeah, you need to stop
So
rook
the threat,
g7.
of course, is rook g7.
Yeah, once you get over the
queen
shock
f6,
factor of rook h7.
which, by the way, could really freeze you from doing. Yeah.
Then you realize you have to defend f6, because rook takes g7, queen f6, rook h1 will just be mate.
Right.
You have to defend. The only way to defend it is rook e6. This is the only move in the position.
But yeah, the entire sequence is very difficult to play, because after queen h4, or, I mean, rook dh1 is also strong. Rook dh1, maybe knight takes d4 now creates enough counterplay, though.
What?
Happily for black. Knight d4, e4, rook d8.
Wait.
I mean, rook g7 is much better for white here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if all else fails, we can go rook g7 here.
I know.
Knight d4 and
It's...
Yeah, it's kind of winning.
Oh, dear.
Can I start with rook d8?
Okay, so rook h7 is on the
Yeah, maybe
board.
not, yeah.
We're expecting rook e6 to cover
Well, hoping,
up
because I think everything else kind of allows mate. So.
mate.
Everything else is mate, yeah.
Yeah, and sorry, besides the move rook h1, could I play queen?
Yeah, this is what
h4?
this is what I think I saw on Alejandro's screen, because knight takes d4 is once again, I think, the suggested move in this position. Which is
really?
Oh, because it controls h8. I was wondering, why can't you go knight d4, rook g7, queen h6, rook h1?
Yeah. But the point is, this endgame, I think, is lost. Like, if
no, you're controlling h8.
No, but you don't go into the endgame. Sorry, you don't go for mate. Oh, this is also
this is also pretty good.
That's also pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, just queen takes d4 here. I don't think you hold this endgame. I think this endgame is bad. It's
pretty dead.
Queen d4 and take the rook.
He still has to get to rook e6 though. And he has 23
seconds.
That's a linear. We know. Now we recognize him. He'll find rook e6 out of necessity.
On 3 seconds, it will get played. Yeah.
And he still has 4 moves to time control. 4 tough moves to time control.
But rook h7 is a great spot.
Oh, what a miss by Linier. 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 second.
No,
on
31.
1 second. Yeah, on 1 second.
Oh my.
But this looks pretty busted.
Yeah.
But 31
having to play knight takes d4 is just such a dispiriting idea. Yeah.
Especially when you just played knight c6, e7, probably eschewing
he goes queen
the
h4
draw.
straight away. Yeah, very clean.
And you have to take on d4. You resign.
Yeah.
Rook takes, queen h6, and rook h1, as well as rook h1 immediately. Provokes, probably the only move in the position, knight takes d4.
Then you have a choice, right?
Yeah, even, I mean, the endgame is lost, and you can also not play the endgame. Like, you can go rook takes d4 here, and black goes rook d8, and, I mean, this is, I mean,
on 2 seconds.
On 2 seconds.
Yeah.
This guy.
And I wonder if Alireza will continue looking for mate, because I'm pretty sure he understands the endgame is borderline winning.
But no, I mean, playing for mate with rook takes d4 has got my my vote.
But after rook d8, now that the rook cannot reach the h file, we take. But it's you don't create a mating. I can go rook takes e3 there, right? Because I control h8.
Exactly. That's the whole trick.
This is why we had to take on d4, because
By the way, Firouzja looking for his first victory in the event, and knight takes d4. So after, excuse me, I'm going to do something I have to do sometimes. I have to go back and forth. Knight takes d4. What's the cleanest, guys? We always look for the easiest win, if there is such a thing.
I still feel like this endgame is completely winning. I can
after
see
rook takes and queen takes d4.
I can see that. I think the engine disagrees. I think the engine doesn't.
About the same.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't see how this ever holds. I take with the rook. I play knight c3, knight g2. I mean, this center never holds. They just get picked off one by one. The knights working in conjunction, they just exert so much pressure against this center that, like, it just I can't imagine this even being difficult. I mean, not just the overall result, but also, like, I just don't see how this is difficult for white. But yeah, rook takes d4. Like, if you want to continue playing against somebody who made his last 2 moves on 2 seconds and 1 second, of course you can play rook takes d4 and continue asking questions. But like, it's a mistake against somebody like Linier. It's a mistake to assume he will make many more inaccuracies. He did miss rook h7
already,
and he is playing on increment. But he has made 2 only moves in a row so far.
That is.
You
You just go for this. Yeah, it's the right way. It's the right way. You're kind of sad you will have to play up past the time control. You'll have kind of a dry technical task instead of gloriously giving mate somewhere.
Exactly.
But
a win's a win.
Yeah, I think you're pretty confident here with white that the endgame is close to winning or just winning. You just go queen takes d4. Very nicely done.
And the players will make time control.
Yeah, this is move 39. Alireza with any capture on d4. I assume rook
takes d4.
Yeah, I like rook takes the most.
By far, blockading and setting up for knight c3 and clipping the pawn on d5.
Yeah.
Whoa. My goodness, what a round, guys.
It's a strange round.
Rook h7. Linier overestimating his position, missing his beautiful tactic, and
rook takes.
He's going to find himself in a losing ending by the time time control has been reached. And I think Ali Reza just got up because that's move 40 for him.
That is move 40, yeah.
He gets the
he doesn't need to watch
30
linear
minutes
suffer. They're choosing between
bonus,
all kinds of very, very similar moves.
Yeah, it just collapses, right?
Yeah, the way to try to fight for black would be, like, if black could somehow get a pair of rooks off the board, black's chances would improve very, very significantly. But I don't see how you actually trade anything before you've lost your entire strategy.
How can you trade that beautiful rook on d4?
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't.
Yeah, it's I mean, you will maybe once the d5 pawn falls, maybe then some files will get open that will allow you to trade a rook. But by that point, it probably will be too late. Rook knight c3, yeah.
Exactly. This is
knight c3, knight g2, knight f4.
This is the issue.
We could already play e3, e4 in the previous move, by the way. Yeah,
we have more pieces than our opponent.
Yeah, e3, e4, just pick up on d5, put the other one on e4. Yeah.
It's actually very easy.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Not difficult. Yeah. Not difficult.
Wow.
So perhaps time to revisit our
mutual blindness.
Other game, yeah, in which black is seemingly now completely fine and also reached move 40. So Jan is now.
When we left it, queen d1, rook f2, queen d5, king h2.
Yeah, and Jan chose clearly. I think if he goes king g2 here, Shah just very happily gives a check from d5. So Jan says, let's play. Goes knight g3. Avoiding the repetition. Black goes rook b5. Jan relinquishes the pin on the long diagonal, and now Shah played rook d5, and the current threat is rook d2, using the fact that there will be knight f3 check there in the end, swapping everything off. And black is currently a pawn up, so I assume white still has enough compensation for the pawn. But yeah, this is like night and day. I mean, not even counting the blunder, black clearly has improved. H7, H6 is now on the board, giving squares for the black key, for the black king.
Precisely.
Yeah, the pin is gone. There's actual counter threats white needs to pay attention to. And progress not.
All, there are some pawns on the queen side that might have a say. Give black a few moves, c5, b5, c4, and
clearly an unbelievable amount of progress has been made by Shah here towards equality at least.
Wow. Wow, just wow, Peter.
Yeah, it's been a wow kind of round, and not in necessarily in the greatest possible way. Yeah,
no.
I mean, some games still are very interesting, very nicely played. Apart from this one mistake by Linier, which probably ends up deciding the game. That game was very well played.
Yeah, yeah.
That game featured a lot of very difficult decisions and was very well fought.
And you get that. And time pressure, you blunder a move that you didn't think about because h7 is covered. Your mind just for 1 second didn't realize that at this precise moment rook h7 is playable. Very understandable blunder by Linier. The other blunders,
yeah, the other stuff is much harder to explain.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just feels like chess can be it's such a cruel game. You could defend so incredibly well as Linier did. One just brief hiccup, rook h7, and then it's all gone.
And yeah, he made the sequence of only moves to get here, and here is not very inviting. Yeah, it's not a very good position. So it's a kind of a rare-ish case of one mistake sort of deciding the game. You make a mistake large enough, you just don't the game doesn't let you back in.
Yeah. We are going to take a break, everybody, as our panel recharges and digests what just took place in this very eventful round 7. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
See you then.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Louis is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Welcome back to the final segment of today's coverage. We are watching round 7 of the Bucharest Grand Chess Tour Chess Classic, and these are the current standings with only 2 games still running. Wesley and Levon are ahead. MVL is now in clear third, and will most likely be in clear third now that we know what the other 2 positions are. And these are the 2 games still ongoing, with Jan Nepomniachtchi on the white side against Shah Mamedyarov, and Alireza Firouzja much better against Linier, probably winning, but there are still some technical hurdles to be overcome. But the story of the last, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, I would say, I don't know exactly how long our break was, is Jan Nepomniachtchi apparently is on a quest to lose a game which seemed unlosable as recently as, I don't know, 5 moves ago.
Oh, the quest is successful, yeah. Very successful. Look at the position on the board.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Black's pieces are all beautifully centralized.
Yeah, the white rook, which was in total control of the F-file for as long as we can remember, is now on E2 and doing absolutely nothing.
Serving a defensive purpose, and he vulnerable to a knight F4 check should this knight on G3 ever leave.
The knight had to go back from H5 to G3. Black has completely stabilized. Queen E6, Rook D5 covers all the central squares, and Black has a very healthy extra pawn, which is about to actually start, you know, heading towards
and suffocating White at the same time.
This losing position that we're observing on the board was just a scant 10 moves ago, a +6.
That was for a brief moment, because until move 35, it honestly was a reasonably well-played game. You could say there were some opportunities missed, and Yasser sort of scrolling past a couple of them there. But those were difficult calculations, and you could see how you make mistakes there. And somewhere around there, there's this very curious position around move 32, 33, 34, where there's everything pinned, but White can't really make any progress. The Queen D2 move is one big miss. One big miss. And then we get to this position where White is a pawn down, but Black is completely hamstrung by all the pins and the back rank weaknesses and all that. But it's difficult to create a threat, and White generally can't really make much progress. And then Shah, after not even that long of a pause, makes the move H7, H6, which loses to Queen F2. And
more or less immediately.
I want to say this is not even difficult calculations. This is something that Jan normally would calculate pretty much instantly, and it wouldn't even trouble him all that much. You know? The idea of bringing the queen to the F-file and starting to give checks really isn't that difficult. It's basically what the entire play previous to that point was aimed at and geared towards.
Exactly so. Instead, he missed that opportunity. He played Rook F6, which actually
this is still fine for White, even though
forced Rook F2.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this is so attractive, but I very much doubt. In particular, I think move 39 was sort of the start of the downward spiral. If we go back to King H2, Queen D6 there, I'm pretty sure that after King H2, Queen D6, if you actually play King G2 here, move 39,
we're going to have a repetition.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Shah just goes Queen D5 check. I don't think Black has any particular winning chances in this position, because the knight on H5 is very dangerous. There's still plenty of initiative on the king's side. I don't think Black has much in a way of progress to be made. I mean, I'm not sure if you can play something like B7, B5, but it doesn't look like it gives Black much of a
And
much
again, just to compare the current position, you have an active rook, you have an active queen, you have an active knight. As we flash forward to today's moment.
Yeah. And honestly, the next 5 moves or so, I'm sort of kind of hoping Jan doesn't have to give an interview today, because he will be extremely unhappy with himself.
Yes.
But in general, I don't really like this genre very much. But I want to say, knowing Jan a little bit, I've been around him. You know, we've worked on chess together. I get the feeling at some point, and this is what I kind of feared for him, I get the feeling he found Queen F2.
Afterwards, he saw it in hindsight.
Because I think this is what, in particular for somebody like Jan, who is, you know, self-reflection and extreme levels of self-criticism are his, like, this is where he thrives, you know, it's his spiritual home, you know. I feel, I very much recognize those emotions. And it was crucial for his well-being in this game that he doesn't realize Queen f2 was winning. Because he is one of those players who would struggle actually to stop thinking about it once he realizes just how big of an opportunity was missed early in the game.
Exactly.
And the way he played from, let's say, move 13 on onwards, like very quickly eschewing all chances of repetitions, just continuing to play for a win in a position which is becoming worse and worse with every move.
Yes.
It really does feel like the play of a man who at some point realized he was just winning in one move.
And frustrated.
And just he can't shake off that extreme frustration of a mistake of this magnitude.
Right.
I could be completely wrong, but this is how it sounds to me.
Yeah, a lot of chess players do suffer from this perfectionist complex, and they expect that their moves will always be the highest quality, and they really become severe with themselves when they don't live up to that extraordinarily exalted reflection that they feel
Jan
they
is
need.
of the people I know reasonably well. He is one of the harshest to himself. And yeah, for him, the idea that he could just basically win the game in one move and just absolutely waltz past it, would be very, very difficult to ignore.
Which is why I always admired players like, by the way, Bent Larsen, who forgot everything. Everything, that's history. That's history.
Yeah.
This is the moment. Oh, no, my God, there's an opportunity for me to win the game. This is great. Bang, 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 bang. And, oh, you mean I was lost earlier? Too bad.
It's an incredibly valuable skill to have.
Exactly.
And, people struggle with it. I personally struggle with it. For me, it was always very harmful to my continued play in the game if I realized that I made a very, very big mistake earlier. And shaking it off and treating it as something perhaps to be reflected upon once the game is over. It's not impossible, but on a bad day you really struggle with it, and I think this is what we're watching. But once again, obviously, all of these types of conversations are
conjecture, but
very much conjecture.
I think it's a voice of experience speaking as well. By the way, the position keeps, in my opinion, sliding away. And Jan's position's getting worse and worse as b5 has just been played. We're about to see c4 cementing the knight on d3, and Shaq is taking over this game. Has Firouzja done the same thing in his game, Alejandro?
We left it going into an endgame. 2 knights against a rook. The rooks also have an extra pawn, but the problem is, look at these beautiful pieces on the center.
Coordination.
Rook on e5, knight on d4, knight on c3. It's hitting all of it. It's hitting all of the structure that black has. And at this point, you have choices. The move that Alireza played, rook e5, looks okay. He could have been more direct. There was the move knight c6.
Knight c6, but also, if we could go back for a second there, I was wondering about something. Just one move prior to the current position.
The position?
Yeah.
Like somewhere here.
Yeah, for rook gg8. I thought e3, e4. It's a move you kind of hate to make, but I think if you take g4, you lose the exchange. I thought it was a very clean solution. Yeah, e4 because g4, knight e4.
Yep.
G7, e6, e7, c6.
G7.
Those are the easy ones.
Yeah.
And if you play king f7 here, yeah, this is also an immediate fork. And if you play king f7, I go knight c6.
Same idea of forking.
Yeah, and then I go knight e5 check. And it seemed to me like this also sort of ends the game on the spot, because if you can't reply to e4 with d4, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's not something that you want to do, but you're absolutely right. It looks like you could just cleanly win an exchange. And if you can play e4, and obviously if you get to play knight d8.
Yeah, if you get to play knight d5 or e5 check even, like the game seems to be effectively over.
Agreed.
Not that rook e5 lets anything go. I'm pretty sure that basically it's almost... The problem for Linier here is that even if Alireza keeps on missing quote-unquote forced wins, like there's no improvement here for black. You just wait until white finally finds a killing blow. Yeah, because your position is... You're not moving any piece anymore.
Yeah. Rook d6 walks into what you've suggested, Peter, simply e4, and it's all over. And if you don't play rook d6, basically these rooks are, well, tethered to the pawn on d5. And if you start moving your king back, at a certain moment, white's king just kind of waltzes up the board, and soon you're out of moves. You don't want to play king g7 and walk into a fork, and Next up is King G5.
I mean,
this looks
the horse is
terrible.
dead, guys. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
It's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I've been I've come back to the sort of the crucial moment in the Nepomniachtchi game. If we go back to that really important turning point on move 36, I think, where he didn't play Queen F2. I think I found maybe a chess explanation for why what happened did happen. After King H7, which is a move you do consider because Rook F8 was a major threat. The winning line here, I don't know if it's the only one, but it might be. Actually, no. But the other thing is also quite cute and not easy to find. The simplest way to win here is something I think it is possible to miss or miscalculate. The winning move here is Rook takes E5, Queen E5. We give a check from F7, and then we just go Knight F6, and your first eye test, there's this king on G2, which is protected by nothing.
Right.
And black has checks. But as it turns out, black has like a couple while giving away pieces. Yeah, like one, and then you start giving away material, because the king on F3 cannot be checked by anything, pretty much, without giving up like full rooks. So if you spend more than 3 seconds on this position, you will realize that there is, like, you have to play Rook F2, Queen H2, but you have no expectation of this ever being a perpetual, because the king once again marches up the board to E4, E5, E6, and white wins. It's not a difficult, like, I think that I'm struggling to explain this from a purely chess point of view. I think it's just he did not assume his position could suddenly become winning in one move. Yeah.
Wow.
And the cute one that I mentioned is actually cute enough for me to make us show it on the board. After Queen F2, King H7, the second way of winning this position.
Yeah, Queen F2, King F7.
Yeah, King H7. We can play Knight F6 check. And after King G6, which looks natural, we play Rook takes G5 here.
What? What?
Rook G5.
HG, Queen What was wrong with Knight E4?
I'm guessing Queen D5 or
Queen D5, yeah.
Or Queen C6. Yeah, Queen D5, not Queen C6. Rook G5, HG, Queen F5 check, and we win the king. This is mate, and otherwise we win the Queen on D6, like King F7, Knight F4 check, or Knight A8 check here. Yeah, and this endgame is very straightforward. But Rook G5 check is a cute little move that you also are very allowed to miss. To miss, but still. It's findable, and Rook E5 is also findable. All of these things are definitely... The one thing that doesn't win after King H7 is arguably the most natural move in the position, which is Rook F7 check, which after King G8 actually leads to a position that is probably going to be defended.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Rook F7 is like the eye candy, you know, like you've got mate in 3 years.
That's the one you want to make, but that's the one that actually throws the win away.
I'm actually
I'm surprised that this is not winning as well. Like, right? I mean, you give me a check.
Somehow
I go
it holds on.
King
It goes
G3.
Queen E7 after Rook F6.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And holds on grimly.
The grim. Yeah. It's still very hard for me to believe that this somehow isn't winning
Queen
for a
F5
while. I mean,
somehow the machine just says this is not. I don't know.
Right.
I'm very
okay.
confused.
Yeah. We don't doubt it. But yeah, Queen F2 is a difficult move not to play.
Queen F5, Rook C6, 0-0-0.
Queen F5, Rook C6. Wow.
Yeah.
And by the way, and remarkably in this tournament, we have seen Levon win 2 games with black pieces, and we just saw MBL today getting a whole rook from Shaq. Daniel Deac won with black against Richard.
That's right.
Yeah. We're being told this is going to be the 5th win. What I was trying to count is how many decisive games in general we have had. We've had 1-1, 3, 1-2.
Yes.
And
2 today.
And 2 today. 2, and maybe we get...
Today.
I think I'm missing 1 round, right?
No, 3 today. We'll get 3 today, sorry.
I'm sorry.
This will be 11, yeah. That's right. Yeah, this will be 11 decisive games.
Yeah.
Should these 2 games be decisive?
Which these 2 games?
So that's actually 6-5 in White's favor, because at one point Black was leading, I believe, but no longer the case. I think there was definitely, like...
Probably Wesley won early, right?
Yeah.
Wesley won 2 white games pretty early.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, like after round 3, maybe Black was actually ahead.
By the way, I think the harvest is about to take place in the Firouzja game, as White has just laid the table very, very nicely for capturing the pawn on d5. Last few sequence of moves, we saw rook e5. Lanier backed up with his king and went rook h8, and knight f3 threatens a double attack, the pawn on d5 as well as knight e5 check. That precipitated with king g7, and I believe knight takes d5 is now what we're about to see, and that will be followed by e3, e4, and well, it's grim. It's grim.
Yeah, by my count this will be 12 and the scores will be level 6-6, but I did it very briefly now, just clicking through the rounds, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, Black definitely holding their own in this event.
Remarkable. Trying to remember when Black has scored this well. This is.
I think we've had a recent tournament where I think one of the Vikes maybe Black was doing quite well. Remember, I covered a tournament where Black scored way above what you would normally expect in a top field, but
right.
Can't remember exactly what it was.
All right, and let me just see what has happened after the move b5, b7, b5, knight.
H5 and rook d6. Yeah, there's some shuffling going on, but with the rooks, with the rook on the d file and the queen on e6, e5, e4 squares, just doesn't seem like White has any initiative, and the knight on d3 is about to get supported by the c pawn, and the rook on e2 will never make a move again in this game. It's just grim.
Totally.
It's just grim.
It's getting worse and worse as Black seems to be suffocating White's pieces ever more.
I almost felt like.
No, look at this! Look at this move. Rook e1. That's a kind of
cute,
visual,
yeah.
you know, like. Yeah.
I almost want to play queen f5 against it, just because I can.
I wanted to go queen c4, but queen b1 still exists, annoyingly. I thought queen c4 was just winning on the spot, but.
It's kind of amazing this move doesn't lose on the spot.
Yeah, queen b1 still kind of keeps the game afloat somehow, but I mean, it's very.
And rook e1 was only played because Yasser said that this rook would never.
I said it. I said it.
I hear you.
I said it. But it's on me.
It's done, yeah.
Yes, of course it is. I don't know if Jan has a sense of humor at such moments. I suspect not. But that
it's extremely dark. But he has a sense of humor in all. Like he is a very, very, like a genuinely funny guy. But much of it is aimed at himself,
right?
And is darker than. than most people would like, you know, to aim
guys,
at themselves.
We're blind. Queen g6 just.
Queen g6 ends the game.
Queen g6 just ends the game.
Yeah, with knight e1.
Knight e1 against anything.
Like rook e2, knight e1.
Yeah, rook e2, knight e1.
Yeah, queen g6 is.
Queen g6 is resigned.
Queen g6 just forces an immediate resignation. Yeah. So just put him out of his misery there. Also, I don't know, queen f5, king can go somewhere. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah.
The difference.
Queen f5 would have been nice, but king can go to g1 and the game continues.
That was the visual that you liked, Alejandro.
It was just pretty, that was it.
Yeah, right.
There was no need for it. Queen g6 is just game over.
Yeah.
Shach should spot this pretty much instantly.
Normally, yeah, normally. But, I mean, the only way you don't play queen g6 here is simply because every move pretty much wins, so you don't need to, but...
Right.
Yeah, but your spidey senses
like,
of rook e1, they're pretty
yeah.
active right here, yeah?
And this, again, nicely setting up a discover check. The knight currently in a pin. You can't take the rook, but you block the pin. Oops, excuse me. You block the pin with the move queen g6, and then you set up a discover check, either this way or this way. This way is pretty nice.
Yeah. No, this is just
queen g6.
We're not really used to seeing this as much anymore from Jan, even though he did have some blow-ups in the World Championship match. But in general, this is a kind of a game he would play, I don't know, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, when he is not in form and kind of annoyed with himself. But he's cut it out largely out of his system. Like it's no longer
very streaky player.
Yeah, a thing that happens to him as often. But yeah, this is just not good.
But in some ways, I think both. Oh, and he's shaking his head as he's now spotted queen g6, and I think that's a tell that Shaq is picking up on as well. By the way, I think
Shaq is sporting this Adidas look today, which every time
the sportive look.
Yeah, I see this and I think
nice. I think of Shaq as also a very streaky player. Is that fair? I mean, when things are going well, they are really, really going well, and when things are going poorly, well, they're going poorly.
Yeah, but this will cheer him up.
No question.
This will bounce him back, right? He's going to be on. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Queen C4. The first.
Every move wins, so we're not going to be critical about it.
Right.
Too critical, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean.
But Queen C4 as the kind of the first impression. Until
I guess he wants Queen B1,
G6.
Queen B4, and just get the queens off, and this is also just completely and utterly winning. Hard to criticize, honestly.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because you've got a 3 versus 1 majority. And
I mean,
Queen
you
B1.
only need one win, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
if you find a clean enough win, and it's without the queens, I
Yeah,
mean,
just get the queens off,
get the
take
queens
with the
off,
knight,
why not?
Put it back on T3.
Can't really criticize this.
Queen the C-pawn, very, very normal.
Queen the C-pawn, very normal.
Yeah.
Queen takes C4 is we've got the intermezzo check.
Yeah.
So we have to move our queen, and we're expecting Queen B1.
Yeah, that's the only move that doesn't lose the rook. And I suspect it's been played with the idea of Queen B4. Queen takes B4 is strictly the only move here. I'm guessing C takes B4 also wins, but why do that? Take with the knight, Rook D2 check, Knight D3, Knight A2, whatever you want to follow it up with. And
just rush the C-pawn up the board.
It prolongs the game, but I mean the result remains largely not in doubt.
As Victor Korchnoi would say, it's the ABCs of chess.
Yeah, let's put it this way: if Queen G6 didn't exist, Queen C4 we'll be praising.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
it's a good practical solution.
And we do have Queen B1 on the board in response. By the way, it is a little surprising for me to see top grandmaster like Shaq making the move and keeping his hand on the piece for an extended period of time. And by an extended period of time, I mean anything beyond 2-3 seconds, but sometimes as long as 10, 20, 30 seconds. I always thought it was bad form. What about yourselves?
A little bit.
I don't know. I never felt it was necessarily bad form. I think it's a sign of him not being entirely certain. Like he, even in the position as winning as this, and he knows he's winning by this point, of course. It feels like, you know, the way the tournament has been going up to this point is influencing his, like, he's double and triple checking things he normally would blitz out without like a second thought. I think it just sort of gives away the game a little bit in terms of like how confident he is right now about his decision making, because normally
a lack of confidence.
Yeah, exactly. Because normally you wouldn't really be doubting yourself to such a degree. Yeah, and
we do have the queen trade, as you were mentioning.
the queens come off, and the rook f1 is an important move here to at least try to activate something. You know, get rook f7, rook c7 in or something. It's a good move. It's probably the only way to keep the game somewhat afloat. But yeah, you just feel that the c-pawn is really, you get rook c6 in the end there, in the line I was talking about, like c4.
And he has reached for it, and there you go. And again, I think this is like Shaq just having a bad event to begin with, and you're seeing that he's not confident about his play, so he just is making these moves with this kind of, please God, I'm not blundering, am I? Kind of.
Yeah, exactly. It's a kind of a double check whether or not I'm blundering something something
really
simple.
bad. And we do
E4
have
played,
E3,
but it doesn't really create enough of anything really. Like
yes, exactly. Knight takes A2, C3, C2.
That's too easy.
Is just going.
Also, Knight D3, and then get the knights off if you need, and win a rook ending. I think there's a number of ways of winning this position.
That's cruel.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, pretty much whatever you want.
Yeah, that is cruel.
But in general, I'm in favor of just playing C3, C2, and queening it, like C3, E5, rook C6. As long as we're not blundering something there, and I don't think we are. Knight F6, King H8. I don't see any particular problems with it. Just get it to C2 so that the rook kind of has to forget about ever venturing outside.
Exactly. So one thing that White has on his agenda is rook F7, rook C7. You put your rook on C6.
Yeah, but we always have rook C6 in response.
Yeah. And as this one winds down, our look ahead for the remaining schedule?
Yeah, very straightforward. We have 2 more rounds to go after this one. Friday the 13th, tomorrow. Spooky.
Spooky.
And we will have a few days between these tournaments, and we come back with a Rapid and Blitz. A lot of these players will be traveling to Warsaw, Poland, will be joined by a great cast, a lot of talent, especially young talent being brought up in that tournament, as you see the players list there. I'm particularly excited to see Shevchenko come into the mix. It's one of those young players you've been hearing about for a few years now coming up, and you finally want to put them up there, see how they test against the best of the best.
Youth is unsound. Give me Vichy. You know,
well,
fine wine.
You get both.
Yeah, exactly.
You get both.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. And that will be our second stop of the Grand Chess Tour, with 3 more to go. And we do have
C4, C3 played. Yeah, I mean the calculations here. You do have to be a bit careful about allowing Rook F7, Rook C7. But the calculations don't really look that difficult. Like if I go Rook C6, we go C2. White is never in time to establish the setup you want is the Rook on D7 and then a perpetual on the F6, H7 squares. But by this point, the pawn will be on C2, and we will just snap on C6 on F6.
So like
if
one
I
of the
played,
worst.
we go Rook C6. No,
Yeah, I understand. I understand. So just to show what White's potential dream.
Even this is just completely lost, right?
Is it?
The Rook is not on the right square, so we just run towards D8. This is not a perpetual. The perpetual.
You can also take on F6. Just take on F6.
Does that win
93,
too?
93. And 93. This is quite cute. This is quite cute, yeah.
The Rook C6 play. No, we actually have to try to not win this for a while. I did find a way. You go Rook D2 check, and you allow Rook F7 and E6. And that one actually I didn't manage to win with the black pieces.
Yeah, but Rook C6 is just
Rook C6 is the right.
Is the very clean idea here.
Yeah, Rooks belong behind pass pawns. And by the way, I mean.
Why there's several tempi short here, not just one. Why there's several tempi short?
I mean, your cruel idea of forcing the trade of knights, that would have been really kind of brutal too, because that just stops any kind of counterplay with your Rook on C6. Definitely picking the bones on this one. Let's turn back to the.
There is a kind of failing to make progress. Everything is still on the board. Like you would have expected a pawn to fall somewhere.
Definitely. In fact, right here. And he did not take the pawn.
Yeah, I can, because it's the rooks come off. Rook H5 exists. And he does not want to allow the rook trade, because this is how, on a rare occasion that you don't win this position, this is how it starts. A pair of rooks comes off, and then the rook is legitimately, a rook is much stronger than 2 knights on a completely, like I go Rook A7 here, and I start creating some counterplay. I want to play Rook A3, C3, C2. There's also an outside passer on the H file to distract you when you start controlling. I'm assuming this is winning for white, but you would like, and this is a kind of a trap that you fall into when you're converting positions like this, because your position in general is so harmonious and so safe that you would like to win without having to calculate a single variation, right?
Exactly.
This is the dream. The dream is of never allowing any counterplay whatsoever and winning by hand.
The lazy grandmaster dream.
I like it. I like the lazy grandmaster dream.
But a kind of a maxim that was, quote unquote, taught to me early is that you have to prepare yourself mentally if you're playing against a strong player. Obviously, like if this is a simul game against an amateur, this may not be true. But against a strong player, you absolutely have to steel yourself for the fact that there will always be at least one spot where your opponent will force you to calculate.
There'll be a moment of resistance.
Yeah, and Jan does resign now. He is going to be a very unhappy camper.
No question about it. Just to
very,
where we
very
left it, Rook C6, Rook check, King G8, Rook D7, C2.
E6, hoping for C1, which actually loses here. Doesn't allow a draw.
It doesn't allow a draw. He just played the move E6, hoping against hope that his opponent would fall for a terrible trap and allow a mate in 2. Pardon me.
But
he didn't.
Not much of a hope.
Surprisingly,
Rook takes E6 and then Rook C7, Rook C6, and it's a full queen on C2 there.
It's a girl.
It's an actual full queen. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the end. And like you say, this is not going to be a nice interview. No, and for Shaq,
for it's better, obviously.
Wow,
Because,
wow,
mistakes were
-2, and his play was just not poor.
Yeah.
And now suddenly, it's a sort of like, okay,
he's finally won a
game.
game, and he's back on -1, not in dead last, and
right.
It's a much better feeling, and for him, I mean, he will be annoyed. I mean, despite winning, he will be annoyed by H6.
Exactly, and realizing he was lost.
Yeah.
And
he just as all top professionals, he will be extremely unhappy about the fact that he blundered. The entire game was blundered in one move.
Mm-hmm.
But the relief of knowing it didn't happen, the relief of knowing you got amnestied there,
right.
will lessen the pain.
Right.
For sure.
Clemency was allowed. Rook A5, as you say, Alejandro, the lazy man's way, but guess what? That looks very effective.
That's very effective.
It does look good.
You are dropping D5 at this point, and even if you go Rook A7,
yeah. Well,
yes.
I go Rook C5. And
AC7.
I take knight E6.
Yeah, that is good. Yeah, that would be a way to resign.
Or knight E6.
Yeah.
Don't trade rooks. But definitely Rook C5, stopping any chance of Rook C7 and preparing knight takes D5, winning.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, Alireza is managing to do the lazy GM way, not trading rooks,
No,
not
but
having to.
he actually has calculated. I mean, he's refused to take a pawn on a couple of occasions because he correctly estimates that with the rooks on, the conversion will be significantly easier. It's the right way to go about things.
Yeah.
If you can keep the rooks on the board in these types of positions, it's very, very beneficial to you.
I remember Evgeny Baryev, he did an annotation for New in Chess magazine where he had like one of these silky, smooth victories where he didn't analyze or calculate any variation. He just put all of his pieces in the nicest squares and just took things. And he said, a perfect game. I didn't analyze anything. It was great. And that made a strong impression on me. we should.
Those are the ones you enjoy the most. It feels like you've won through the superior chess understanding. You haven't really you've not tricks, not any of those
Precisely.
cheapos, but you understood the game better.
I just had to point out one thing, by the way, knight check, with the idea that if you play king here, I'd have knight. And I get this. It doesn't actually win in exchange because after king g8, knight c7, there is rook b2 check.
Also after king f6, I guess you don't have to put it on g8.
Oh, I'm sorry, the same point. Yes.
Yeah, king g8 actually loses the exchange to rook a check.
And then I get
and then the fork.
And then a fork after all.
Yeah.
Okay. So he did play rook a5.
Well, rook a5 is very clean, yeah. And
sorry, we're waiting for blacks. But let's jump to Bucharest with a very happy Shakhriyar.
Thank you, Yasser. A very happy and relieved Shakhriyar Mamedyarov after his first victory. Shak, first of all, tell us your first feelings after this important victory.
Okay, it was not easy game. I think after the openings looks very good position for me. I think it's okay. I will win in middle game. But after I start to play very, very bad. I don't know. I remember it's my last year game from St. Louis against the Shankland, when I got very good position in move 5-6 in Berlin defense, and he missed something. And after I think, okay, I will win for sure, but I lose this game. After I think my tournament is going not very well. And today is all same. I think it's okay. It looks very good. It looks winning position without pawn. But after I start to think, but after I don't understand where is winning position. Is it just a strategical? Yeah, I mean, it's a very important moment.
You mentioned something when you first came to the studio. You mentioned that after you saw the Rookie 5 of Richie Rapport, you just couldn't play anymore, or you felt bad. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I know. It is very bad for super grandmasters. I feel it, of course, is very bad when I see some chess players miss move like this. I also miss sometimes like this. It's very bad. And I see his reserve ace when he missed. He didn't understand it was. I never see Richard like this. I mean, when he play and he sees he miss.
So you're worried about the emotional
I was near
state.
him. Yeah, I was near him. I see how he's wake up when he's miss. That is not easy. I mean, it's not very good. And before the candidates, of course, it's because it's a two big miss for Richard here is against Bogdan, and today it's really bad. But I hope he'll look back and he will show
He will rebound.
who is Richard.
Absolutely. Now let's go through the game. And you were mentioning you felt you were in pole position after the opening. Tell us exactly the moment
Okay,
where you
knight
felt you were better.
g3, it was a surprise for me. I think it's knight g3, bishop d5 after knight g3 normally play everyone. But knight g3 I think is okay. I need to play same f5. And here d4. Okay, I think I don't understand first. I mean, okay, I play first time this position, but the d4 is okay. I know this normal to sacrifice pawn for activity, but I don't understand after bishop f4 because g5 is indeed is also okay. But I think take because g5 is bishop d2. Bishop d2 and it's very good.
The bishop comes on the long diagonal.
Yeah. But bishop f4, but I think take, now no take queen c3, bishop b4. And now I think Jan will again rook d1, he will sacrifice one more pawn. It will be very nice, very good. I hope he will play rook d1 some, because he don't like this position g5. I think also it's a very big advantage for bishop c1, bishop e3. I think how to win here, but now I see it's not easy.
It's not that easy.
Yeah, I mean first I think it's g4 is winning, very good g4. I think he missed because take now I can take e3. Now it's absolutely different.
Now you have 95.
95 like knight g4.
Got it.
Yeah, but g4 after g4 queen f4. Yeah, queen f4 is very strong. It's only move g4 queen f4 and bishop d6 bishop d4. Yeah, I mean it was lucky because this moves. Okay, and I think okay, I have just one pawn extra and no attack. Look these pawn instructions. I mean, it's very strange.
Looks great for you.
No, I mean it's very strange. No pawn and very bad pawn instructions.
Close to winning.
Yeah, it looks like we're close to winning. I think it's okay. I need to play some good moves and I will win. But
perhaps the king is a little bit weak.
Yeah, but one extra pawn and very bad pawns for white.
And you do have full control over the long diagonal.
It looks very bad, but I think okay. But okay, I played normal moves, 95, queen h5, queen need to be g6, and only now when I played all normal moves, I understand it's not very easy because when I play 95, I think this move is winning, and I absolutely miss bishop c2, queen e6, e take f4, take g4, and queen e4. I mean, queen h5 is somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I miss absolutely idea in h7. It was okay when I not f4. It looks again absolutely normal position. Now I understand.
So now you have to regroup and try to find a different plan.
Yeah, now
but the problem is once bishop c2 comes, you have some difficulties.
I understand it's not very good, not a very well position. I mean, I understand just equal. It looks, but again, I understand is only black can play for win here. I mean, not white. But
would you say you were a bit frustrated?
I think it's okay if not win, it will be draw. But I start to play again. Very strange. A6, yeah, first of all, queen b5 is coming. I want to 97, but every time is queen b5 move. Queen b5. But of course, I don't want to play a6. Well, how is it possible to play a6 when you need to play some? But f4, bishop c2, queen g8, yeah. Okay, I mean, this
Quite
one is not easy.
when you have so many options and queen g8 is the only one,
is not easy.
Very difficult.
95 and f3 is very strong.
Very
back,
difficult.
yeah, very to back pawn and play chess.
And close the f5.
Yeah, I mean, not easy to back pawn. Every time we want to save this one. Yeah, queen g8. Okay, I think rook f7, rook f6 looks normal. Yeah.
Very natural.
Yeah, rook f97.
And just to stop you for a second, because we do have a result, we have Firouzja, who just beat Lenier Dominguez and won his first game, just like you, in the tournament. So 2 first game wins for you and Ali Reza.
Okay, Now let's get back to the game. Yeah, queen f2 is rook f2. It looks normal. Rook f7. Yeah, I mean again, it's very strange. Bishop. Okay, I think still my position is better here, but it's very strange because when I miss, I want to play rook c6. Yeah, I miss c4 move. I mean, it's when I this c4 I miss. Of course, if not c4, black is better, but I miss c4, and for this reason I play rook d6.
Rook d6.
G4. Again, I think I need to play very active because bishop c2, rook c3, queen d2. Oh, yeah, queen d2. Yeah, I was afraid this move. After the game, we also
discussed with Ion
about queen d2 because I don't like this move.
Now we get some sort of a similar thing. Yeah, bishop takes f5, and well, the problem is if you take rook takes f5, you're actually queen to d8 is coming. You cannot exchange.
But I think maybe it's possible to play some knight g8, queen d4, queen c5. Yeah, but it's just normal. White is better. Yeah, very strong better. Yeah, I don't know. I played in this tournament very strange. Also, all games I think I am better. I don't know why my position. Every time I think it's a very good position, but it's very strange because also here I want to play this move. I miss. I want to play queen b6 and bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
Yeah, it's made. It's made immediately. I mean, it's very easy to miss. And also is take. It's amazing if only move, because if queen d6 is queen d2, amazing. I mean,
yes,
it is winning. Yeah.
And we were looking at it right now outside, and we couldn't find the defense for you. Did you once you saw
I
rook
see
takes
this one
c4,
when I calculate all this one. Yeah, rook c1. I think now is my position is okay because king h2, queen d6 again is queen b2, rook c5. King f2 is same, but I'm very lucky because it's king f2. Queen d6, queen b2,
and then this moment came.
Yeah, I mean here I was very happy because it's this move again, queen h2 check.
Queen to h2.
Yeah, I mean idea. Rook c. I mean I'm very happy because if not this check is losing position. I mean
there's no other chance.
No. I mean rook c2 take after queen h2. That's idea queen h2.
Yeah.
I was very lucky because okay now I play queen d6. Now okay, position is normal. King g2.
Did you spot this queen to f2 at this point?
Yeah, of course.
You did?
Yeah, I think is I can play is knight d7.
Rook takes c5?
Is queen f7.
Yeah.
No, the problem is I calculate knight c5.
Perhaps you miss queen b2 because now the queen gets back on the other side.
But okay, it was that not. Yeah, I mean some time problems. Oh come on. And okay, it's very good for my chess career. Now I will back, my mood will back because sometimes luck is very important.
Very, very important.
No, come on, it's my person. Okay, it's very, very strange.
Did you guys spot this moment with Jan? Did he say anything after the game?
I think he said no, because okay, he said somewhere is winning. I say it looks very dangerous for me, but I missed the knight queen b2 mate.
So perhaps a mutual blind spot.
Yeah, it's because I think knight c5, queen f7, queen d2 is draw.
Let's just
point
that out.
Take queen f7 and it's draw, just draw.
Yes.
Yeah, but queen b2 I missed. Yeah,
but now the queen goes back.
Yeah. Come on.
Checkmate.
Come on. It's okay. I mean, but then after again something.
He played rook to f6. And
yeah, here queen d3 I want to play, but it's amazing move. Normally queen d3, but this move very strange move. I mean, how is possible move like queen d4? I don't know. That's okay. I think queen d1 still is okay.
Now, at this point, after rook f6, this sequence of moves, did you consider yourself to be better in the position? Were you the one playing for a victory? Or?
Now it looks very strange because after queen d5, king g3, I calculate king g3 also. I was afraid this move, king g3 is not easy to play. Okay, queen d6 is rook f6, knight d3, and game looks draw. Yeah, I mean, take, knight b2. Yeah, I just calculate this draw. Yeah, I think it's because it was only 2 moves to play before the
time control.
Yeah,
and he played this move.
Queen d6, king knight g3. Yeah, and he missed rook b5. I mean, it's not like big miss, but he was not very happy because he understood he missed something, and now he started to play very bad because after the time control he understood he missed big chance to win.
And it also doesn't feel like he has an easy draw anymore.
Yeah, and now it's not easy draw. Now is absolutely interesting position. Rook Queen C2, Rook D5 is Rook D2 idea every time, and of course King G2 is very strange. But now I think again Black is better. This position looks very good for Black. Queen E4, Rook B, but not E1. Queen E4, Rook D2. Why is good? Just take.
Perhaps, yeah. Rook D2 is
Yeah,
also
well,
a very decent
we
move.
missed this Queen E4. I think he also missed. And the King G2 and the Rook D3 is a very good move because now my Rook is close everything and maybe some attacks. Now it's a very bad position. Rook it. No.
You played Knight to D3 at this point.
I not play Rook D3. Eh?
No, not yet.
I think I played.
But still, you're maintaining the advantage, and after that, it went all the way up to this point, which you finished handily.
I mean, it's just very bad. After middle game, he played very bad.
Shaq, first victory. Thanks. Definitely a boost of confidence going into the final 2 rounds. What's going to be your strategy for last round?
First of all, I'm very happy finally. It's big luck because it's not very big luck because also I don't understand my positions losing. Yeah, when you don't understand, you're sitting like you're winning. But for European, it's also not easy. We both think it's a normal position, but we missed one move. But it's okay. It is one more than 1 point for me. It is because now is my mood will good for next tournaments. Also for next games.
Shaq, congratulations, and we'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Shakhriyar, we have to say we
yeah.
really enjoy your interviews.
If this doesn't become
a comedy show, this is great.
If this doesn't become a GIF in the next, I don't know, half an hour, something is wrong with it. But
it's brilliant.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Oh, come on moment needs to become viral.
I like this. A6, I don't like. I don't play.
My personal favorite is like, yes, Rook D3 is very strong. It controls
everything. I don't play
I didn't play it.
It was fantastic. Yeah.
But here's how our day has finished up.
All the games are done for today. Yeah. Maximin clear third, Alireza finally winning a game, Shakhriyar finally winning a game, and Richard, after that horrible one-move blunder, is now back to dead last on -2. And Jan dropping into the minus zone as well, which is, he was on +1 and playing well. He won this very impressive game with the black piece against Alireza, but now, he's not going to be enjoying tonight.
Exactly.
Once he gets stalled by either his seconds or the engine or whoever.
What happened? Alireza, our pre-tournament favorite by rating, wins his first game, brings striking distance, and he is with Cristian in Bucharest.
Thank you, Yasser. First of all, Alireza, congratulations. A big victory for your first victory of the tournament, back to 50%. What are your initial feelings right now?
Yes, I'm very happy, of course. It was a very difficult game. Lanier knew the opening very well, but after, in time trouble, anything could have happened, but this time, finally, it went my way.
You started off with this very popular line of the Nimzo. Take us a bit through the opening phase.
Yeah, this is very popular right now. Wesley played against Shahryar in round 1, I think. Yeah, it's the best way to get a game, at least. But it's very risky, I think.
Double-edged.
Very double-edged, yes.
And you guys got to this position where you just continue throwing your pawns in the direction of your opponent. Was this still preparation?
Yeah, until here, okay, after this, C4, G6, Bishop F8, Queen H4, H6, Rook D1, until here I knew the moves, and then I know some plans here, but it's very sharp. So black could win, white could win, anything could happen. B5 is a great move here, just to not waste time and start attacking.
Create your own counterplay on the queen side as black.
Yeah, I had this E4 option, but I couldn't make it work after knight H7. Because he will go to endgame, right? Takes, and
now a lot of
G5.
things are being simplified.
Yeah, and then it's nothing here. Yeah?
You wanted to play for a win.
Yes.
You didn't want to exchange any pieces today.
Yes.
So you decided to keep some pieces on the board.
Right, now I want E4. So queen d7, queen g2, bishop g7. Yeah, here it was very critical position. I couldn't find the right plan, I think. Yeah, h4 is logical to go g5 and kick the knight, but I give a lot of weaknesses on king side. So.
Yeah. What were your main concerns in these positions, in terms of piece placement, in terms of your opponent building up on attack? What were you mostly concerned about?
Yeah, I have 2 moves left. I have to create something, otherwise I just get crushed here, right? So it's very concrete position anyway. So h4, 97. Yeah, here he's better, I think. So a5, 92. He played queen. I thought rook b8 actually is better because to keep the queen in center, right?
And it does seem like this is in fact the other rook. Yes. The best move in the position according to the engine.
Yes, but still, yeah, g5, king f2 is still very sharp.
Very complicated position.
And here I had to go for this.
And it felt like this was the critical moment that changed the tide of the game. After rook to h1, he played this move, knight to f5, and this allowed you one extra move. You played queen to h3, nicely spotting the fact that knight to h5.
Yeah, he blundered, of course, knight h5, otherwise he would not play, but still, I think this position is very here. It's very difficult for Black. Because 2-3 moves I get made. So and here it's not clear what is his plan exactly. So yeah, now engine says Black should play f5 at some point. Which is very difficult. So yeah, here queen h3. Yeah, here also is very difficult for me to find a plan. Because
were you surprised that he played this backwards move after playing knight to f5 and thinking for 2/3 of his time?
Yeah, he doesn't have any other move. Yeah. It's mate otherwise. So I was not surprised because it's mate otherwise.
Peter was actually calling this moment one of the most difficult moments in chess, making a move and then having to retreat immediately after, accept the mistake.
Yes, it's very difficult. And here also it's very difficult for me. Here I have to find something very fast. So I played knight g3, which is it's okay, I think. But yeah, rook a6 to defend here. I took. I couldn't see anything better than bishop b4, so takes.
Take. They seem all according to plan. Exchange.
And here I have to be solid. Rook d8, queen g4.
Queen goes back. Queen takes. Queen to f4, and now knight to c6.
No, here it's very difficult to spot this rook h7.
Did you see rook to h7 and the idea once you played queen to f4? Were you signaling
I've seen this rook h7 until when I took on b4 these ideas of rook h7. But yeah, he blundered this. But I think I thought queen b8 maybe. But this endgame, I think I am still pushing for winning.
Slightly better. Yes. Perhaps get this knight to c3.
Yeah, here is very unpleasant for Black.
Yeah, so you were still confident at this point, and after knight to c6, you spotted immediately this rook to h7. Were you surprised that he actually found the only move to stay in the game?
No, he found a fantastic idea. Yeah,
with 1 second on the clock.
Yes, but I wanted to play rook h1 first, which is the most logical because queen h4 is not very logical. But yeah, here it's not a very good version, I think.
Yeah, very good spot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So rook e6, queen h4. Yeah, he has to take. In many lines, queen defends h8. It's amazing. But yeah, this endgame is winning, I think, technically. So yeah, and here, okay, slowly I managed to win.
And you managed to win. Alireza, you're back to 50%, 1 point behind the leaders going into the final 2 rounds. Are you still dreaming about winning this tournament? And if yes, what is your strategy to win it?
Winning is very difficult. I have Wesley tomorrow Black. So he's a very solid player, but we will see. I'm trying to play very good chess, but I got many winning positions, but unfortunately I couldn't make it work. But yeah, hopefully in the last 2 games I could play better, and we will see.
Of course, after 5 months of inactivity, it's difficult to get back into it. But this win, do you feel the confidence rising once again?
Yes, some confidence is coming back. It's long time I didn't win, so yeah, it's good to win a game.
Excellent. Alireza, thank you. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you in the next few rounds.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christians. Our congratulations to Alireza. As we have the championship rounds. That's what I like to call them coming up. We see the pairings for rounds 8 as well as rounds 9. But tomorrow,
the critical pairings are...
what stands out?
Wesley and Levon are leading the tournament, so Wesley is white against Alireza. Alireza clearly, I mean, he was a bit cagey about it, but I think he will try. I think he will.
Sure.
It's difficult against Wesley because Wesley obviously will have a say in it, but I think Alireza will try to give him a bite and to get a double H position.
MVL, he's on the outside.
Yeah, and MVL is white against Bogdan, who he's been playing very, very well, but still, it's a chance for MVL to perhaps fully catch up to our two leaders. As usual, plenty to look forward to. Every round is great.
And our championship round is coming up in round 9, Peter.
Yeah, Levon is white against Shahriar, who will feel slightly better after today, despite all the excitement of that interview. Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's going to do his own comedy show. I mean, he is brilliant.
He is fantastic, yeah. Alireza playing his countrymen there, potentially a very, very important game. And Wesley is black against Linier, where, I mean, they've clearly played a ton against each other.
Yes, they know each other very, very well. Nice pairings coming up. And what about our predictions?
No. The graphic was lost. The predictions.
The predictions. Oh no! Look at this. Oh, Richie, nice one, Alejandro. But I must say, I'm not crowing out very loudly myself. You guys, Firouzja,
we're somewhat caught up. We're somewhat caught up.
I mean,
Anastasiya.
Levon Aronian there is clearly the leader. So VAR is smirking. He's happy. He's happy with this pick.
Right. And nice. Shall we go to Bucharest for some final thoughts about this very adventuresome round 7? Cristian, Anastasiya, over to you.
Well, what a day this was, guys. A lot of stories are happening in this tournament, but one that I'm having my eyes on, of course, is Richie Rapport not finding himself going into the candidates, as well as Alireza, who's getting his first victory, and I feel it. He's getting his confidence back going into the final 2 games. Well, this guy is going to be very, very difficult to stop. So I'm looking forward to see what he's going to be bringing to the table for the last championship rounds, as you guys were calling them. Anastasiya, how about yourself?
Yeah, of course, it's been a really interesting day, and there was something in the air today. You know, I felt this tension, this pressure, and we have the new winners. We have finally Shah, who scored his first point, and also Alireza, as you mentioned. And of course, I was expecting a lot from the game between Richie and MVL, but of course, I didn't know that it will finish this way. And fans of Richard, of course, are unhappy at this moment. I just cannot imagine what will happen tomorrow that we have Friday 13th. So I mean, I'm just even afraid to think about it.
It's been a good day for us in our predictions, and we're definitely looking forward to the last 2 rounds. Guys, back to you in the studio. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you both. Absolutely. We will see you tomorrow. Do join us, and thank you very much for sharing the day with us. But Alejandro, your last and final thoughts about these adventures of today.
The prequel to Friday 13th today.
The prequel.
How is the prequel? What's the actual movie going to look like? This was enough blunders for one tournament, let alone one round. I think that we're going to see better chess tomorrow. We're going to see exciting fights, but less blunders. I hope so.
Hard to imagine more.
Hear, hear. All right. With that, we'll say our final good nights and wish you all a very happy day.
See you tomorrow.
I'm telling you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.